In the desert of southern Mesopotamia, amid the marshes and plains between the Euphrates and Tigris rivers, lay the ruins of humanity's first great cities. It was here, 5,000 years ago, that the Sumerians built an urban civilization that pioneered writing, monumental architecture, and epic literature. The story of Sumer, from its prehistoric villages to the mighty city-states of the Bronze Age, is a saga of conquest, innovation, and ultimately, collapse. Today we're going to go through the mythical origins of kingship in the antediluvian city of Eridu, to the glittering courts of Uruk and Ur, through to the periods of triumph and turmoil under native Sumerian and foreign Akkadian rulers, and finally to the Neo-Sumerian Renaissance and its ultimate end around 2000 BCE. And while we're at it, we'll examine together how Sumerians developed the world's earliest urban society, their advances in agriculture and trade, the invention of cuneiform writing, their stratified social order and powerful priesthoods, along with their rich religious and literary traditions. So, you might be surprised what we find in our time together today, as this society, 5,000 years ago, was much more advanced than you might think. So, let me first welcome you to the channel. It's good to have you all on board for another Bronze Age video. And we're doing a chronological history of Sumer today. Now, that is a brief history. We could hardly fit it all into a video of this length, but perhaps we'll go into more details later on. Now, if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, I invite you to do so. And thank you to those supporting on the Patreon and the YouTube memberships, along with the merch store. Now, welcome's out of the way. Let's get nice and relaxed, and we can go back to before the Bronze Age, the most ancient of ancient worlds. And indeed, we start in southern Mesopotamia in the 6th and 5th millennia BCE, a challenging environment of swampy wetlands and sparse rainfall. Yet, it was precisely here that the precursors of Sumerian civilization began to take root. Archaeologists refer to this early formative era as the Ubaid period, 5500 to 4000 BCE, when small village communities began to thrive by draining marshes and developing rudimentary irrigation techniques for agriculture. These pre-Sumerian inhabitants cultivated grains, wove textiles, fashioned simple painted pottery, and established the first communal institutions. Of course, over centuries, the settlements grew in size and therefore complexity, and that set the stage for the later Sumerians who would inherit that legacy and build upon the foundation. Now, interestingly, southern Mesopotamia at the time had virtually no forests or metal ores, but if properly irrigated, the soil was extremely fertile, yielding abundant amounts of grain. The bounty, however, depended on communal efforts to dig canals and control the floods, which likely spurred the development of organized government and temple authorities quite early on. And here's something intriguing. The question of where the Sumerians themselves came from is still a matter of debate. The language they used was unlike any other in the Near East. Of course, there's plenty of opinions. Some scholars theorize that the ancestors of the Sumerians may have lived along the shores of the Persian Gulf, in what is now eastern Arabia, until, of course, Rising sea levels at the end of the Ice Age drove them into Mesopotamia. Whether indigenous or immigrant, by the Ubaid period, these people had certainly fashioned a way of life that was steadily increasing in complexity. One of the most significant Ubaid period sites is Eridu, located near the old Persian Gulf shoreline in what is now southern Iraq. In Sumerian tradition, Eridu was revered as the first city ever created, the city of the first kings, where kingship was established on earth by divine decree. The Sumerian king list, an ancient record of rulers compiled long afterward, opens with the words, quote, "After the kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu." Names like Alulim as the first king, said to have reigned for a fantastically long 28,800 years. Well, perhaps no term limits back then. Clearly mythical in these details, such accounts show Eridu's status in Mesopotamian memory as a primordial city from which civilization itself sprang up from. And indeed, archaeology confirms its great antiquity. Excavations reveal a sequence of superimposed temples at Eridu, built in mud brick and repeatedly expanded over thousands of years. The earliest shrine on the site, dating to around 5500 BCE, was a modest 3 by 4 meter room with a simple altar. Up till now, it is the oldest known temple in Mesopotamia. Offerings of fish bones and ashes found on the altar floor suggest worshippers presented Enki, known later to the Akkadians as A, the god of fresh water and wisdom who was a patron of Eridu, with meals of fresh fish. As centuries went on, the humble chapel was rebuilt again and again, but always on the same sacred spot, each time a little larger, a little more elaborate, eventually becoming a massive mud brick sanctuary. Eridu's temple of Enki, called the House of the Aquifer, thus stands as a tangible record of the nascent religious tradition that would characterize Sumerian cities. The idea that each city was home to a patron deity living in a grand central temple. In fact, Sumerian mythology even casts Eridu as a paradisiacal first city. Some later Mesopotamian writers described a primeval time when Eridu was a blissful garden, a concept that may have influenced the biblical idea of the Garden of Eden. By the late Ubaid period, Eridu had grown from a village into what we might think as a proto-city, with a population of several thousand. Pretty impressive for back then. But it was part of a network of emerging towns across the southern alluvium. Nearby sites like Lagash, Ur, and others show Ubaid phase occupation as well. Although true urbanization had not quite yet arrived, the ingredients were certainly assembling. Productive irrigated farms, communal centers for religion, specialized craft and long-distance trade for resources not available in the river valley, that is, such as stone, wood, and metal ores. There is even evidence of interaction between differing cultural groups. It's been theorized that in southern Mesopotamia of this era, ancestral Sumerian farming populations coexisted and fused with those nomadic Semitic pastoralists and fisher folk of the marshland. In fact, that might have given rise to the unique Sumerian culture and language. And it is at this point where Sumer's true urban revolution unfolds in the Uruk period, about 4000 to 3100 BCE. named, of course, after the city of Uruk, which became the largest and most influential settlement of its time. Now, a little bit more about Uruk. It's known as Unug in Sumerian, and later Erech in the Bible. It was initially a small Ubaid town, just like Eridu, but during the 4th millennium BCE, it underwent an explosive pattern of growth, transforming into a sprawling metropolis covering over 250 hectares, absolutely unprecedented in size. By around 34 to 3200, Uruk may have housed between 40 and 50,000 people, and that quite well and truly makes it the first city in the full sense, if we're talking about population-wise. But what exactly drove such rapid urbanization? That's a little bit more difficult to quantify. The exact causes are debatable, but in terms of archaeology, we see signs of agricultural surpluses feeding population increase, as well as the concentration of political and religious authority drawing people to the city. Uruk itself was divided into districts, including the Eanna precinct, dedicated to Inanna, the goddess of love, war, later called Ishtar, and the Anu ziggurat precinct, dedicated to Anu, the sky god. Massive temple platforms were constructed, such as the limestone paved terrace supporting the Eanna temple complex and the high terrace for the whitewashed brick sanctuary, the White Temple of Anu. These monumental buildings, some of the first true ziggurats in Mesopotamia, must have required organized labor on a massive scale, and they're truly a testament to Uruk's role as a ceremonial center. But even more crucial, Uruk period temples were not just religious edifices, but economic hubs. The city's patron gods were believed to own the land and its produce, with the temple administration managing grain harvests, herds of livestock, and workshops for craft production. Ordinary farmers bought their barley, dates, or wool as dues to the temple's storehouse, and in return received allotments of food and goods for their sustenance. In effect, the temple had functioned as a centralized redistribution system. It received, stored, and disbursed the community's wealth, maintaining reserves to weather bad years. Of course, managing a complex economy like this, you needed an administrative class. So in come the priests and the scribes. These officials kept accounts of temple incomes and outlays, initially using carved stone tokens and seals, but eventually an even more revolutionary tool: writing. You can't have civilization without that, can't you? So it is within these late Uruk levels, that's 3400 to 31, that archaeologists have discovered the earliest known writing in the world. And just think about that. That's more than 5,000 years ago. Exciting, so exciting. Well, clay tablets from Uruk and a few other sites under Uruk's influence bear proto-cuneiform signs. That is pictographic and numeric impressions that record transactions of grain, livestock, beer, and other commodities, certainly within its infancy, but it is what we can recognize as a written form of communication and record keeping. Of course, writing began as an extension of accounting. The Uruk bureaucracy needed a permanent way to track the flow of goods and labor rations in the temple economy. At first, simple drawings and tally marks sufficed. But over time, scribes got creative, and they developed standardized symbols and impressed them into the clay with a stylus, creating wedge-shaped marks. Certainly the beginnings of cuneiform script. By around 3200 BCE, these tablets even record personal names and titles. hinting at the first written administrative orders and ownership statements. The invention of writing had an enormous impact. It allowed the Sumerians to transmit information across time and distance with precision, facilitating more complex governance, and ultimately laying the groundwork for history and literature, which will come a little bit later. Uruk's ascendancy during this period was not only felt in Sumer proper. In what scholars term as the Uruk expansion, material culture from Uruk appears across a wide variety of regions beyond southern Mesopotamia. Archaeologists have found Uruk-style pottery, cylinder seals with Mesopotamian motifs, and even entire settlements established by colonists from Uruk in distant lands. For example, in Habuba Kabira in today's Syria, and at sites in southeastern Turkey and western Iran, Uruk period enclaves sprang up hundreds of kilometers away from Sumer. The outposts were likely trading colonies or administrative centers to secure vital resources: timber from the North Mountains, precious metals and stones, perhaps access to trade routes reaching as far as the Levant and the Indus Valley. By the late 4th millennium BCE, Uruk's influence, or at least its cultural style, extended from the Persian Gulf all the way to the Mediterranean. Technologically, the Uruk period saw plenty of important innovations. The potter's wheel came into use, enabling mass production of pottery, like the standardized beveled rim bowl. The Sumerians also harnessed the wheel for transport. Wheeled carts and wagons appear in this area, as does the use of the sail on boats, facilitating trade along rivers and the Gulf. And then there was the plough, that was improved for oxen to pull, greatly expanding agricultural output. With more food available, of course, not everyone needed to be a farmer, and Uruk boasted full-time artisans such as metallurgists, leather workers, and priests, supported by all that surplus grain. Good times. One exquisite artifact from Uruk, the Warka vase, shows a procession of offerings brought to the goddess Inanna, carved in alabaster. The layers of imagery on the vase, the farmers, livestock, priests, and the goddess herself capture an organization of society still centered around the temple. The Uruk period also saw the first heroic figures emerge in Sumerian tradition. Although purely historical records from this time are pretty rare, later legends recall that Uruk's early kings were culture heroes. Of course, you know the name Gilgamesh. He's the most famous, who in Sumerian tales is the 5th king of Uruk. The Sumerian king list indeed names, quote, Gilgamesh, whose father was a phantom, i.e., of an unknown father, and credits him with a reign of 126 years in the distant past. Gilgamesh likely lived, if he was real, near the end of the early dynastic period, as the 27th to the 26th century BCE, but by the Bronze Age, he'd certainly become a household name. Later epic poetry describes him building Uruk's monumental walls and going on fantastic adventures. The kernel of these stories may hark back to the pride Sumerians felt in Uruk's grandeur and at the dawn of cities. Even an early proto-epic fragment from Uruk, written centuries after the Uruk period but set in primordial time, lords the city's walls and temple precinct, suggesting that even by the Bronze Age, Sumerians looked upon Uruk's ancient achievements with reverence. But you know what they say about good times. They don't always last forever. By around 3100 BCE, the Uruk-centric system experienced quite an upheaval. Many of the distant Uruk colonies were abandoned, and Uruk's dominance within Sumer seems to have waned, possibly due to shifting river courses, climate stress, perhaps internal political change. In Mesopotamian legend, this era is punctuated by a great flood. The King's List notes laconically that kingship passed through several cities, and then the flood swept over, implying a break in history. A Sumerian poem, often called the Eridu Genesis, composed 2300 BCE, tells of gods deciding to inundate the land, and of one righteous man, Ziusudra, who built an ark and survived the deluge at the behest of the god Enki. Indeed, it's all familiar. These tales of flood and renewal likely echo real floods, though. We see them in a lot of different cultures. Certainly devastated parts of southern Mesopotamia, that's for sure. Indeed, archaeologists at Ur found a thick layer of water-laid clay separating the Ubaid and Uruk remains from the later strata, evidence of a significant flood event around 2800 BCE. Well, whether or not this specific flood underlies the myth, the end of the Uruk period did usher in a new chapter of Sumerian civilization. The stage was certainly set for the early dynastic period, a time when multiple competing city-states blossomed in Sumer, inheriting the legacies of that now gone Uruk age. Are you still with me? We're only just getting started. By circa 2900 BCE, Sumer had regrouped into a mosaic of independent city-states. Each city and its surrounding hinterland had formed a small kingdom centered on a cult of its patron deity and ruled by a secular leader. Lugal, meaning great man or king, or an ensi, a city governor. Now remember those words because you'll hear them come up a lot when you're talking about Sumer as Lugal and ensi, king and governor. The early dynastic period spans roughly 2900 to 2330 BCE and is traditionally divided into sub-periods, as being ED 1, 2, and 3 in modern chronology. During this time we find the first extensive written records, and I'm not just talking administrative tablets, but also inscriptions by kings bragging of their deeds, and possibly the earliest hymns and narrative texts. We also have rich archaeological evidence, including the spectacular royal tombs at Ur, which together paint a picture of a vibrant, competitive era in Sumerian history. But politically, there wasn't a single city that dominated all of Sumer in the early dynastic. Rather, the situation was that power rotated among the major centers. Alliances and rivalries were always changing. We have cities such as Uruk, Ur, Kish, Lagash, Umur, Nippur, Shuruppak, and Eshnunna. Now that's just to name the prominent ones, and they had their own dynasties of rulers. The Sumerians themselves viewed this period through a somewhat legendary lens. The Sumerian King's List, composed in the Ur III period, but reporting to record far earlier times, gives us a sequence of dynasties. After the mythical antediluvian kings, it says kingship resumed at Kish. Quote, after the flood had swept over, kingship came down again at Kish. Now, where exactly was Kish? Well, it was a city on the northern edge of Sumer, near the modern city of Tel el-Uhaymir, and is often listed first in the post-flood times. Indeed, King of Kish became a title that implied primacy or hegemony among Sumerian cities. Early dynastic rulers from various cities sometimes adopted the title King of Kish to legitimize themselves as the foremost leader, even if they had never even stepped foot in Kish or never weren't born in Kish. But it all indicates that Kish had an early prestige as a center of power, much like later on how we see the same for Babylon, this kind of thing. Well, some modern historians do suspect that Kish may have been an early hegemon, or at least symbolized a unifying kingship in Sumerian ideology. From early dynastic texts and excavations, we can begin to flesh out individual rulers who straddle myth and history. One of the earliest, whose historicity is evidenced outside the king's list, is Emne-Baragesi of Kish, who is said to have lived in ED 1, that is perhaps around 2600 BCE. Emne-Baragesi is credited by later tradition with capturing weapons from Elam, that is a neighboring land to the east, and significantly, archaeologists at Nippur found a vase fragment inscribed with his name. Now, that's a pretty hard piece of evidence that a king named Emne-Baragesi did exist. And then we have his son, Aga of Kish, who appears in a Sumerian story as a contemporary rival of Gilgamesh in Uruk, suggesting conflicts between Kish and Uruk were happening even in legend. Another key city-state rivalry that emerges in ED times is between Lagash and Umma, two cities in eastern Sumer, divided by a fertile boundary region called Gu-Edin. Now, this dispute over territory became one of the first recorded wars in history. We're fortunate enough to have detailed descriptions, at least from the victors. The kings of Lagash left behind inscribed stones and stelae recounting their fights with Umma. One of these is the famous Stele of the Vultures from Lagash. It dates to around 2450 BCE, that is, corresponding ED 3 period. Now, although it is fragmentary, its inscription and carved relief images celebrate the victory of Eannatum of Lagash over Umma. We learn that generations earlier, a border was fixed between the two by Meselim of Kish, a powerful earlier king who acted as a mediator. But Umma later violated the boundary. And so, according to the text, the god of Umma ordered its ruler to seize the contested fields of Lagash. The Patesi of Umma, by the command of his god, plundered Gu-Edin, the territory beloved of Ningirsu, that is from the text. Eannatum, the ruler or Ensi of Lagash, claims that his own patron deity Ningirsu, the god of war and agriculture, then commanded him in a dream to march to battle. In the ensuing war, Eannatum led the armies of Lagash to defeat Umma's forces. The Stele of the Vultures depicts vultures carrying off the severed heads of the defeated enemy. A pretty grisly trophy, but an effective image of triumph. On the carved relief, Eannatum's infantry advance in tight formation, wearing helmets and wielding spears and axes, while Ningirsu himself is shown in a mythological form, helping trap Umma's soldiers in a net. While one can certainly imagine the pride of Lagash's citizens at this divinely sanctioned victory, doesn't get much better than that. Eannatum's inscription not only boasts of piling up the bodies of Umma's soldiers, but it also records a treaty. The defeated Umma was made to swear not to encroach again and to pay heavy tribute of grain to the temple of Ningirsu. Lagash's archives reveal a surprisingly legalistic approach to the conflict. Enatum's successor, Enmetena, of Lagash, records renewing the border markers and even suing for peace with a later ruler of Umma, indicating that written agreements and curses against violators were certainly a key part of intercity diplomacy in those days. And that really is noteworthy. The practice of using an inscribed stele to demarcate borders and of invoking gods as guarantors of treaties is first seen in this stele, setting precedents for later international law in Mesopotamia, and, of course, in the broader Bronze Age world of later times. We see the same sorts of things in the stele after the Battle of Kadesh between the Hittites and the Egyptians under Ramesses II. Well, back to Sumer. The religious city of Nippur, home of Enlil's great sanctuary, held a special status throughout these centuries. Kings from different cities all respected Nippur. It was common belief that no man could rule Sumer legitimately without getting Enlil's blessing, and he had to get that from Nippur, of course. Thus, even when no single king dominated politically, a shared Sumerian cultural identity was maintained through common worship at Nippur and other holy sites. But while all the wars raged on, Sumerian society was also developing in its own sophistication. The economy in the early dynastic times remained centered on temple estates, but secular palaces were becoming powerful as well. Kings or lugals appear more prominently, often claiming divine favor or semi-divine lineage. We see the growth of a warrior aristocracy with bronze weapons and light chariots, but they were usually drawn by donkeys, not by horses. There is evidence also of a class of free men and laborers, and also slaves, often war captives or debt servants, at the bottom of the social pyramid. The construction of lavish royal tombs in this period suggests the elite commanded enormous resources. And nowhere is this more evident than at the royal cemetery of Ur, dating to roughly the early dynastic III period, 2500 BCE. British archaeologist Leonard Woolley's excavations at Ur in the 1920s uncovered tombs of extraordinary wealth, gold jewelry, musical instruments, ornate weapons, and all other grave goodies. You really had a bit of everything. All the luxuries of the ancient world, all in one nice, neat little hole. That's what archaeology is all about. Well, in some of these tombs, though, the main burial, a king or queen, was accompanied by a retinue of attendants who appear to have been sacrificed to serve their master in the afterlife. For instance, the tomb believed to belong to Queen Puabi, which is labeled at the site as PG 800, contained the bodies of dozens of servants and guards, dressed in fine garments and gold ornaments, who went to the grave with her. It's a pretty macabre ritual, sure, but it just drives home that point of the godlike status of Sumerian royalty. It's also perhaps a haunting glimpse at the world view of life's hierarchy continuing after death. I have a full video on Sumerian funeral practices, if you're interested in that. It goes into quite a lot of detail. Well, let's continue. From these royal burials also came artworks that reveal much about Sumerian life. For example, the Standard of Ur, a wooden box found in a royal tomb at Ur, bears intricate mosaics illustrating the dual roles of the ruler. On one side, a war scene, showing the king leading a Sumerian army. Chariots drawn by wild donkeys trample over enemies. Infantry with spears and copper helmets march in formation. And finally, the downtrodden prisoners presented to the king. But on the opposite side, there is a scene of peace, depicting a banquet with the king and nobles drinking while a musician plays a lyre. And lower registers show laborers bringing animals, fish and produce as tribute. Either way, it makes the message pretty clear. An image tells 1,000 words. The king protects the city in war and ensures prosperity in peace. Despite the focus on rulers and temples, ordinary life in Sumer thrived under this urban order. Citizens lived in mud brick houses along narrow streets. Excavations show multi-room homes, often centered on a courtyard, with kitchens, storage, and living quarters. A clay figurine might be set in a household shrine to offer prayers to personal gods. The Sumerians were also renowned for enjoying life's pleasures, too. Archaeological finds include a royal game of Ur, a board game with checkers and dice, and even evidence of prolific beer brewing. Of course, back then, you wouldn't be drinking normal water. That's dangerous. It's far safer to brew it into beer, something like that, and then consume it. But do remember that back then the alcohol content was much lower. People would usually have beer for breakfast, especially in the case of what we found at the rations list at the pyramids for the workers. Usually they were paid in grain and beer, sort of thing. Well, in fact, a famous Sumerian hymn to the goddess Ninkasi doubles as a recipe for beer, describing in poetic terms the step-by-step process of how to make the best Sumerian beer. Of course, it's a staple drink for all classes, consumed with straws from large jars. Music and song were beloved. Harps and lyres were played both in palaces and taverns, and by this period, the cuneiform record even preserves the first known musical notation and lullabies. All these details, they don't portray a society of Bronze Age cave dwellers or anything like that, but rather a very human picture. Sure, devout and hierarchical, definitely, but they certainly knew how to celebrate the joys of feasting and entertainment. The richness of material culture in the early dynastic age also reflects a burgeoning long-distance trade system. Many precious materials found in Sumer had to be imported. You're talking lapis lazuli and gold coming from as far as Central Asia, the modern region of Afghanistan. Tin as well to alloy with copper for bronze, possibly from Iran or beyond. Cedar wood from the forests of the Levant, Lebanon and Syria, and diorite stone from Magan in the Arabian Gulf. Now, Magan is roughly modern-day Oman. Sumerian inscriptions proudly list these acquisitions. The rulers of Lagash, for example, describe bringing timbers from the Amanus and Lebanon ranges, copper and gold from distant lands, and indeed diorite from Magan. One Lagash king, Gudea, who ruled slightly later during the Gutian interlude, around 2140 BCE, recorded how he obtained cedar logs, imported rare stones, and welcomed ships from Dilmun, laden with exotic goods. Now, Dilmun, by the way, that's roughly around Bahrain. Now, such records show that by the mid-3rd millennium, Sumer was indeed a hub of the trading world that connected the Indian Ocean to the Mediterranean. Merchants from Sumer, sometimes acting on behalf of the temples, traveled or at least sent emissaries abroad, exchanging Sumer's textiles, wool, grain, and crafted wares for the metals and timber that their homeland lacked. The Sumerians progressively extended their cultural reach and also developed their intellectual life. Short hymns and temple songs have been found, as well as early versions of tales about heroes like Gilgamesh, Lugalbanda, and Enmerkar. Sumerian scribes by the ED3 period were recording their heroic traditions. Kings like Etana of Kish and Gilgamesh of Uruk, who appear in the King's List and now in epic tales, certainly show how history and myth sometimes have a bit of a blurry line between. Think about it with a bit of Greek mythology as well. The ancient world, it just goes hand in hand like that. Now, Gilgamesh, likely a historical king around the 26th century BCE, was already being immortalized in poems as a demigod who battled monsters and sought immortality, indicating a rich oral lore being committed to writing. In cultural terms, the early dynastic period laid the groundwork for what we now recognize as classical Sumerian civilization. The Sumerian language was at this time in everyday use. Schools, or as they called them, eduba, tablet houses, were established to train scribes, who had to master hundreds of signs to produce neat-looking tablets. From scribal training exercises and school texts, we see the first proverbs and fables, indicating a tradition of wisdom literature. For example, one Sumerian proverb admonishes that, quote, "He who may possess much silver may be happy. He who possesses much barley may be happy. But he who has nothing at all can sleep." A wry commentary on wealth and contentment. The Sumerians also began writing down their myths and epics in this period, or at least circulating them orally. By the end of ED3, short narrative poems in Sumerian existed about legendary kings. 5 separate Sumerian poetic tales about Gilgamesh are actually known from later copies, although the fully developed Sumerian literature would blossom in the subsequent Old Babylonian period. Its seeds were certainly planted in the early dynastic times. As far as religion, well, no surprises, it continued to dominate intellectual life. Each city's temple was not only an economic center, but the literal seat of political power. In many cases, early rulers governed as priest-kings. The Sumerian title En denoted a priestly lord. For instance, the city of Uruk had a female high priestess of Inanna who were royal family members, indicating the intertwining of sacred and royal authority. Not unique to Sumeria. Well, the pantheon of the Sumerian gods took on a more fixed form. An, sky; Enlil, air, storm, king of the gods, whose main temple was at Nippur; Enki, water and wisdom, at Eridu; Ninurzag, earth and fertility; Nana, the moon, at Ur; Utu, the sun at Larsa or Sipar; Inanna, love and war, based in Uruk, and many other minor gods. Sumerian religion was anthropomorphic. Gods were thought to live in their temple houses, to eat the food offered to them, and to engage in very human-like dramas according to myth. Maintaining the favor of the patron deity through proper rituals, offerings, and temple upkeep, well, that was essential to a city's good fortune. When kings boast in inscriptions, they often credit their successes to the will of their city's god, and lavish praise on building that god's temple. This close god-king relationship is epitomized in the sacred marriage rite that some cities practiced, where the king would actually marry the goddess in a ritual embodied by her high priestess to ensure fertility and prosperity for the land. By the end of the early dynastic period, one city-state had managed to assert itself above all the rest, albeit briefly, and that was Umma under its ambitious king Lugal-Zaggisi. Ruling circa 2350, Lugal-Zaggisi claimed to have conquered the entirety of Sumer, and even lands beyond. In a boastful inscription, he states that Enlil granted him kingship over the nations, and that he had made the lands from the upper sea to the lower sea, that is, a reference to the Mediterranean and Persian Gulf, obedient to him. We may presume that it's a bit of exaggeration, but what is certain is that Lugal-Zaggisi defeated his long-time rival Lagash, and that ended Lagash's dynasty, which had endured for generations since the time of Eonatum. He also established his rule over Ur, Uruk, and several other Sumerian cities, making Uruk his capital, perhaps harking back to its ancient prestige. It seemed as if Sumer might finally be united under one native ruler. But hold your horses. Lugal-Zaggisi's triumph would become quite short-lived. There was a new power on the horizon, rising in northern Mesopotamia, and one that would dramatically end the independence of the Sumerian city-states, the first conquerors. Mid-24th century BCE, a talented and ruthless Semitic chieftain from the north swept down into Sumer and forever changed its destiny. I'm sure you've heard of him. They called him Sharu-Kin, meaning true king, but in our modern vernacular, he is Sargon of Akkad. He founded the world's first recorded empire. His rise marks the start of the Akkadian Empire, circa 2334 to 2154, and represents the first time Sumer was conquered and united by an outside force. Yet, Sargon shrewdly wove together Sumerian and Semitic elements, and the Akkadian Age became a time of cross-pollination. Sumerian culture would influence the conquerors, even as Akkadian language and rule spread over Sumer. According to later legends, Sargon had quite humble origins. A Babylonian birth myth portrays his mother as an unwed priestess who gave birth in secret and set her infant adrift on the river in a basket, only for the baby to be rescued by a water drawer and raised as his son. Pretty common myth, isn't it? Well, this Sargon legend not only inspired the biblical story of Moses, but it also shows Sargon's aura as a man of destiny, a self-made king. Now, historically, Sargon first appears as an official, a cupbearer to the king of Kish. Around 2334, however, he rebelled, seized power, and then from Kish launched a series of campaigns to subdue the rest of Sumer. The decisive clash came when Sargon defeated Lugal-Zaggisi of Uruk, the would-be master of Sumer, capturing him in chains and parading him in humiliation, which was the style at the time. With Uruk, Ur, Lagash, and other major cities fallen, Sargon effectively became the king of Sumer. He established a new capital city, Akkad, and at a strategically central location, though its exact site is unfortunately unknown today. Perhaps it's another place we can find, like how we found Troy back in those old times. Well, from Akkad he ruled over not only Sumer, but vast territories beyond. An empire, in its true sense, that eventually stretched north into Syria and Anatolia, west into the Mediterranean, and east into Elam and Iran. his conquests are recorded in later chronicles, and possibly in his own commemorative inscriptions. One Akkadian text, preserved in copies, has him boast, Sargon, king of Kish, triumphed in 34 battles, and that he crossed the sea, likely the Persian Gulf and beyond. He is said to have set up his statues in distant lands, a way of declaring his domination. There are references to his army reaching Mari on the middle Euphrates and Ashur on the Tigris, taking treasure from the Elamites, and even sending ships from Akkad to sail to Dilmun and Maluha, which may correspond to Bahrain and the Indus Valley. While some of these claims might be propagandistic hyperbole, there is no doubt that Sargon forged a realm far beyond anything he had seen before. For the first time, Sumer was but one core province in a larger multi-ethnic empire, ruled from a new city called Akkad. But how exactly did Sargon maintain control of Sumer and all these other lands? It wasn't like he had any point of reference. Well, he got to work. He pioneered new methods of imperial governance. He stationed trusted governors, Ensi, many of them Akkadian officials or his own kin, to oversee key cities. For example, in the city of Ur, he installed his daughter, Enheduanna, as high priestess of the moon god Nana, a brilliant move that secured religious loyalty. Now, in fact, Enheduanna, who served as priestess in Ur for decades, is famous in her own right, not just for being Sargon's daughter, but as the world's earliest known author by name. She composed numerous Sumerian hymns and poems, including passionate hymns to the goddess Inanna, which have survived on clay tablets. Enheduanna's writings not only show a royal woman actively shaping religious culture, but they also exemplify how Akkadians embraced Sumerian language and religion. She wrote in Sumerian, the sacred tongue, invoking Sumerian deities, yet she was the daughter of a Semitic conqueror. Now, if that's not a symbol of the fusion of cultures under Akkad, I don't know what is. Now, what about the Akkadian administration? Well, they likely collected tribute and taxes from Sumerian cities to fund the imperial center. There is evidence of Akkadian officials taking over temples and palace estates. However, rather than attempt to suppress Sumerian culture, the Akkadian kings often presented themselves as heirs to Sumer's legacy. Sargon took the title King of Sumer and Akkad, signaling a dual heritage. His grandson, Naram-Sin, even went a step further. After winning major victories, including a crushing coalition of rebellious Sumerian cities, that was a failure, Naram-Sin assumed the unprecedented title, King of the 4 quarters of the earth. And, as mentioned, he did declare himself a living god, too. Stelae from Naram-Sin's reign depict him with the horned crown of divinity. While some Sumerians saw this as, frankly, blasphemous, it shows how the ideology of kingship had evolved under this new empire. The ruler now claimed near absolute divine status over an immense realm. In fact, Naram-Sin's boldness was commemorated in his victory stele, which depicts him wearing a godlike helmet and climbing a mountain above his defeated foes. The first Mesopotamian king shown as a deity in art. But, in Sumerian memory, this hubris was punished. A famous Sumerian poem, The Curse of Agade, Agade was their word for Akkad, blames Naram-Sin's sacrilegious attack on Enlil's temple for the entire downfall of the empire. That's right, the whole thing is his fault, betraying the gods themselves, withdrawing support, and sending the Gutians to ravage Akkad. Sorry about the spoiler alert, but we're about to get to that section. Now, forming an empire, that's one thing. Keeping an empire, that is an entirely different skill set. After Sargon's long reign, said to be about 56 years, pretty long, but, and that of his sons too, internal dissent and external pressures began to mount. Sumerian cities, used to their autonomy, began to grow weary of their Akkadian governors. There were revolts. One chronicler says that, quote, in every city the son rebelled against his father during the reign of Sargon's grandson Shar-Kalishari. It seems that the golden age of the Akkadians was well and truly coming to an end. It didn't help that foreign enemies were pressing in as well. In particular, groups of mountain people from the northeast, known as the Gutians, began raiding Mesopotamia. They are depicted in Sumerian sources as wild, uncivilized highlanders, quote, not classed among people, with human intelligence but canine instincts and monkey features. Pretty harsh description, but okay. These Gutian incursions, combined with perhaps a period of drought and famine around 2200 BCE, led to the Akkadian Empire's fragmentation. Around 2154, Akkad's last king fell, and the empire was collapsed into chaos. And here, Mesopotamia proper enters a dark interval, often called the Gutian period. Okay, the Akkadians are gone. Good news, right? Well, not really. With Akkad gone, Sumer was left in disarray. Contemporary Sumerian laments describe this time as one of famine and despair, and they blame it all on divine wrath. Now, we've mentioned that text, the Curse of Akkad. It recounts how the Akkadian king Naram-Sin angered the patron deity Enlil by attacking the holy city of Nippur, resulting in the gods withdrawing their favor and sending the Gutians as a scourge. Well, the Gutians poured out of the Zagros mountains, and they're portrayed as a plague of barbarism. They filled the land with wickedness, took away the wife from him who had a wife, took away the child from him who had a child. They had no kingship traditions, no understanding of rights, that is, R-I-T-E-S, and brought the thriving fields of Sumer to ruin. Well, there is maybe a little bit of hyperbole in these accounts. Centralized rule and maintenance of infrastructure faltered under Gutian disruption. Sumerian texts emphasize this disruption without a strong king. The roads grew tangled and impassable, and the fields yielded weeds. A poetic way to describe famine and lawlessness. Indeed, one copy of Utu Hengal's victory inscription recounts the Gutian rule had blocked the roads and caused the tall grass to grow on the highways, so commerce and communication simply ground to a halt. But you could probably tell the video's not over yet, so hold your horses. It's not the end of the story. Not all is lost. Even in this troubled period, pockets of Sumerian leadership persisted. The city of Lagash, in particular, experienced a local revival under a line of independent rulers. Most famous among them is Gudea of Lagash, circa 2140, who was not subjugated by the Gutians. Gudea though only styling himself NC, governor, effectively ruled a small kingdom centered on Lagash. He's remembered for devoutly rebuilding temples, especially the great temple of Ninkirsu, and for bringing prosperity back to his city. His numerous statues and inscriptions depict a pious and just ruler. But he doesn't just boast of conquests. Instead, he emphasizes piety and the well-being of the people. One description describes Gudea bringing in cedars from the mountains and diorite and gold from distant lands for the temples, showing that trade was well and truly still alive. Under Gudea and his predecessor, Ur-Baba, Lagash was kind of a refuge of Sumerian tradition amid that foreign domination. Ultimately, the Sumerians would reclaim their political autonomy. Around 2110, a southern Sumerian leader named Uta-Hengal, the king of Uruk, rose up and finally expelled the Gutian invaders. Utu-Hengal's victory is recorded in a dramatic royal inscription known from later copies. It relates that Enlil, the chief god, commissioned Utu-Hengal to eliminate the Gutians, metaphorically called, quote, the fanged serpent of the mountain who carried off the kingship of Sumer to the mountains. Utu-Hengal rallied the Sumerian cities for a final battle. In the text, he prays to Inanna for aid, and then engages the Gutian army led by their king Tirigan. He manages to trap Tirigan, who fled to the mountains, and capture him, bringing him back in a neck stock. With this, the Gutian yoke was finally cast off. Utu-Hengal proclaimed the restoration of order. The kingship of the land of Sumer was brought back from the mountains to the cities. After years of neglect, canals were finally being redug. The roads were safe again, and the fields returned to cultivation. He was going to make Sumer great again. Well, tragically for Utu-Hengal, he enjoyed the triumph only for a short time. Perhaps only 7 years. Fate struck. An accident, in which he is said to have drowned in the Euphrates River. But the torch of Sumerian revival was taken up by other dynamic leaders. One who may have been Utu-Hengal's military commander or an ambitious governor, Ur-Nammu, the ruler of Ur. Ur-Nammu deposed Utu-Hengal's heir around 2112 BCE and founded what is known as the Third Dynasty of Ur, also called the Neo-Sumerian Empire. The establishment of the Third Dynasty of Ur, or just Ur-3, is the final great flourish of Sumerian civilization. A century of strong centralized rule, cultural resistance, and relative peace, often seen as a Sumerian golden age, at least before the final decline. Ur-Nammu, 2112 to 2095 BCE, and his successors, Shulgi, Amarsin, Shusin, and Ibisin, ruled over a united Mesopotamia. From roughly 2112 to 2004 BCE. Though Semitic Akkadian influence was present, the kings proudly embraced that Sumerian heritage. They presided over what one might even call a national revival of Sumerian language, literature, and religion, all while running an efficient state apparatus, and that is a difficult balancing act. Ur-Nammu began by firmly securing Sumer and Akkad, that is the northern regions. He took the title King of Ur, King of Sumer and Akkad, deliberately invoking both traditions. Militarily, He pushed back any remaining Gutian threats, and also campaigned against pockets of local rebellion. But Ur-Nammu is remembered less for conquests than for construction and law-giving. He sponsored an ambitious building program, including the earliest monumental ziggurats, that is, the stepped pyramidal temples. At Ur, he constructed a magnificent ziggurat dedicated to the moon god Nana. The ruins of this edifice, a massive three-tiered platform of mud brick faced with bitumen and brick, are still quite impressive today as a testament to the engineering of the time. Similarly, he built or restored temples in Eridu, Nippur, and Uruk, and other cities, effectively stamping his authority across Sumer through bricks and mortar. Each brick from each of his projects was stamped with an inscription of his name and titles, a practice that reinforced his pious image and certainly helps identifying who built the structures. But, perhaps most remarkably, he's credited with issuing one of the earliest law codes in the world, that is the Code of Ur-Nammu, fragments of which have been discovered, and it even predates the famous Code of Hammurabi by over 300 years. But only parts of it survive, unfortunately. But still, its prologue speaks of Ur-Nammu as the king who, quote, established equity in the land and protected the weak. The laws, written in Sumerian, address various offenses and their punishments. Notably, the code imposes monetary compensation for injuries, rather than the later eye for an eye lex talionis physical retaliation. Significantly, Ur-Nammu's code shows a shift from the vengeance-based justice of earlier times to a system of fines and restitution, suggesting an advanced concept of fairness. Let's take an example. If a man caused another man's eye to be lost, the code prescribed a payment of silver rather than bodily retribution. This early legal text shows the Ur-3 king's ideology of ruling as protectors of the weak, rather ahead of its time, I must say. But Ur-Nammu died in battle, according to one account, fighting an eastern enemy, and was succeeded by his son Shulgi, reigning from 2094 to 2047. King Shulgi took the Neo-Sumerian state to its zenith. Reigning for 47 years, he proved to be a multifaceted ruler, a brilliant administrator, a self-promoter, even a patron of culture. Early in his reign, he continued his father's projects, completing ziggurats like the Great Ziggurat of Ur, and expanding the empire's borders further into Assyria and Elamite territory. To better control his territory, he instituted an efficient provincial system and an elaborate bureaucracy. He then reorganized the empire into about 20 provinces, each overseen by a trusted governor, often family members or in-laws, and each with his responsibilities to send regular taxes in kind to the central treasury. He also reinstituted the Bala system, which is a rotating tax and tribute burden shared amongst provinces, to ensure a steady flow of resources to Ur. The Ur-3 state kept meticulous records. Tens of thousands of clay tablets from this period have been found, and I'm sure we're going to find plenty more. They record everything from temple offerings to the number of sheep delivered by each province annually. It appears to have been a highly bureaucratized economy, too, with standard units of measure and a unified calendar that Shulgi introduced for the whole realm. But he didn't just excel at administration. He cultivated an almost legendary persona. In a series of royal praise hymns, likely composed by court scribes or perhaps Shulgi himself as he claims, the king boasts extravagantly of his prowess, These self-laudatory hymns present him as a kind of superhuman. Let's take this one passage for example. Quote from the text, I, Shulgi, was a hero already in the womb. I am a fierce-looking lion, begotten by a dragon. I am the king of the 4 regions. I am the herdsman and the shepherd of the black-headed people. The black-headed people, of course, is a reference to what the Sumerians called themselves. Well, he describes himself too as a learned scholar. Quote, I am a knowledgeable scribe of Nisaba. I have perfected my wisdom. And also as a high priest of the gods, performing every ritual correctly. Famously, he bragged about his physical endurance. One hymn relates how he strengthened the roads and built rest houses, and then ran a distance of 100 miles from Nippur to Ur and back in a single day to prove his speed, outpacing the sun god Udu. Well, I think we can pretty much put that down to a poetic hyperbole. But it does convey a message that Shulgi was tireless in serving the gods and his kingdom. He also mentions improving the roads and way stations, and yes, indeed, he established a system of royal post roads with lodging stations, an ancient precursor to a postal service that kept his realm connected. By declaring himself divine late in his reign, having temples and offerings in his name, Shulgi sought to cement loyalty and inspire awe. The cult of the king became an element of Ur-3's statecraft. Offerings were made to Shulgi's statue, and he was referred to as the god of the land in official documents. Despite this, somewhat egoistic turn, he appears to have been genuinely effective. Under his rule, the economy prospered, and there was a flourishing of the arts. Scribes copied and canonized Sumerian literary works and composed new ones. Many of the Sumerian myths and epics have come down to us, were preserved through the old Babylonian copies of texts set in Ur-3 times. Well, by the time of Shulgi, Sumerian was no longer the mother tongue of much of the population. Akkadian had replaced that. Yet Shulgi's court championed Sumerian as a classical way of communicating, commissioning scribal academies to preserve it. He placed royal daughters and sons as priestesses and governors throughout the land to tighten cultural unity, and his reign saw a renaissance in Sumerian literature. Scribes in cities like Nippur and Ur compiled extensive lexical lists, bilingual dictionaries, hymns, and songs in Sumerian, ensuring the legacy of Sumer's language and lore would live on. Certainly sounds like a hard act to follow, don't you think? Well, that's precisely because it was. After Shulgi's long and successful reign, his successors had shorter rules and increasing troubles. Amar-Sin and Shu-Sin, who ruled in the 2040s to 30s, continued to hold the empire, sure, but they faced growing external threats, especially from the Amorite tribes pressing in from the west, and renewed pressure from Elam in the east. Well, who were the Amorites? They were West Semitic, semi-nomadic groups. They gradually infiltrated Mesopotamia. To hold them off, Shu-Sin constructed a massive defensive wall along his western frontier, stretching perhaps 170 miles between the Tigris and Euphrates. We hear of Shu-Sin's wall as a great fortification project, but such lines are hard to man completely, and nomadic Amorites likely just circumvented it. So despite these efforts, the incursions continued, and provinces on the empire's edges began to be slowly eaten away at. The last king, Ibi-Sin, 2028 to 2004 BCE, saw the unraveling of Ur's control. One by one, peripheral territories stopped sending tribute, or just broke away. Texts from Ibbi Sin's last years depict a desperate situation. Grain shipments from the breadbasket regions were cut off, causing famine in Ur. A series of letters between Ibbi Sin and his officials paint a dire picture. The king in Ur begs for grain from the governor of Isin as starvation worsens, while that governor, Ishbi Era, uses the crisis to declare independence and move the precious grain stores to his own city. It was a perfect storm of betrayal from within and attack from without. Ibbi Sin apparently couldn't do much as the empire he inherited fragmented all around him. Finally, around 2004 BCE, an alliance of the Elamites with some Semitic auxiliaries attacked Ur itself. It was sieged, sacked, and reduced to ruins, and its people were slaughtered or deported. And King Ibbi Sin himself was captured and carried off to Elam in chains. Well, that's certainly a very sad end to the third dynasty of Ur, and with it, the last flowering of Sumerian political power. Well, the fall of Ur was commemorated by the Sumerians in a heart-wrenching poetic lament. One, the lamentation over the destruction of Ur, gives a vivid sense of the catastrophe from a Sumerian perspective. It describes how the patron god Nana deserted his city, allowing the enemy to enter unchecked. Quote, "Upon the city which the sun god Utu loved, dust has fallen. Upon the temple of the great gods, dust has fallen. The people are scattered abroad, and the city has become a wasteland." This image of Ur, once the seat of a mighty empire, now desolate, wind blowing the dust throughout the ruins, is perhaps one of the most haunting in ancient literature. The Lamentations also mention how the gods of Sumer, one by one, abandoned their cities to the storm of destruction. Enlil unleashed the evil storm, and the people groan. It's an uncanny awareness of the tragedy of lost civilization, as if the Sumerians themselves knew how profound their own collapse was. Though the political power of the Sumerians ended with the collapse of period of Ur III, the legacy didn't vanish overnight. A native dynasty at Isin picked up the kingship after Ur's fall, and Isin's rulers maintained Sumerian traditions and language for a time, even as the demographic balance shifted with more West Semitic Amorites settling in the cities. In the following centuries, the Isin-Larsa period and Old Babylonian period, as 2000 to 1600, Amorite rulers took control of the south. They increasingly spoke the Akkadian language in daily life, yet these successors saw themselves as heirs to Sumerian culture. They preserved Sumerian titles and rituals. The kings of Isin still called themselves kings of Sumer and Akkad. The scribal elite continued to teach and use Sumerian. Centuries of school tablets from Babylonian cities show scribes diligently learning Sumerian grammar and copying Sumerian myths and hymns. Even in the first millennium BCE, Assyrian scholars in Nineveh were still referencing Sumerian texts for wisdom. In essence, Sumer became the classical foundation of Mesopotamian culture. The continuity of Sumerian learning is exemplified by a charming old Babylonian story called School Days, written in Sumerian, which recounts a pupil's woes in the tablet house. The student endures a day of chastisements for poor writing and showing up late. only to have his father invite the teacher home for dinner and gifts. Placated by their hospitality, the teacher returns the next day with gentler treatment. Such a narrative shows a more human side of Sumer's legacy, the educational values and humor of those ancient people, transmitted long after their power had faded. The Sumerians' influence extended to their Semitic successors' religion, lore, and literature. Major Sumerian works, hymns, lamentations, epics, were copied and studied by later Babylonians and Assyrians, becoming the core of the Mesopotamian scholastic tradition. For example, the Babylonian epic of Gilgamesh was built upon earlier Sumerian stories, and Sumerian deities like Inanna, Enlil, and Enki continued to be worshipped, although under Semitic names like Ishtar, Elil, and Ea. The very institution of kingship in Mesopotamia carried a Sumerian imprint. Titles such as Lugal and the ideal of the just, temple-building king, were inherited from Sumer. Well, today, we often call Sumerians the cradle of civilization, and rightly so. It's a story that allows us to look back over 5 millennia and witness the dawn of civilization. In a real sense, the Sumerians wrote the opening chapter of human civilization, inscribing their legacy in clay for all future ages to discover. For us in the modern time, the study of Sumer offers not only a chronicle of kings and battles, but it is a window into the very genesis of urban society and human creativity. Thanks to the tireless decipherment of cuneiform, we can now directly read Sumerian words from thousands of years ago, all the way from King Shulgi's boasting hymn to a humble pupil's school essay, forging an intimate connection with people who laid humanity's first civilizational foundation. And that's pretty special, don't you think? Well, if you don't think so, I don't know how you made it 1 hour and 22 minutes into the video. It is perhaps one of the most astonishing archaeological discoveries of the 20th century, the Terracotta Army of Qin Shi Huang. Discovered completely by chance in 1974, this underground legion of clay warriors has stood in silent formation for over 2,000 years, guarding the tomb of China's first emperor. The Terracotta Army, however, is far more than an art exhibit of ancient sculpture. In fact, if you look at the details, it's quite the window into the historical, political, and cultural world of the 3rd century BCE in China. But it leaves us with a question: why exactly would an emperor mobilize immense resources to bury an entire army of life-size soldiers and horses underground? What exactly does that say about his beliefs, his power, and the world that he shaped? Well, those are questions that we will answer today. We'll go into all the little details, and any little anecdotes we share will be grounded in archaeological findings, whether in the last couple of years or back in the 70s. The wheels are always turning on this site, and things are always changing, so we're going to be using the most up-to-date information. By the end, you'll not only understand the Terracotta Army's features, but also what it symbolizes about ancient China's values, and ultimately Qin Shi Huang's vision for power and immortality. But let me welcome you to the channel first. If you are new here, and you do appreciate this kind of thing, well, I invite you to click that subscribe button and leave a little comment and a like button being clicked for the engagement. You know how it is. And thank you very much for those on the Patreon and those who checked out the merch store. That is the reason why you don't have any ads in this video. So thank you very much. Now let's get nice and comfortable and we can set the scene. And of course, a scene cannot be set without us understanding the main character of the story, at least the head of the army, that is the first emperor, Qin Shi Huang. Now those characters, first of all, we have Qin, which is the dynasty he ruled, Shi, which is first, and Huang, which is kind of like emperor, the larger word being Huangdi, emperor. So effectively his name is just the first emperor of the Qin. Of course, his real name was Yin Zheng. He was the king of the Qin state and became China's first emperor in 221 BCE after unifying the warring states. This was a tumultuous era. You see, for centuries, that being from 475 to 221 of the warring states period, regional kings fought brutal wars. Qin, a western frontier state, eventually emerged victorious and conquered all rival kingdoms through disciplined military might and ruthless governance. In 221 BC, at the age of 38, King Zheng declared himself Shi Huangdi, that is the first emperor, signifying a new era of imperial rule over a unified land. And so his reign was quite revolutionary. Politically, he centralized power under the philosophy of legalism, enforcing strict laws and harsh punishments across his new empire. He dismantled the old feudal order of inherited nobility, replacing it with an administrative system where officials were appointed by merit and loyalty to the emperor. Culturally, he standardized writing, currency, weights and measures, and even the width of cart axles across the empire, unifying disparate regions finally into one nation. And then there were the infrastructure projects, and that includes the first version of the Great Wall to guard against the northern nomads. Of course, the Great Wall of the first version was quite different to the one we are familiar with now, more of a rammed earth structure. Perhaps that's a topic for a full video on the Great Wall. However, all of these accomplishments certainly have a price tag. Qin Shi Huang's rule was authoritarian and often cruel. He was known to have burned books that contradicted the legalist doctrine, and according to some historical accounts, he burned alive 460 Confucian scholars who spoke out against him, an event that became infamous as a symbol of his tyranny. He also imposed heavy taxes and conscripted countless laborers for his grand projects, breeding resentment even as he forged unity. And so it is important to understand Qin Shi Huang's mindset during his rule, especially this obsession with immortality and the afterlife. Despite, or perhaps because of, multiple assassination attempts on his life, at least 3 serious attempts are recorded by historians. The first emperor was determined to cheat death. He sent envoys, such as the alchemist Shi Fu, to search for magical elixirs of life, and he consumed exotic potions containing mercury, ironically, attempting to prolong his youth. In fact, mercury is not well known for its life-sustaining properties when taken internally. It's generally advised against. That being said, you're welcome to get a second opinion. And so his fear of death and desire for eternal rule pushed him to plan not only for life everlasting, but also for domination of the realm beyond mortal existence. After all, what good is the afterlife if you were a king in the life before and now you're just like the rest of them? It's better to go in with your hands full. Well, this psychological background is pretty critical. had sowed the seeds for the massive tomb complex that he started to build for himself. He was not just content to rule China in life, he wanted it in death too. And so, that is the scene promised to be set. Around 246 BC, the 13-year-old boy king, newly ascended to the throne of Qin, orders work to commence on his burial site at the foot of Mount Li. Over the next few decades, as he transforms from king to emperor of all under heaven, that burial project grows into an underground empire, encapsulating his worldly power. The Terracotta Army stands as the most iconic part of this project, but as we shall see, it is just one element of a far larger mausoleum complex meant to secure Qin Shi Huang's legacy, and of course, protect him in the afterlife. From the moment that he took power, preparations for his tomb were beginning. According to the ancient historian Sima Qian, writing in the records of the Grand Historian around 94 BCE, the digging at Mount Li, called Li Shan in Chinese, was initiated when the young king first ascended the throne, and that means by the age of 13 he had effectively started planning for the final resting place. And that's a testament to how early and seriously ancient rulers took their afterlife preparations. However, the mausoleum truly became monumental in scope after 221 BCE, once he had unified China. At that point, the project swelled to imperial scale. Sima Qian tells us that 700,000 men from across the empire were conscripted to labor on the emperor's tomb. This is a pretty astonishing figure, and if we take it at face value, it would represent a workforce larger than the population of any city at the time. Of course, modern historians consider this a little bit exaggerated, likely a way to convey an innumerable multitude, kind of like saying millions and millions. But there is no doubt that the undertaking was enormous, and even if the true workforce was a fraction of the 700,000 quoted, it would have still been the largest labor project of its era. Some scholars have estimated a more practical labor force of perhaps 16,000 workers at the time, of course working for many years, but either way, no matter what the number was, the Qin state poured unparalleled manpower and resources into it. But why Mount Li, near the city of Xi'an and Jiangxi province, as the tomb site? What was so special about that? Well, the ancient sources hinted both symbolic and also practical reasons. Mount Li was strategically located near Qin's capital, Shenyang, and had long been considered an auspicious place for burial. A geographer named Li Daoyuan, writing in the 6th century CE, noted local lore that Mount Li's northern slopes contained rich deposits of gold, and its southern slopes rich deposits of jade, making it a site associated, of course, with wealth and immortality. Qin Shi Huang, covetous of its fine reputation, chose Mount Li to capitalize on these favorable omens. Indeed, modern geology confirms deposits of precious metals in the area, but beyond superstition, there might have been a more political message. By resting at Mount Li, reputedly the residence of a mythical immortality deity, the first emperor signaled his divine right and eternal presence. The mausoleum, according to archaeological surveys, was laid out as a microcosm of the emperor's first realm. Imagine a vast walled necropolis, mirroring the plan of his capital city. There were inner and outer walls, enclosing an area of roughly 56 square kilometers. Truly, a great necropolis, the city of the dead. And at the heart of it, beneath a giant earth mound 76 meters tall, lay the yet unexcavated imperial tomb chamber. This earthen pyramid was designed to look like a natural hill. Ancient accounts say trees and vegetation were planted on it after construction to conceal it. Radiating around this core were pits and caverns containing everything the emperor might require in the afterlife. Not only an army of soldiers, but also administrative officers, stables, gardens, entertainers, treasures, sacrificial victims, all carefully positioned in the complex, everything in its nice, neat little package. The construction timeline of this huge project is still hotly debated. Sima Qian's chronicle, remember that ancient historian from records of the Grand Historian we mentioned earlier, suggests the work continued unceasingly from 246 until after the emperor's death in 210. That's a span of 36 plus years. In fact, one later source claims it took 38, finally ceasing in 208 BCE, which indicates that work might have continued briefly under his successors. There was evidence that the project was unfinished at the time that the Qin dynasty fell in 206 BCE. Notably, one of the 4 main pits for the Terracotta Army was found empty, as if the deployment was never completed. Now, that's a strong indication that work had halted abruptly, most likely due to the empire's collapse. In 209 BCE, just a year after the first emperor's death, a massive peasant rebellion erupted. A general named Zhang Han reportedly pulled away the labor force of 700,000 from the tomb to suppress the uprising. Soon after, the Qin government imploded, and civil war broke out. Rebels marched on the capital city, and by 206 BC the nascent Qin dynasty gave way to the Han dynasty. One legend recorded in the Book of Han and echoed by Sima Qian relates that the rebel leader Shang Yu raided the tomb complex in the chaos. It is said that Shang Yu's troops looted what treasures they could, and that a great fire was accidentally, perhaps, ignited by a shepherd searching the tunnels with a torch. What an idiot. Well, supposedly that set ablaze the palace within the tomb. The fire purportedly burned for days, perhaps destroying wooden structures and treasure inside. However, modern archaeology has found no conclusive evidence that the main tomb itself was sacked or burned on a large scale. Some charred remains and scorched earth may have been detected in the pits of the Terracotta Army, indicating there were indeed fires, but these might have been localized to the wooden roof structures over the army pits, rather than the central tomb chamber. It remains possible the core of the tomb, the underground palace, survived intact, sealed off before the rebels could arrive. The truth may only be known when, or perhaps if, archaeologists one day open the emperor's burial mound. Well, now let's turn to an eyewitness's in words, Sima Qian's description to truly envision what the tomb was meant to be. He provides a pretty stunning record, almost cinematic account of the mausoleum's interior, provides most of our modern imagination and archaeological expectations for the sealed chambers. Writing a century after the emperor's death, Sima Qian left us with the earliest and most detailed account of the emperor's tomb. Although he never saw it himself, he certainly gathered stories, possibly from workers or court records passed down, and the description reads like something out of a legend. But compellingly, it's actually been confirmed by archaeological details in the modern times. So let's examine what he wrote and compare it with modern findings. According to his records of the Grand Historian, once the emperor died and was placed in his coffin, the tomb builders created an elaborate subterranean world. They dug through 3 layers of groundwater, to excavate deep into the earth, an indication of how far down the chambers lay, although some scholars think the phrasing is figurative. The coffin of the emperor was protected by an outer casket of bronze, for which molten copper or bronze was poured in to encase it. Inside the burial chamber, craftsmen constructed grand palaces and towers filled with treasures. Sima says they built palaces and scenic towers for 100 officials, stocked with rare artifacts and wonderful treasures to mimic the imperial court. In effect, the emperor would continue to live in luxury underground as he had above, surrounded by all the comforts of his court. To guard these riches, ingenious traps were installed. The text specifies that craftsmen installed mechanically primed crossbows and arrows set to shoot any intruder who might break into the tomb. It evokes the image of an ancient security system, and a bloody good one, too. Here's a rhetorical question. Could such traps still be functioning after 22 centuries underground? Maybe you're brave enough to find out. Some archaeologists have indeed worried that if the main chamber is opened, preserved crossbows might still fire, though most think corrosion would have disabled them by now. Still, you first. Along with traps, there was the sheer secrecy and sacrifice designed to keep the tomb secrets hidden. After the burial, the inner passage was sealed and the outer gate closed, entombing alive all craftsmen and laborers who knew the design so that none could escape. Now that's a gruesome measure, but it was ordered to protect the tomb's mysteries. It echoes the human sacrifices of earlier times. Sima also notes that Qin Shi Huang's concubines, who had no sons, were compelled to accompany him in death, meaning they were killed and buried in the tomb as well, by decree of the new emperor, that being Qin Shi Huang's son. We will revisit the human sacrifice aspect later with what archaeology has been found, but for now, suffice to say the tomb was meant to be completely sealed and inaccessible, with no living witnesses left to tell the tale. The most famous part of Sima narrative describes an astonishing vision of the cosmos recreated underground. He writes that mercury was used to simulate the 100 rivers of the land, including the great Yangtze and Yellow rivers, and even the ocean set to flow mechanically on the floor of the burial chamber. The ceiling was decorated with constellations of pearl-like jewels, representing the night sky, while the ground was shaped into the features of the land, the mountains and the valleys, with flowing mercury streams coursing throughout. In other words, he was laid to rest in a microcosm of his empire, the entire landscape of known China, heavens above, rivers below, all contained in his private tomb. To light this eternal tableau, candles were made from the fat of a mythical man-fish, often interpreted as a kind of mermaid or perhaps a giant sea creature, designed to burn slowly and not extinguish for a long time. But of course, there is a debate around what kind of creature this man-fish refers to. Proposals range from whales to walruses to giant salamanders, but the idea is pretty clear. The ancient Chinese believed that certain exotic animal oils could fuel everlasting lamps, ensuring the tomb stayed illuminated and the rivers of mercury flowed in perpetual twilight. But it's hard not to be dazzled by a description like that. For a long time, many thought it purely was a legendary or quite exaggerated one. But modern science, rather than disappointing us with being so rational, has actually given intriguing support to parts of Sima account. Surveys of the tomb mound have detected abnormally high concentrations of mercury in the soil above the unopened burial chamber. One measurement was recorded at 1,440 parts per billion of mercury, and that's vastly higher than the natural background level. That strongly suggests that large quantities of mercury were indeed buried there, just as the text claims. Mercury in the form of liquid mercury or cinnabar, mercury sulfide, was known and valued in ancient China, often for its lustrous quality and use in alchemy. And it appears that the first emperor literally ordered tons of the toxic metal to be used in its tomb, likely in troughs or pools to represent the waterways. The presence of mercury has also been a key reason why archaeologists have hesitated to excavate the main chamber. Disturbing that mercury could be dangerous to excavators, and could also cause the quick volatilation and loss of the content of those, quote, rivers. It's a bit of a risk. I suppose it's best we wait until we really have a solid method. But another aspect partially confirmed by archaeology is the human sacrifices. Outside the central tomb mound, archaeologists have uncovered numerous pits with human remains, in total about 188 of them containing human skeletons, found in the broader mausoleum area. Most of the remains are young females, which aligns with the idea that concubines without children were likely killed to accompany the emperor. The bones indicate these individuals, likely teenagers or women in their early 20s, were not buried alive in situ. Instead, it seems they were executed, perhaps poisoned or strangled elsewhere, and their bodies interred in the pits near the tomb. Well, it provides grim validation of Sima Qian's note about the concubines. Additionally, other pits held the skeletons of men, possibly the very craftsmen and laborers who built the tomb. In one area north of the tomb, a sprawling chamber was found containing skeletons of workers still in chains, along with sacrificial horses and the remains of presumably high-ranking individuals, described dramatically as murdered princes. It appears that dozens, if not hundreds, of people were put to death to guard the tomb's secrets. This was a macabre but not unheard of practice for the ancient monarchs. Earlier Chinese rulers and other cultures, kings like Egyptian pharaohs, for example, had also taken servants or wives to the grave. But in Qin Shi Huang's case, he combined the old tradition of human sacrifice with an entirely new innovation: life-sized proxy figures, the Terracotta Army, supplementing and perhaps replacing real humans as guardians. And so before we discuss the Terracotta Army in detail, consider one more thing about Sima Qian's account: its purpose. Some scholars caution that Sima Qian may have dramatized aspects of the tomb to make it a moral or political point. By the Han Dynasty, as when he was writing, Qin Shi Huang's tyranny was often contrasted with the benevolence of Han rule. Sima Qian's vivid descriptions could be intended to impress upon readers the extravagance and hubris of the first emperor, perhaps a subtle critique. One archaeologist, Duan Qingbo, even suggested that Sima Qian's account might be partly fictional, possibly aimed at inspiring the Han Emperor Wu to build a similarly grand tomb for himself. However, given the archaeological evidence, mercury, all the human remains thrown into the pits, etc., it's pretty clear that Sima Qian's sources were grounded in some reality, even if they were embellished a little bit for dramatic effect. And so with that in mind, let us shift our attention to the most famous component of the mausoleum and explore the discovery, features, and what the Terracotta Army reveals about Qin society. It was spring of 1974, in a rural village a mile east of Mount Lee, local farmers were digging a well when they struck something unexpected. Young Jafar, one of the farmers, noticed hardened reddish earthenware fragments at about 2 meters depth. At first, the significance was not clear. Bits of pottery and some bronze arrowheads emerged. The farmers collected a few bronze points, selling them for a bit of a small profit, and even kept some terracotta bricks to use as pillows. But little did they know, they had stumbled on the fringe of one of the greatest archaeological treasures on Earth. News of the finds reached local authorities, and a cultural relics official named Zhao Kangmin came to investigate. When he recognized a broken clay torso and a head with distinct facial features, he realized that these were no ordinary pottery shards. They were pieces of ancient statues. And so the government quickly dispatched a team of archaeologists from Shanxi province, and by May 1974, systematic excavations began. What they uncovered stunned the world. An entire subterranean army of life-size terracotta soldiers arrayed in battle formation. Over the next few years, 3 large pits and 1 smaller empty pit were identified, now labeled from 1 to 4. The scale was unprecedented. Pit number 1, the largest, is roughly the size of multiple football fields, about 230 meters long and 62 meters wide, and it contains the bulk of the army, estimated to be over 6,000 infantry and chariot warriors. Row upon row of clay soldiers stand in corridors separated by earthen partitions, exactly as real soldiers would stand in military formation. The front rows in Pit 1 consist of archers and infantry, while the war chariots, originally wooden, now decayed with only the bronze parts remaining, were positioned behind. Each chariot drawn by a team of 4 terracotta horses. Deeper into the pit are ranked columns of armored foot soldiers, likely the main battle force. Wooden beams and mats once roofed this pit, which was then buried to conceal the army. Evidence of a collapsed, burnt roof was found on top of the figures. Pit 2 is located nearby and contains a more mixed force. It has archers, famously the kneeling crossbowmen ready to fire, cavalry with horses, and more chariots possibly representing a flank or specialized unit supporting the main army. An estimated 1,300 warriors and horses are in Pit 2, along with 80 or so chariots. This pit gives us some of the most iconic individual figures, like the kneeling archer and the cavalryman with his saddled horse. They've been exhibited internationally too. Moving on to Pit 3, it's a bit smaller. It appears to represent a command post or headquarters for the army. It held only about 68 figures, including high-ranking officers and a chariot, and it has an altar-like setup. Many archaeologists believe Pit 3 was the army's leadership bunker, as the figures there are likely generals and officials. And finally, Pit 4 was found empty, whether left unfinished or deliberately left vacant as a symbolic space is uncertain. But the consensus leads towards the interpretation that construction halted due to the aforementioned rebellions. Now in all, by current estimates, about 7,000 to 8,000 terracotta soldiers, about 100 life-size ceramic horses, and some 130 wooden chariots now disintegrated leaving bronze fittings, were made to accompany the emperor. Excavations are ongoing. Even today in 2025, new figures and even additional pits continue to be discovered in the area, and scientists believe thousands more warriors remain buried beyond the sections that we've already unearthed. Now, what makes the Terracotta Army so fascinating not just their number, but the incredible realism and detail. Each soldier is roughly life-sized or slightly larger, averaging about 180 centimeters, about 5'11" tall, with some officers being taller and more robust in stature. They are rendered in painstaking detail. Every warrior has unique facial features, expressions, and hair or beard styles. No two faces are exactly alike. Some have youthful, smooth cheeks, others sport bushy mustaches. Hair is worn in various knots or caps indicating rank. This uniqueness gave rise to the popular notion that perhaps each statue was modeled after a real individual soldier. While full individuality might be an artistic illusion, archaeologists have identified at least 10 basic face molds that were used as templates, with artisans then hand-carving additional details onto each face to differentiate them. The bodies, torsos, limbs were crafted separately in an assembly line fashion, and then later on assembled. Inscriptions found on some pieces indicate a highly organized workshop system. For example, one inscription reads, 17th year, about 230 BC, made by the government workshops by master craftsman Yu and worker Diao. Now this tells us that specialized government-run workshops, likely located near the site, produced the terracotta figures and kept quality control records by inscribing the year and names of the foremen and artisans. Now, if you didn't catch it, that 17th year date is quite intriguing. It suggests the production of these figures was already underway around 230 BC, which is before Qin had finished unifying China, but while he was actively campaigning to do so. It implies the mausoleum army was being made in tandem with his real military campaigns, a convergence of preparing for both earthly and heavenly battles. Originally, the terracotta warriors were not drab, brownish gray as they appear now. They were actually painted in a vivid variety of colors. Traces of pigments have been found on many figures: reds, greens, blues, purples, and more. Some warriors wore bright lacquered armor with colored details. Others had painted faces to accentuate their eyes and eyebrows. One particularly rare pigment discovered on these figures is Chinese purple, a synthetic purple pigment of barium copper silicate, showing that the advanced materials were available at the time. Unfortunately, when the figures were excavated and exposed to air, the remaining paint curled and flaked off rapidly in many cases, whether it was within minutes or hours. Well, the rapid deterioration of the pigments was a sobering lesson for archaeologists. It demonstrated how fragile the preserved state of these artifacts can be once disturbed, and this is a key reason why excavators and Chinese authorities have slowed down and sometimes completely halted further digging, opting to preserve artifacts in situ until better conservation techniques can be developed. Oh, and as an aside, this is also one of the main arguments against unsealing that central tomb chamber anytime soon. If we can't protect the paint on a terracotta statue from fading, it's not likely we're ready to preserve the 2,200-year-old silk, wood, and mural paintings that could exist inside the tomb. Well, besides soldiers, the pits contained a complete military arsenal. Many of the warriors originally held real, functional bronze weapons. Remarkably, several of the bronze swords recovered from the pits were still sharp and untarnished when excavated. Tests showed some blades had a thin, chrome-rich oxide layer, leading to early speculation that Qin metallurgists had invented a form of chromium anti-rust treatment. Later research indicated that chromium might have come from natural contamination or lacquer, but either way the quality of the weapons was superb. The arrowheads were found in bundles, suggesting they were originally stored in quivers. Chariots in the pits had fittings of bronze, and even remnants of leather and wood. 2 exquisite half-size bronze chariots with horses were also unearthed in a pit west of the main tomb mound discovered in the 80s. These chariots, each drawn by 4 bronze horses, are incredibly detailed, complete with an umbrella-like canopy, reins, and an armed driver, and were likely placed to serve the emperor's soul on tours of his realm in the afterlife. The artisans even modeled moving parts, doors that open, windows that slide. They demonstrate the high craftsmanship achieved under the Qin. It is also worth noting that the Terracotta Army is positioned to the east of the tomb mound, facing outward, as if to guard the emperor from the direction of his conquered states. That is, all the warring states lay generally to the east of Qin. This symbolism is that these troops are vigilant, protecting their lord from any dangers that might approach his resting place. In essence, they are the protective spirit army for the afterlife, just as real armies protected him in life. Interestingly, by using clay figures to represent his soldiers, Qin Shi Huang may have also been making a practical choice. He had sacrificed even a fraction of 8,000 real soldiers to bury with him. The stability of his new empire could have been jeopardized if he had done that. So instead, the Terracotta Army stands in for the living, a grand form of Ming Qi, or spirit objects, which in Chinese funerary tradition are items buried to provide for or symbolize needs in the afterlife. In earlier periods, much smaller figurines were used, or in most tragic cases, actual humans sacrificed. Qin Shi Huang's tomb marks the apex of using life-size surrogates to an almost humane effect. Well, if we can call creating an army of clay humane compared to killing retainers, I suppose we can. Either way, it ensured he had an army without decimating his own. Beyond the warriors and military gear, excavations across Mount Li complex have revealed Qin Shi Huang truly tried to replicate his world in miniature. Inside the inner walls of the mausoleum, not far from the emperor's mound, archaeologists found pits with terracotta courtiers and officials, civil servants, who would administer the emperor's affairs in the next world. There are also pits with figures of acrobats, strong men, musicians, entertainers, presumably performing for the emperor eternally. One such pit contained life-size terracotta acrobats and weightlifters. Another pit held small bronze sculptures of water birds, set in a sort of garden scene, complete with a water channel accompanied by pottery musicians. This seems to represent the imperial pleasure park, where the emperor could stroll and enjoy nature. Nearby were real stables. The skeletons of actual horses have been found buried in stalls with terracotta grooms kneeling beside them, indicating the emperor would have both live horses sacrificed for him and clay servants to tend them. A particularly fascinating find was a pit containing sets of stone armor and helmets. These armor pieces are made of small limestone plaques tied together with bronze wires. They're too heavy and brittle for actual combat use, so they were likely made specifically for burial, perhaps to outfit the spirit of the emperor or guards in ceremonial armor, or simply as lavish grave goods symbolizing military might. They could also be an alternative to burying real armor, which was precious and could be reused by the living. All these discoveries show that the Terracotta Army is just one part of a much larger mausoleum universe. The first emperor went to his grave, escorted not only by soldiers but an entire revenue of state, government officials, entertainers, artisans, a whole microcosm of the empire. Think of it as the emperor's world, just reconstructed in clay, bronze, and stone. And all that leads us to examine the cultural and religious beliefs behind such a tomb, which brings us to our next section. The creation of the army and the entire mausoleum complex must be understood in reference to ancient Chinese beliefs about death and the afterlife. The Chinese of Qin Shi Huang's time believed in afterlife, where the spirits of the deceased would continue to exist in that realm, in many ways mirroring the living world. This belief is reflected in the concept of burial goods, as we've mentioned, Mingqi, which were intended to provide for the deceased in the afterlife. If a king needed servants, food, weapons, and entertainment in life, of course it's only logical he'd need them in death. Hence, objects and sometimes people, unfortunately, would be buried with him to fulfill those needs. But this idea was not unique to China. Of course, we see it in Mesopotamia, Egypt, etc. But the scale and execution by Qin Shi Huang were, well, simply unprecedented. But who knows? Egypt, Mesopotamia, even parts of Greece, who knows what we're going to find? Perhaps there's another unprecedented discovery just around the corner. Well, conjecture aside, in early Chinese history, human sacrifice at royal burials was practiced. For example, during the Shang dynasty, that is 1600 to 1046, there is evidence of slaves or war captives being killed to accompany elites in death. By the Zhou dynasty, 1046 to 256, this practice was becoming less common, often replaced by figurines. The state of Qin itself, before unification, had tombs of its rulers with large bits of clay figurines or wooden statuettes, indicating a shift towards symbolic substitutes rather than killing real people. Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum can be seen as a grand culmination of this trend. Instead of sacrificing 8,000 real soldiers, he had 8,000 ceramic ones made up. Instead of burying all his courtiers alive, he provided ceramic bureaucrats. Probably as useful as the real bureaucrats, to be honest. Yet, as we noted, he did still sacrifice some individuals. The poor concubines, artisans, animals. It wasn't an entirely bloodless affair. It's as if the most critical, irreplaceable elements, his senior wives and the makers of the tomb who knew its secrets, were sacrificed, but the rank-and-file soldiers were spared in favor of clay replicas. A pragmatic and somewhat progressive compromise for the time. I suppose you could say it's progressive. But why did he feel so compelled to create such an elaborate burial anyway? Why do it in the first place? Seems like a lot of trouble to go to, don't you think? Well, it's at that point that we confront the emperor's personal obsession with immortality. Qin Shi Huang famously sought elixirs of life that's recorded in Sima Qian's history. He dispatched those magicians like Xu Fu to find the Isles of Immortals in the Eastern Sea, hoping to obtain a potion that would make him live forever. Spoiler alert, he never found it. But paradoxically, while striving to avoid death, he simultaneously prepared for his own death on a colossal scale. Perhaps he was just hedging his bets. If the elixirs failed, and he did die, then at least he would have fortified a domain in the afterlife where he could continue to reign. The psychology here is pretty fascinating, I think. But one might ask rhetorically, did the first emperor truly believe his clay army would come to life in the spirit realm and serve him? given the sincerity of the ancient beliefs. I think it's pretty likely that he did. The army was positioned and equipped as if ready for real battle, a spiritual battle or defense. In the worldview of Qin and his advisors, the spirit world was not so different from the earthly one. It had a bureaucracy, armies, possibly threats, and it certainly had a hierarchy. Qin Shi Huang was ensuring that he remained the supreme ruler in the next world, just as he had been in this one. But there's another cultural aspect. That's the concept of ancestral legacy and memory. By building such a magnificent tomb, he was also cementing his memory for future generations. After all, we're still talking about him now, aren't we? So it must have worked. There was an element, though, of monumentality, like the pyramids of Egypt or the mausoleums of other great leaders. The first emperor's tomb was meant to inspire awe, and it certainly did/does. Even if no living person was meant to see the terracotta soldiers, perhaps the very act of building them was a statement to the gods and to posterity about the emperor's greatness. In later eras, the tomb became the stuff of legend, and surely for centuries people in the region knew that some great king was buried at Mount Li. One could say Qin Shi Huang achieved a form of immortality through this legacy. His name endures partly because of this astonishing mausoleum. But let's consider also how the Terracotta Army reflects the values of Qin society on a more grassroots level. Qin was a highly militarized state. Its rise to power was through conquest and strict military discipline. The fact that the largest component of the burial is an army speaks how crucial the military was to Qin Shi Huang's identity and empire. It was through armies that he unified China, and so an army would safeguard his unified empire in the next life. At least that was the logical outcome. This meticulous detail in rank and unit formation among the terracotta troops shows the emphasis on organization and hierarchy, characteristics of the Qin military system. Bronze weapons found with them underscore that the Qin army was well armed and technologically advanced, their swords and spearheads being far superior to many contemporaries. And even in death, the emperor arms his soldiers with real weapons, as if expecting real combat in spirit. That's how seriously he took the notion of potential threats. Religiously, Qin Shi Huang's actions can also be tied to the concept of heaven's mandate and cosmic order. By mirroring his empire within his tomb, and by simulating the cosmos, stars above, rivers below, he was effectively creating a cosmic palace, where he, as the first emperor, was the center of order. It's almost an act of cosmic unity, bringing heaven and earth together in his burial. Traditional Chinese belief held that a harmonious burial and remembrance of an emperor could influence the prosperity of the realm and bring favor of heaven. Ironically, though, Qin Shi Huang's own dynasty did not last much longer after him, as we shall discuss. Well beyond the religious and cultural motivations, the Terracotta Army can be viewed through a political lens as a statement of absolute power. Qin Shi Huang was not a humble ruler. He claimed to be the beginning of a new age, hence the name First Emperor, rather than just sticking with the old title of king. Constructing a tomb of such an unprecedented scale was a way of projecting his might and, of course, divine right to rule. And it's pretty telling that Qin, the name of his state, is the root of the modern name China. This is no coincidence. It reflects how Qin Shi Huang and his dynasty set the template for what a unified Chinese empire would be. By marshalling hundreds and thousands of workers to build his mausoleum, he demonstrated that his authority extended not only the living populations of China, but even over the afterlife. The political aspect of the Terracotta Army is also appearing in how it may have been intended for its propaganda or deterrence. Consider this. The tomb was meant to be hidden, yes, but its construction was certainly known to the people of Qin. As the project spanned decades, news would spread, despite attempts at secrecy, that the emperor was building something massive at Mount Li. The very idea that he would have an immortal army guarding him could deter would-be grave robbers or rebels with notions of defiling the tomb. After all, people are pretty superstitious. There's a message, too, written on the tomb. Here lies the emperor, who even in death commands an army of thousands. This is a psychological continuity. Just as Qin Shi Huang's armies had terrified and subdued the warring states, his clay army symbolically guarded his reign post-mortem. Even death would not make him vulnerable. But there is an irony and a lesson in the story. Qin Shi Huang poured resources and people into his tomb, sometimes literally poured them into the tomb, and other huge projects like the Great Wall and giant canal system. These contributed to widespread suffering, heavy taxation, forced labor, strict law enforcement. After his death, resentment boiled over and the empire fell into rebellion. The Qin dynasty collapsed in just a few years, one of the shortest dynasties in Chinese history. But fair play, it certainly had quite an impact. Some later historians, including Sima Qian, imply that the tyranny and overambition of the first emperor sowed the seeds of revolt. The Terracotta Army, then, stands as a bit of a paradox, is both a monument to unparalleled power and a symbol of the excess that can topple a regime. And so you might ask yourself, was the Grand Mausoleum really worth the price? Did the emperor's determination to control his legacy actually undermine it by fueling hatred among the people? These are questions that provoke quite a bit of reflection on the balance between a ruler's reach and grasp. But from another angle, the Terracotta Army has immense political significance for modern China as well. Since its discovery, it's been well and truly leveraged as a national treasure, a source of pride, linking contemporary China with its ancient roots. The site was named a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1987. The warriors have traveled the world in museum exhibitions, acting as kind of de facto ambassadors of China's rich cultural heritage. That first emperor, once vilified as a cruel tyrant in some historical narratives, is often celebrated today for his role in creating a unified Chinese state, and also giving China its name. The Terracotta Army has contributed to a rehabilitation of Qin Shi Huang's image. Through these artifacts, people see the grandeur and vision of the man, not just the bloodshed. Well, let's keep things a little bit exciting. We'll highlight a few lesser-known facts about the Terracotta Army that you might find a little bit intriguing. First of all, an army with rank and diversity. We've already mentioned that they're not uniform clones. They represent a structured military. Careful studies show clear distinctions in rank and unit type. Generals have double-layered armor with headgear and ribbons, and are positioned strategically. For example, a high-ranking officer figure was found in Pit 3, likely commanding the forces. As for the lower-ranking foot soldiers, they wear simpler tunics and armored vests. There are also cavalrymen, each with one hand, extended as if holding reins, and the other originally holding a weapon, standing beside their horses. And further to this, there are even mid-stride officers and kneeling crossbowmen, as well as unarmored infantry. A complete order of battle in clay form. And here's a fun little detail, that kneeling archer figure, one of which was found almost perfectly preserved with paint, has become something of a good luck symbol in Xi'an when first discovered. That is the city closest to the site. It was intact and richly colored, which local press touted as a sign of good fortune. Today, replicas of kneeling archers are popular souvenirs. If you do go to Xi'an, you really do have to get one. Well, also with that, we have the assembly line style of production, mass-produced in workshops with modular methods. Heads, arms, legs, torsos, made in molds and then customized. In fact, archaeologists found parts from different figures could sometimes fit on each other, indicating standard sizes. Also, many statues have inscriptions or stamps in hidden areas, like inside arms or on armor pieces, naming the workshop or foreman responsible. Of course, this allows for quality control. Any defective work could be traced back to its maker. The scale of this project implies an early form of an assembly line, with specialization. Some craftsmen focused on heads, others on hands, attaching pieces in fine detail. It's quite a marvel of industrial organization for its time, showing the advanced state apparatus Qin Shi Huang commanded. There is also an anecdote indirectly related to the tomb, as the story of how Qin Shi Huang's death was kept secret by his Prime Minister Li Si and the chief eunuch Zhao Gao. The emperor died unexpectedly in 210 while on a tour in the provinces, quite ironically seeking the magical herbs for immortality. Fearing turmoil, Li Si transported the corpse back to the capital, without telling anybody what had happened. According to Sima Qian, to mask the smell of the decomposing body in the carriage, carts of salted fish were placed directly in front and behind of the emperor's wagon. The ruse worked for long enough, in time to return them to Shenyang and install the emperor's son on the throne. This macabre little incident shows the lengths taken to ensure Qin Shi Huang's burial and tomb completion could proceed smoothly, without interference or usurpation on the road. And then we have the curse of the tomb. There's long been superstitions around disturbing Qin Shi Huang's resting place. Local folklore for centuries whispered that the tomb was cursed or guarded by some spirits. Some villagers believed that a dragon resided in the mound, or that one could see ghostly soldiers at night. While these are just legends, the real curse proved to be chemical and physical, as mentioned, that sudden flaking of the paint due to dryness and oxygen, and potential mercury poisoning risks. In a sense, the emperor's engineers did create a tomb so well sealed and climate controlled, waterproof with a drainage system, mercury perhaps as a fungicide, that opening it without damage is going to be extremely challenging. We might not even do it in our lifetime. I hope we do, but, well, it doesn't seem likely. The fear of loss, destroying what we seek to observe, it's but a modern scientific caution on excavation plans. And as of now, the Chinese authorities have a policy of no immediate excavation on the central tomb until technology can guarantee its preservation. Thus, the emperor's wish to remain undisturbed is being respected, at least for the time being. There is a recent study, too, that has traced the likely source of all that mercury in the tomb, Ancient texts didn't specify where it came from, but modern researchers found evidence pointing to cinnabar mines in Xinjiang, Shanxi, which were active in the Qin period. It's quite possible that the emperor's own quest for mercury-laden elixirs of life, he in fact ingested mercury pills for longevity, dovetailed with accumulating mercury for his tomb's rivers. Tragically, those elixirs may have caused his death. Chronic mercury poisoning could explain some of the erratic behavior in his later years and sudden demise. Thus the very element intended to grant him eternal life and adorn his eternal resting place was probably the thing that killed him. And there's certainly a poignant irony in all that. The pursuit of immortality, leading to an earlier death. But I know you want more. What about that unopened tomb? Well, to date, the burial chamber beneath that 76-high-meter mound has not been opened. But we do know a little bit about it. Ground-penetrating radar and core samples have given us a rough idea of its structure. A large rectangular chamber, around 80 by 50 meters, so fairly big, enclosed by sturdy walls, perhaps multiple levels. But we don't know exactly what's inside, though the imagination certainly runs wild. Based on Sima record and bits of evidence like mercury in the presence of surrounding figurines, scholars strongly suspect the tomb chamber could be one of the most spectacular archaeological finds in history if it was opened. We might see the sarcophagus of the emperor, possibly of a precious metal, maybe the rumored model of the empire with rivers and mercury and star-studded ceilings, perhaps carts of treasure, rare gems and books, and, well, one certainly hopes records or texts might be buried that could shed light on the Qin state, which infamously burned many of their books. Imagine if the emperor's edicts on unification, or maps of his empire, treatises of his alchemists were buried with him. It could certainly fill significant gaps in our historical knowledge. And pretty much as soon as that tomb gets opened, well, basically this video is probably going to become null and void. I'm going to have to just completely make a new one. Well, I suppose it's a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. Inside that tomb there may also be remains of those who were sacrificed in the chamber, as Sima Qian described, though likely removed if they were executed outside. The possibility of well-preserved textiles, artworks, or even the emperor's own well-preserved body, if extraordinary measures were taken, is pretty slim, but cannot be entirely ruled out. But caution tempers the excitement. We already know that we just can't open it yet. Well, we all know what happened to the other tombs. We don't want that to happen to the grand prize. For the tomb with its unique challenges, the consensus is just a wait. The rhetorical question arises, should we really open the tomb if we could? Some argue that time is also the enemy, that unknown natural processes or illicit tunneling could damage the tomb if it is left alone. Others believe that future technology, perhaps advanced robotics or methods to inertly scan the interiors in full detail, will allow a non-invasive peek or a controlled excavation that preserves everything. In any case, the tomb remains sealed as it has been for over 2,200 years. Perhaps that's just what Qin Shi Huang would have wanted, at least until the fate appointed by time. A crossfire of legend and history. A wedding feast on Mount Pelion is crashed by the goddess of discord. A golden apple thrown out into the crowd, and 3 goddesses quarrel over which one is the fairest. a simple vanity, but it kindles a chain of events leading to one of the most famous wars in literature. It is the saga of Troy, a grand city besieged for 10 years by an alliance of Greek kings, straddling that boundary between myth and reality. In fact, for millennia, the Trojan War was only known through poetry and drama. The wrath of Achilles immortalized by the poet Homer, and the fall of Troy lamented by Virgil, the fates of its heroes woven into Greek tragedy. But that was until the late 19th century, where a spade-wielding adventurer, inspired by the tales of Homer in the trenches of northwest Turkey, claimed to uncover the very ruins of Troy itself. And all of a sudden, a legend of Greek myth stepped off the page and into the realm of real history. And that is our topic: history and myth. It invites us to navigate between the two worlds. On one side, we have the ancient mythological sources of Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, Virgil's Aeneid, and the lost epic cycle, the Greek plays by Euripides and others. And these works sure give us rich narratives of gods, heroes, and epic battles. But on the other side, we have the very human element, the modern historical and archaeological findings, clay tablets from Hittite archives that mention a city called Wilusa, that is strikingly similar to Ilios, Troy's Greek name, but also the burnt remnants of a Bronze Age city at Hisarlik in Turkey, and artifacts unearthed by Heinrich Schliemann and subsequent archaeologists. The challenge, and possibly the thrill, is to see where these two sides converge. How much of Homer's tale is poetic fiction? And could it be rooted in a real events around 1200 BC? Did a Trojan War actually occur? And if so, did it resemble the saga that has captivated audiences for over 3,000 years? Well, there's no doubt that Troy is right there to be seen, but we're going to journey through the full mythic cycle of the Trojan War, from the judgment of Paris to the fiery fall of Troy itself. And along the way, of course, we'll have to cross-reference all of that with the historical evidence. Now, the introduction of any story should seize attention, of course, and Troy's story certainly provides the material. So picture the final night of the war, Troy's skyline engulfed in flames, the great wooden horse standing amid the chaos, and King Priam cut down at his own altar. Now that's a scene of dramatic closure, if there ever was one. But our introduction is in fact a beginning, an invitation to peel back those layers, much like an archaeological dig would, and explore how a mythic war can be read on two different levels. On one level, a timeless human story of pride, war, love, and fate. And on another, a historical puzzle, scholars sifting through the charred debris and Hittite inscriptions, always debating if the war was fact or fiction, what really happened in Troy. And so as we proceed, with the Iliad in one hand and a trowel in another to speak, we'll let Homer and his fellow storytellers speak, and then we'll consult the mute testimony of ruins and archaeology. I hope we can tackle these scholarly debates and controversies head on. The question's pretty simple. Did the Trojan War really happen? Can we trust Homer as a quasi-historical account? Where exactly was Troy? And could the legendary war be a patchwork of many conflicts rather than one great siege? These are all the questions that have fired up academic debates for decades, and we're going to get to them all shortly. And with that roadmap set, let's step back into the Bronze Age, where gods meddle in mortal affairs, and a single moment of divine discord sets the stage for war. But let me welcome you to the channel first. Just quickly, I know, it is all in good manners. Anyone who's new to the channel, if you've not hit that subscribe button again, well, not again, if you hit it again you'll unsubscribe. Just hit it one time, and that will suffice. That way, you'll get more content like this. And leave your comments for the algorithm. Thank you for everyone for supporting on the Patreon and YouTube memberships, the merch store. That's why this entire video is ad-free. Generous contributions from generous people, surely in the favor of the gods. All right then. Well, let's get serious, shall we? Relax, settle in. It's going to be a long one. So let's start with the Apple of Discord and the Judgment of Paris. The legend of Troy's fall begins not on the battlefield, but at a wedding, a divine banquet. All the gods were invited to the wedding of Peleus, a Greek hero, and the sea nymph Thetis. All of them, except Ares, the goddess of strife. In all fairness, though, you probably wouldn't want the goddess of strife at your wedding. That's just inviting trouble. Well, you would imagine, too, that a goddess of strife would be quite insulted by this. So, Ares arrived anyway, and tossed a golden apple among the guests, inscribed with the words, "To the fairest." 3 powerful goddesses claimed the prize, Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, and they put Zeus in a rather difficult situation to judge who truly deserved it. Well, poor old Zeus perhaps wisely abstained and passed the decision to a mortal, Paris, a prince of Troy who was at the time living as a shepherd on Mount Ida. Each goddess offered Paris a tempting bribe. Hera promised power and kingship. Athena offered wisdom and victory in battle. And Aphrodite, in her true fashion, whispered of love. She would give him the most beautiful woman in the world as his wife. Of course, Paris, being a strapping young lad, chose Aphrodite, awarding her the apple. And in return, Aphrodite ensured that Paris would have Helen, the famed beauty who happened to be the queen of Sparta, as his consort. Thus, the judgment of Paris awarded the prize to Aphrodite, but it earned him the eternal enmity of the 2 other goddesses, and set the stage for a human conflict, because there was a problem. Sure, Helen was the most beautiful in the world, but she was already married, and her elopement, or in some people's eyes abduction, would be the premise for a massive war. Ancient writers like Homer do not directly narrate the judgment of Paris. The Iliad actually begins in the war's 10th year, but this story was well known in Greek oral tradition, and later written in the summaries of the lost Kypria epic and in Apollodorus's library. The Judgment of Paris is a mythological, etiological tale, a story explaining the cause of a great event that neatly assigns divine blame for the Trojan War. Interestingly, even within myth, there were alternate tellings. For example, one version is in Euripides' play Helen, and it suggests that Helen never went to Troy at all. The gods sent a phantom double to Troy, while the real Helen stayed safe and sound in Egypt. A plot also reported by Herodotus as a rationalized account. Now, speaking of Herodotus, that 5th century BC historian, he relates that Egyptian priests told him Paris did go to Troy. but bought only a phantom Helen, and the real Helen was back with them during the war. The Trojans repeatedly swore to the Greek invaders that they did not have Helen, but the Greeks just refused to believe them and destroyed Troy in vain. Well, such variations show that even the ancients questioned elements of the standard tale. And according to the most popular account, Paris, bolstered by Aphrodite's favor, traveled to Sparta on a diplomatic mission, and there won the heart of Helen, or spirited her away, perhaps. Helen's husband, King Menelaus of Sparta, was so outraged by this betrayal of hospitality. In fairness, going to someone's house and stealing their wife is not being a very good house guest, I suppose. Well, he invoked an oath that had been sworn by all of Helen's former suitors. The legendary Oath of Tyndareus bound those Greek princes to defend the chosen husband's rights. Basically, to come to the aid of Menelaus if Helen was ever stolen. Thus, Menelaus turned to his brother Agamemnon, the High King of Mycenae, and together they rallied the kings and heroes of Greece to form a great expedition. Target: Troy. Among these were the famed warriors like Odysseus, the king of Ithaca, known for his cunning, Achilles, a peerless warrior of Phthia, son of Peleus and Thetis, Diomedes of Argos, Ajax of Salamis, Nestor of Pylos, and many more. A real who's who roster of heroic legend. It's kind of like that movie, The Expendables, with Jason Statham and Sylvester Stallone in it, that kind of thing. Just in ancient Greek terms, I suppose. But before they could set sail, however, the fleet gathered at Aulis and was becalmed by Artemis's wrath, according to one popular mythic episode. The seer Calchas revealed that Agamemnon had offended the goddess, and only the sacrifice of Agamemnon's own daughter, Iphigenia, would appease Artemis. Well, in a grim prelude to the war, Agamemnon carried out this sacrifice, though some versions say Artemis saved the girl at the last moment. This story, powerfully dramatized in Euripides' Iphigenia at Aulis, underscores the idea that the Trojan War was shadowed by divine machination and tragedies from its very inception. Finally setting sail, the Greek armada of 1,000 ships, the traditional number immortalized by the phrase, the face that launched 1,000 ships, referring to Helen, crossed the Aegean to Asia Minor. According to Homer's Iliad, catalogue of ships, over 1,000 vessels from various Greek kingdoms took part. Of course, the theme continues with modern historians seeing this as poetic exaggeration, but perhaps rooted in the geography of Mycenaean Greece. The Greeks, who called themselves Achaeans in Homer's poems, landed on the coast of Troy's kingdom, the Troad. One early clash at the beach saw Achilles defeat Cycnus, an invulnerable son of Poseidon. The Trojans, led by Prince Hector, Paris's brother and Troy's greatest fighter, retreated behind their mighty city walls. And thus began the siege of Troy, which famously lasted 10 years in mythic time. It is worth noting that extended sieges were not typical in the Bronze Age warfare as we understand it historically. Maintaining thousands of troops far from home for a decade, it certainly strains credulity. Some scholars suspect the 10 years is a formulaic number, 10 being a symbol of completeness, or that the war may compress multiple raids over years. In the Hittite records, there isn't a direct account of the 10-year war, but intriguingly, there are hints of repeated conflicts in the region. The city we identify with Troy, called Wilusa in Hittite texts, appears to have faced political and military troubles more than once. For instance, a Hittite letter alludes to a rebellion or usurpation in Wilusa, and another recalls a matter concerning Wilusa that caused strife between the Hittites and, very likely, the Achaeans, known in the Hittite text as Ahyawa. These could be echoes of conflicts that later filtered into Greek epic as one grand war. But to the Greek bards, it was one war with a clear cause and an epic scope. Of course, the richest source for the war's events is the Iliad, an epic poem of 24 books that zooms in on a brief period in the final year of the siege. But the Iliad does not recount the entire war, rather just the wrath of Achilles and its consequences. And speaking of Achilles, he was the mightiest of the Greek warriors at the time. He feels dishonored by Agamemnon and withdraws from battle, which of course leads to disaster for the Greeks. During his absence, the Trojans, led by Hector, gain the upper hand and even threaten the Greek ships. Achilles' close friend, or perhaps cousin Patroclus, goes forth wearing Achilles' armor to rally the Achaeans, only to be slain by Hector. Of course, Achilles does not take this very well. Enraged and grief-stricken, he reconciles with Agamemnon and returns to combat, setting his eyes directly on Hector, killing him in single combat right outside the gates of Troy. But it wasn't over yet. He then brutally drags Hector's body behind the chariot, an image of heroic rage that has resonated for ages. The Iliad ends not with Troy's fall, but with Hector's funeral, as Achilles relents and returns the corpse to King Priam of Troy in a moment of shared humility. Through Homer's verses, we glean much about how the Greeks imagined Troy. Its epithet, windy Ilion with lofty walls, its wealth and strong gates, the people's valor, and, of course, the eventual doom. One poignant passage comes from the Iliad, Book 24, where Hector's widow, Andromache, foresees the fate awaiting their infant son and the city itself. Holding her child, Astyanax, she laments over Hector's corpse. Quote, "You have died young, and left me a widow in our halls, and our son is still a helpless babe. I fear he will never come to manhood, for our city will be destroyed and lost that day before. Soon all of Troy shall be ravaged and burned, and our son will be hurled from the walls by the Achaeans, or carried off in bitter slavery." A harrowing foreshadowing. Indeed, later tradition says the Greeks killed Hector's infant son by throwing him off the city walls. It shows Homer's awareness of Troy's ultimate fate, even if he stops the story short of showing it. The sense of impending doom looms on the background of the Iliad, and that's what gives it quite a lot of its tragic power. Homer also presents Helen in a sympathetic light in the Iliad. In Troy, Helen feels sorrow and guilt for the war fought over her. She's not a mere prize, but a very complex and, upset woman with a lot of regrets. She even calls herself a hateful creature and mourns for Hector after his death, calling him her friend and protector in a foreign land. And there's nuances like this that remind us that mythic characters are multifaceted, not just archetypes. There's not much of this good guy, bad guy thing going on. It's much more complex than that. Now, as for Achilles, he is nearly invincible, but also tragically short-lived and emotionally volatile. Hector is a noble defender, but fated to lose. Odysseus is brave, but he's sly. These characterizations are literary creations, of course, but they've led some to wonder if names like Agamemnon, Achilles, or Odysseus might hide memories of real individuals, or simply represent story archetypes. Archaeology has found no inscriptions bearing the names of these heroes, and Hittite records mention no King Priam and no Achilles. One intriguing detail, though, a Hittite treaty is with one Alexandru of Wilusa. Alexandru is linguistically akin to Alexandros, which is Paris's name in the Greek tradition. So that leaves us with the question, could the Trojan prince Paris, or Alexander, have a kernel in the historical Wilusan king? Maybe it's a little bit speculative, but you must admit, it's hard to ignore. So after Hector's death, the Iliad leaves many questions unanswered. How exactly does Achilles meet his end? How does Troy finally fall? Well, for those events, we rely on later sources in the mythic tradition. According to Aethiopis, a lost epic in the cycle, and later poetry, Achilles went on to slay the Ethiopian king Memnon and the Amazon queen Penthesilea, who would come to Troy's aid. But soon after, Achilles himself was killed. Paris, aided by Apollo's arrow, struck Achilles in his one vulnerable spot. I'm sure you can guess where that vulnerable spot is. No, it's not there, it's in his heel. That's why it's the Achilles heel, you know. Well, anyway, that's what felled the great hero. And the loss of Achilles could have doomed the Greeks. But Odysseus and other strategists concocted a interesting trick, that being the Trojan horse. They'd have to use their brain, but the brawn had failed. So the story of the Trojan horse is not told in the Iliad, but it is briefly recounted in Homer's Odyssey and given full dramatic treatment in Virgil's Aeneid and other Greek sources. Basically, they built an enormous wooden horse and left it outside the gates, pretended to sail away, abandoning the siege. The Trojans, joyed to see the enemy gone, debated what to do with the curious horse. A Trojan priest, Glaucon, memorably warned his compatriots, "Men of Troy, do not trust the horse. Whatever it is, I fear the Greeks, even when they bring gifts." Well, to prove his point, Glaucon hurled a spear into the horse's side, and the hollow interior rang with an ominous sound. And indeed, we all know the story. The horse was a cunning ruse. It was filled to the brim with Greek warriors hiding inside. Despite the warning, Trojan opinion, and perhaps fate itself, swayed towards bringing the horse in. The Trojans thought it was a sacred offering to Athena and a trophy of war, and so they dragged the great wooden horse into the city and closed the gates. That night, as Troy slept, the Greek ships stealthily returned. The soldiers hidden in the horse's belly emerged under the cover of darkness, opened the gates, and let the Greek army pour into Troy. By dawn, Troy had fallen. The war that began with the prince's love and a god's quarrel ended in utter devastation. The Trojans who survived scattered to the winds. Aeneas toward Italy in myth, and perhaps to other lands. The Greeks paid a price too, though. The gods punished their excesses during the sack, such as Ajax the Lesser dragging up Trojan princess Cassandra from Athena's sanctuary. So many Greeks faced shipwrecks, wandering on the voyage home. The Odyssey itself is the story of Odysseus's arduous 10-year journey home after Troy's fall. In effect, the Trojan War saga doesn't conclude neatly with a victory, it just fans out into numerous subsequent legends. From a mythological standpoint, the war was seen by later Greeks as the end of the heroic age, a kind of watershed after which the demigods and heroes faded. It was even used to mark time. For example, the historian Eratosthenes calculated the fall of Troy at around 1184 BC, a chronicle anchor in Greek tradition. That date is intriguingly close to modern archaeology's estimate for a violent destruction of Troy around 1180. So whether it's coincidence or a case of myth preserving the memory of real events, it is a tantalizing convergence that we will explore further. So before turning to the historical and archaeological evidence for Troy, one more note on the mythic tradition. It is remarkably complex and layered. There is no single canonical account in antiquity. Homer's epics only cover parts of the story. The epic cycle, poems like Little Iliad, Helioporesis for the Sack, filled in the others. Tragedians reworked episodes, etc. Euripides' Trojan women about the captive women, or Helen with its alternate plot. And later Roman writers like Virgil and Ovid added their own interpretations. The broad outline: judgment of Paris, abduction of Helen, 10-year siege, Trojan horse, fall of Troy, became fixed in the popular imagination. But it's all those little details that vary so greatly. The pluralism of sources means our mythic Trojan War is a tapestry woven from many threads of centuries. The myths served as entertainment, moral lessons, and even quasi-historical reference for the Greeks, who did generally believe a war happened at Ilios. Notably, by the classical period, educated Greeks like Thucydides treated the Trojan War as a real event, albeit one embellished by poets and authors tried to rationalize the fantastic elements of it. And so we have now retold the Trojan War cycle. Not bad, it only took about half an hour, but, you come here for the detail, right? Well, at least we told it as the ancients knew it. As a grand narrative of human passion and divine intervention. But now we're going to get to what lies beneath it in terms of historical reality. So, the focus shifts from poetry to pottery. Well, my attempt at a joke of archaeology. We're modeling this material evidence. We'll stand on the hills of Hisarlik and examine the ruins that might be Troy. And we will dig into the clay tablets of Hittite diplomats to see if they whisper of a Trojan conflict. In doing so, we'll seek that historical kernel within the myth, a kernel that scholars still debate quite fiercely. Long before any archaeologist shoved a spade into the ground at Hisarlik, the first hints that Troy might be more than myth came not from the Greek sources, but from the Hittite ones. Now, I assume you know a little bit about the Hittite Empire, centered in Anatolia, that's in Turkey in the late Bronze Age. They left behind plenty of cuneiform archives that were deciphered in the 20th century, and among these records, scholars were quite startled to find names that sounded a little familiar. Wilusa and Taruisa, mentioned in the Hittite documents, it bears a striking resemblance to Wilios, the archaic Greek name for Ilios or Troy, and of course Troia. And so as early as 1924, the linguist Emil Forer proposed that Wilusa was indeed Troy, and that the Hittite term Ahiawa referred to the Achaeans, that being the Mycenaean Greeks. This identification, initially controversial, has gained broad, if not unanimous, acceptance in modern scholarship. Wilusa Taruisa is likely the Hittite way of referring to the land of Troy and its vicinity. But what exactly do the texts tell us about Wilusa. They depict a region frequently entangled in the Hittites' western affairs. Around 1400 BC, a league of western Anatolian states called Asua, possibly the origin of the name Asia, by the way, rebelled against the Hittites. Wilusa is listed as one of the members of this Asua confederation, and interestingly, Hittite annals mention that the Asua rebellion might have had support from outsiders. In one case, a Mycenaean-style sword inscribed as spoils was found, hinting that Achaean warriors could have been meddling in Anatolian conflicts even then. Later, in the 13th century BC, the time that we may place the Trojan War historically, Wilusa was a vassal, allied to the Hittite Empire. We have an actual treaty, too, known as the Alexandru Treaty, between the Hittite king Muwatalli II and a king of Wilusa named Alexandru. Alexandru, as we have noted, is phonetically akin to Alexandros, Paris's name. While it might be a coincidence, sure, it is fascinating to imagine a historical Trojan leader with that name making diplomatic accords. The treaty even invokes the gods as witnesses, including a deity called Apollonios, likely a Hittite rendering of Apollo. In Greek myth, Apollo was a patron of Troy. Remember, he aided Paris's arrow in slaying Achilles, hitting him in that weak spot. Or could this reflect a memory of Troy's people, indeed worshipped an Apollo-like figure? The pieces of the puzzle are certainly suggestive. They kind of seem to fall into place on their own, but we can't say 100%. But what we do have is other Hittite letters that not quite perfect the picture, but certainly supplement it. The Manapa Tarhunta letter, 1295-1280 BC, is a fragmentary one, but it appears to mention troubles in Wilusa, possibly that the ruler of that kingdom was deposed. A local warlord named Piamaradu, known for his stirring rebellions in the region, and perhaps with Ahiawan backing, is suspected to have seized Wilusa's throne at one point. Another document, Tayagawala letter, the mid-13th century, likely from the Hittite king Hattusili III to the Ahiawan king, refers to past hostilities and specifically a Wilusa incident, indicating that at some prior time the Hittites and the Ahiawa had a serious quarrel about Wilusa. In this letter, the Hittite king reminds his Ahiawan counterpart that, quote, "We have now made peace regarding Wilusa. You yourself know what happened regarding Wilusa in the past." Pretty tantalizing lines, and they seem to imply that a conflict was resolved, though details are lost due to breaks in the tablet. Did the Ahiawan forces attack Wilusa at some point and prompt a Hittite intervention or negotiation? Maybe. It seems plausible. One interpretation is that a Mycenaean Greek force may have at least once campaigned in the Troad, essentially a historical Trojan War scenario. However, hold your horses. Caution is warranted. The Hittite records do not explicitly describe a great war solely over a Helen-like figure. And you'd think a 10-year siege would be something that they would write down, but they just don't. They just outline political struggles in which Wilusa was sometimes in jeopardy. But nowhere do they state the Ahiawa launched a massive coalition to destroy Wilusa. Indeed, by the end of the 13th century, one letter, the Milawata letter, shows the Hittites reinstalling a deposed Wilusan king, and suggests the Ahiawa were no longer a major factor in the region. So, while Hittite texts seem to have established a city very much like Troy, did certainly exist and did have conflicts. They offer at best a broad backdrop for the Trojan War legend and not one-to-one confirmation. As the Hittitologist Trevor Bryce aptly warns, the evidence is scant and can be molded to fit various conclusions. The less material one has, the more easily it can be manipulated to fit whatever conclusion one wishes. Well, we certainly have a historical framework. A wealthy city in northwest Anatolia, involved in regional power plays and possibly at odds with the Mycenaean Greeks on occasion. This could form the kernel that later grew into the epic war story in Greek memory, especially after centuries of oral retellings. So, for centuries, the Europeans regarded the Trojan War as a pure myth, especially under the influence of Enlightenment skepticism. Just another story from Greek mythology. A bit of fun. By the early 19th century, many scholars doubted that Troy ever existed outside of Homer's imagination. The location of Troy was lost. There were guesses. Some thought it might have been a site called Bunarbashi near the Scamander River. Others pointed to Hisarlik, a large mound on the plain of Scamander, near the Dardanelles. In 1822, Charles McLaren argued that Hisarlik was likely the site, and an expatriate American archaeologist, Frank Calvert, became convinced and began modest excavations there in the 1860s. But it was Heinrich Schliemann, however, who truly put Troy on the map. Schliemann was a German businessman turned treasure hunter, with an almost fanatical passion for Homer. In 1868 he visited Hisarlik, met Calvert, who owned part of the mound, and agreed to collaborate. Armed with determination and massive piles of money, Schliemann arrived with Homer in one hand and a spade in the other, determined to make his name in archaeology. Schliemann's excavation at Hisarlik began in 1870 and continued in campaigns through the early 1870s. His approach by today's standards was, frankly, crude, if we're going to use the most polite terms for it, driven by the belief that the Troy of Homer must lie in the deepest levels of the mound. He assumed the city had to be extremely ancient. He hired dozens of local laborers and dug a vast trench straight through the center of the hill, 45 feet deep and 40 feet wide. And in doing so, he tore through layer after layer of remains, effectively gouging at the heart of the very ruins he sought. Walls, houses, artifacts from later periods, which ironically included the likely Homeric-era city, were tossed aside and destroyed as overburden. Schliemann was convinced that the earliest burned city layer he encountered, which we now call Troy II, from around 2500 BC, was the Troy of Priam. In 1873, he dramatically announced that he had found Priam's treasure, a cache of gold diadems, jewelry, and weapons, which he, in the style at the time, spiritedly smuggled out of the country in violation of Ottoman law. Schliemann even staged a now famous photograph for his Greek wife, Sophia, wearing the gold jewels of Helen from his hoard. The treasure, however, belonged to a city more than 1,000 years older than the Trojan War period. Modern archaeology dates Priam's Troy to around 1200 BCE, and that corresponds to layers 6 and 7, not Troy II. Schliemann's error was understandable, given the nascent state of archaeology at the time. Stratigraphy was poorly understood, but the damage was done. As one classical scholar wryly remarked, Schliemann did what the Greeks could not. He razed the walls of Troy. Nice legacy you've got there, Heinrich. Very nice. Well, indeed, his great trench, still visible today, cut through the fortifications of Troy too and higher levels. It is often called Schliemann's Trench, and I suppose, if anything, it stands as a cautionary monument over overzealous excavation. But despite his destructive methods, and sometimes exaggerated storytelling, in fact he was later caught embellishing accounts, such as falsely claiming his wife was present when he found Priam's treasure, Schliemann's achievement was monumental. In any case, he proved to the world that there was an ancient city at the spot traditionally identified as Troy. Under the ruins of a later Greek-Roman city, Ilium of classical times, he uncovered multiple Bronze Age layers of a rich settlement with mighty walls. In essence, he brought Troy from myth into archaeological reality, igniting public fascination and, of course, further scholarly investigation. After Schliemann, few could maintain that Troy was purely fictional. The conversation had shifted to which layer was the Troy of Homer's time, not whether Troy existed at all. Schliemann himself began to realize that the Troy he sought might not be the early one with the treasure. In his later seasons, especially after 1878, when he brought in a young architect named Wilhelm Dorpfeld for assistance, Schliemann paid more attention to the higher layers. Dorpfeld, who had a keen eye and a more scientific approach, eventually took over the excavations after Schliemann died in 1890, dramatically collapsing on the street in Naples after an ear infection. Imagine dying from an ear infection. Well, in the 1893 to 94 digs, Dorpfeld distinguished and carefully documented the successive layers of Troy. He numbered them 1 being the oldest and 9 being the latest, establishing a basic stratigraphy that is still used with refinements today. Dorpfeld concluded that Troy 6, a phase dated roughly 1700 to 1250, was a splendid city, large and wealthy, and perhaps the prime candidate for Homer's Troy. It had strong stone fortification walls about 5 meters thick, with impressive towers and gates. He observed that if not for an earthquake, the destruction could be attributed to war, as it matched aspects of Homer's description of Troy's grandeur. Dorpfeld surmised that Schliemann had tragically dug through the Homeric level to get to the older Troy, and for a time Troy 6, sometimes specifically subphase Troy 6H, the latest sublayer, was hailed as likely Homeric Troy. But it wasn't over yet. Enter Carl Blegen, an American archaeologist from the University of Cincinnati, who excavated at Troy in the 1930s. Blegen built upon Dorpfeld's work, but came to a different conclusion regarding Troy 6. He found clear evidence that Troy 6's destruction around 1250 was caused by a massive earthquake. Walls leaned and had fissures, not the typical signals of siege warfare. However, Blegen's team discovered an abundance of compelling evidence in the subsequent layer, Troy 7A, indicating that it was the one destroyed by war. In the ruins of Troy 7A, they found arrowheads of bronze buried in the walls, skeletons of victims left unburied in the streets, signs of fire and looting, and all the other hallmarks of a sack. Now, they also found many storage rooms packed with large pithoi or storage jars, and that suggested to Blegen a population preparing for a siege, stockpiling provisions inside the citadel. Well, the evidence pointed to a lengthy siege, followed by a violent sack. Exactly the scenario of the Trojan War. Thus, he proposed that Troy 7a was likely the historical Troy of the Achaean War. He even dated the destruction to around 1250 in his reports, though later analysis nudged the date closer to 1180, aligning with the traditional 1184 date. It is possible that Blegen used the earlier dating to match one interpretation of the Trojan War date, but current consensus puts Troy 7a's fall at about 1180, which indeed roughly corresponds to archaeological evidence. Well, what about Troy 7b, 8, and 9? Well, after the war layer 7a, Troy 7b shows evidence of new people, or at least new cultural influences, Balkan-style pottery and architecture, possibly indicating migrants moving into the vacuum after Troy's destruction. Troy 7b1 and 7b2 might have been smaller rebuilds that lasted into the early Iron Age, but by around 950 BC the site was abandoned until the Greeks established a settlement in the Archaic period. Troy 9 is the Hellenistic city, also called Ilium, that was a minor city in Roman times, visited by Alexander the Great, and later favored by the Roman emperors, who fancied themselves as descendants of Aeneas. So, for our purposes, the key candidates are Troy 6 and 7a. Well, in the late 20th century, Troy received renewed archaeological attention. Starting in 1988, excavations led by Manfred Kaufmann of the University of Tübingen, in collaboration with the American archaeologist Brian Rose, brought modern technology and methods to Hyssolik. Kaufmann's team made a significant discovery, evidence of a large lower city, outside of the city walls, protected by a defensive ditch or moat. This indicated that late Bronze Age Troy was not just a hill fort, but a substantial city, covering perhaps 20+ hectares, when including the lower town, of course, which had its own perimeter defenses. Geophysical surveys and digs uncovered the remains of workshops, cobbled streets, and even a small cemetery. Well, all this bolstered the idea that Troy 6 and 7a was a major trade hub controlling access to the Dardanelles Strait, thus of strategic importance to the Mycenaeans, who would have wanted influence over trade routes between the Aegean and Black Sea. Kaufmann was a proponent of Troy's importance, suggesting the city was a commercial center and possibly the target of Mycenaean expansionism, akin to later Greek colonial forays. But not all agreed. There was a noted scholarly debate between Kaufmann and another scholar, Frank Kolb, in the early 2000s. Kolb argued that Troy 6 and 7 was not a particularly significant trade center warranting full-scale Greek invasion, but more of a small regional stronghold. He countered with new evidence of the lower city's scale. Perhaps the truth lies in between. Troy was regionally important, sitting at a crossroads of cultures, that being the Anatolian and Aegean, and likely prospering from trade. Archaeologists found, for example, remains of bronze casting, imported Mycenaean ceramics, and local wares. But it might not have been as rich as Homer's city of gold. But it certainly was not a backwater either. Now, here's something fascinating. There's plenty of archaeological finds that resonate with the Homeric details. Well, let's take, for instance, the Skyen Gate, the western gate of Troy's citadel. It's been excavated, and it matches the grand scale one imagines for the gate where the old King Priam stood to watch Hector and Achilles duel. Nearby, a steep ramp leads up. Schliemann uncovered this ramp early on, thinking it was Priam's palace road. Also, around the Troy 7 walls, there were traces of warfare in the later phases. Arrowheads lodged in stones and sling rocks In Troy's 7A's destruction layer, as noted, they found unburied human skeletons, people who died violently and weren't given proper burial. One of Blegan's startling discoveries was a pile of burnt debris and human remains that he calls the burnt house, or place of burning, outside the walls with cremation burials, possibly a temporary funeral site during the siege or evidence of post-destruction funerary rites. So, of course, one has to be careful not to romanticize the data. For example, Schliemann's so-called Priam's treasure, which included the spectacular gold diadem, is now dated to about 2400 BC, and that's far too early for Priam's time. It's got nothing to do with the Trojan War, other than the romantic name Schliemann gave it. Similarly, we have no archaeological evidence of a giant wooden horse. That was purely a stratagem in storytelling. Though intriguingly, a large wooden structure on wheels could be a siege engine. There's no indication that the Greeks had siege towers in 1200 BC, but later ages might have retrojected the idea. What is more plausible? The horse was a later poetic invention, perhaps inspired by the earthquake metaphor, or simply a dramatic folk tale motif of trickery. Archaeologically, Troy shows at least two destructions in the late Bronze Age, one around 1250, probably an earthquake, and one around 1180, fire and war. It's conceivable that memories of both could merge. If Mycenaeans were involved in some clash around 1250, taking advantage of the chaos in the wake of the natural disaster, then a later war around 1180 certainly finished the job. Greek storytellers centuries later might conflate these into one great war. Some have even speculated about a series of Trojan wars, perhaps minor hostilities in the 14th century, echoed in the Hittite letters about Wilusa. A bigger conflict in the mid-13th and the final sack at the late 13th, early 12th. Over 500 years of oral tradition, you can certainly imagine how these could blend in with each other. By Homer's era, 8th century BC, the tales were distilled into an epic cycle, the one that we're all familiar with. But what is truly remarkable is how later Greek tradition placed the Trojan War just at the cusp of the so-called late Bronze Age collapse, 1200 BC. Indeed, Troy's destruction around 1180 BC was part of a broader pattern. Within a few decades, most of the great Bronze Age palaces and cities in the eastern Mediterranean fell. The Egyptians got off relatively unscathed, but the Mycenaeans, the Hittites, Ugarit, etc., they all suffered quite a bit of destruction. The causes of that systematic collapse are complex, and I've spoken about them in another video. But the Trojan War legend in Greek memory might have been one localized piece of that great puzzle. Remembered because the Greeks made epic poetry out of it. And so, by combining the mythic narrative and the archaeological record, we can see many points of intersection. Troy was real, and it did fall in war. The timing aligns broadly with the myth. All those names, Wilusa, Helios, Alexandru, Alexander, provoke a raised eyebrow, sure. However, we also recognize differences. The war was likely smaller scale than Homer's pan-Hellenic expedition of heroes, and the cause was surely not the abduction of a single, really good-looking woman. More likely, economic or political motives underlay any Mycenaean aggression. If they attacked, perhaps it was for control of trade routes, or in retaliation for something more mundane than love. But human storytelling prefers the dramatic and personal cause, and that's why Helen's face becomes the symbol of war. It's just more entertaining. The archaeological work at Troy continues to refine our understanding, and will do for some time. But in any case, they've validated the existence of a city corresponding to Troy, and confirmed that it underwent the violent destruction, as described in the tale, just not exactly how it was described in the more fictional narrative. So, as we wrap up our time together today, we've treated the history and myth as kind of a dialogue between two different worlds. On the one hand, the myth gave us a dramatic narrative, a beauty contest among the goddesses, the queen's elopement, and all the rest, all the way up to the wooden horse that delivered a city to its doom. And on the other hand, history and archaeology gave us Bronze Age cities' ashes, Hittite diplomatic texts, and a ruined citadel on a hill. Silent testaments that needed interpretation. And think about it this way. Whether or not Homer's story is true, if there was no story from Homer, would people actually care about Troy? Would have Heinrich Schliemann gone to all the trouble and all the expense to go and try and find it? Maybe it would just be some pile of rocks underground that no one really cares about. That's not to say that ruins are not fascinating. It's just that in that ancient past rooted in the myth, something spurs us on to prove it right rather than prove it wrong. It's that small opportunity that the story might be real that's so tantalizing. Now that's whether you're basing your desires in myth or historical reality. Still, whatever you find, it's pretty hard to be disappointed. The Hittites, an ancient Anatolian people, emerged as a powerful empire in the late Bronze Age, around the 17th to the 12th centuries BC. Centered at their ancient capital, Hattusa, their empire at its peak covered parts of modern Turkey, Syria, and Lebanon. Known for their advanced skills in metallurgy and military innovation, they were among the first to use iron, and developed a chariot corps that significantly enhanced their warfare capabilities. They are also notable for their complex legal and administrative systems, and the extensive use of cuneiform script, which they adapted from the Mesopotamians to create an official archive of clay tablets. And diplomatically, they were engaged in both conflict and cooperation with neighboring states, including, of course, Egypt, with whom they signed one of the earliest known peace treaties in history, following the Battle of Kadesh around 1274 BC, a treaty that still hangs in the United Nations offices today. It was a treaty with Pharaoh Ramesses II of Egypt, which ended years of hostilities and began a period of mutual cooperation, which included marital alliances. Of course, the Hittite Empire had to go into the pages of history like everyone else, and thus their decline in the 12th century is attributed to internal strife, compounded by invasions, and was part of the larger pattern of collapse observed in several Bronze Age civilizations. But despite their fall, the Hittites left a lasting mark on the region's history, captivating historians to this very day. After all, that is why you're here, isn't it? Welcome to the channel, friend. If you are new here, it's good to finally welcome you. It's great that you've found me. And for those returning, it's great to have you back. Off we go on another adventure. If you'd like to support the channel, you're already doing it by just enjoying the content. The like and subscribe is also 2 clicks away, and those who want to go above and beyond may refer to the video description. You'll find a few links that may be relevant to you. And why not say hello in the comments? Tell me where you're watching from. I'm recording this from Melbourne, Australia, and I'd like to know where you are. But without further ado, let's begin. The origins of the Hittites trace back between 4400 and 4100 BC, when the Anatolian language family diverged from the Proto-Indo-European language family. Subsequent genetic and archaeological findings suggest that Proto-Anatolian speakers may have migrated to Anatolia between as early as 5000 and 3000 BC, and thus we may conclude that the evolution of the Proto-Hittite language around 2100 BC led to the emergence of the Hittite language proper, which was prevalent in central Anatolia from the 20th to the 12th centuries BC. The earliest records tie the Hittites to the kingdom of Kusara before 1750. During the Bronze Age, the Hittites, along with the native Hartians and the Hurrians, either conquered or gradually assimilated into one another's cultures. Scholars have examined their links to the Balkan Ezero culture and the Caucasian Maykop culture as part of these migration patterns. Around 4200 to 4000 BC, steppe herders, speakers of early Indo-European dialects, seem to have moved into the lower Danube Valley, possibly triggering or exploiting the collapse of old Europe. And it's suggested that these languages, precursors to those found in Anatolia, might have led their speakers to migrate to Anatolia around 3000 BC. Anatolians likely migrated to the Near East from the north, either via the Balkans or the Caucasus, during the 3rd millennium BC. This movement aligns with the modern views of Ascobarbola, connecting the arrival of Indo-European speakers in Anatolia with migrations from the Yamnaya culture into the Danube Valley around 2800 BC. It supports the widely held belief that the Anatolian branch of the Indo-European languages was introduced to Anatolia during the time of the 3rd millennium. Further research indicates that Hittite language incorporated many agricultural terms from neighboring Eastern cultures, which also suggests a migration route through the Caucasus. Now, the primary indigenous groups in central Anatolia during this period were the Hurrians and the Hartians, who spoke non-Indo-European languages. The affiliation of the Hartic language is a subject of debate, with some suggesting it might be related to the Northwest Caucasian languages, while the Hurrian language was part of the small Hurro-Urartian family. The region also hosted Assyrian colonies during the Old Assyrian Empire, 2025 to 1750 BC, from whom the Hittites adopted their cuneiform script, which we are fortunate enough to still be able to have and hold today. Well, following the collapse of the Old Assyrian Empire in the mid-18th century BC, the Hittites took their time to establish their presence in the region. Initially, Hittite groups were localized around various cities. Eventually, it was only natural that strong rulers came about, and they centralized their power in Hattusa, which is modern-day Bogaskale in Turkey. Consolidating these groups and conquering large parts of central Anatolia to form what was recognizable at this point in the mid-18th century as the Hittite kingdom. The Hittite state emerged during the Middle Bronze Age, which is around 1900 to 1650 BC in north-central Anatolia, particularly around the Kızılırmak River. This region saw the amalgamation of several small polities into what would become a significant Bronze Age empire, a key player that stood up just like the others did, until it eventually fell down, just like the others did. Well, the formation and early history of the Hittite kingdom are documented through several ancient sources, including 4 cushion-shaped tablets, likely originating from Kusara, Nesha, or another Anatolian site rather than Hattusa itself. These tablets, possibly first inscribed in the 18th century BC, were written in the Old Hittite language, using the Old Script. Later copies of these documents, mostly in Akkadian, date from the 14th and 13th centuries BC. These early texts outline a rivalry between 2 branches of the royal family, a northern branch initially based in Zalpoa, later moving to Hattusa, and a southern branch in Kusara and the former Assyrian colony of Ganesh. The northern branch retained Hattian names, indicative of the region's indigenous language isolate, while the southern branch adopted Indo-European Hittite and Luwian names. Significant early conflicts included Zalpoa's attack on Ganesh under King Una in 1833 BC, during a time when Ganesh served as a vibrant merchant colony of the old Assyrian Empire. Thankfully, we know all about these events from the tablets that have been left. Turns out when you write on clay, it tends to last a long, long time. Well, several local kings ruled Ganesh during this era, including Hurmili before 1790 BC, Pahanu briefly in 1790, Inar around 1790 to 75, and Warshama circa 1775 to 1750. Now on to a critical text that we have, which is known as the Anita text. It begins by describing Pitana, the king of Kusara, and his conquest of neighboring Nesha, also known as Ganesh, around 1750 BC. Anita, Pitana's son, continued these conquests by taking over several northern cities, including Hattusa, of which he famously cursed, likely as propaganda against the northern branch of the royal family. Anita's reign lasted from roughly 1745 to 1720 BC. Following Anita, Zuzu reigned from around 1720 to 1710, until Ganesh was ultimately destroyed between the years of 1710 and 1705, which will also devastated the Assyrian trading system there. A noble family from Kusara survived the destruction of Ganesh and continued to contest the Zalpoan or Hattusan rulers, although it is unclear if they were direct descendants of Anita. The Zalpa lineage persisted, with Huzziya I, a descendant from Zalpa, eventually taking complete control of Hatti. His son-in-law, Labarna I from Hurma, usurped the throne, but ensured his lineage by adopting Huzziya's grandson, Hattushili, as his son and heir, setting the stage for the emergence of the powerful Hittite kingdom centered in Hattusa. We are rather fortunate to have an ancient record from a work titled The Edict of Telepinu, dated to the 16th century BC, which vividly portrays the vigorous and expansive nature of Hattusili's reign. And the translation that we have goes like this. Hattusili was king, and his sons, brothers-in-laws, family members, and troops were all united. Wherever he went on campaign, he controlled the enemy land with force. He destroyed the lands, one after the other. He took away their power and made them borders of the sea. When he came back from campaign, however, each of his sons went somewhere to a country, and in his hand the great cities prospered. But when the later prince's servants became corrupt, they began to devour their properties, conspired constantly against their masters, and began to shed their blood. Well, that's quite a review, don't you think? It's a passage that doesn't only underscore the unity and military success of Hattusili's regime, but it also shows the subsequent internal strife and corruption among his descendants, a tale as old as time, it seems. The apple falls far from the tree. Well, this period of prosperity was marred by the prince's servants' corruption, which led to this significant internal conflict, as pointed out in the Edict of Telepinu we just read. But the details of how these issues were resolved remain a little unclear. Unfortunately, more sources about the resolution to these conflicts are, at the moment, nowhere to be found. But that's the great thing about cuneiform. You never know where the next clay tablets are going to show up. I imagine there's so many more of them, just waiting underground somewhere, waiting to be discovered. One day. Well, as for Hattusili, at the end of his life, he named his grandson Mursili I as his successor, ensuring the continuation of his lineage and the dynastic rule of the Hittite Empire. Mursili, following in the footsteps of Hattusili, expanded the Hittite Empire significantly. Around 1595 BC, or around 1587, depending on whether you're following middle or low middle chronology, he launched a major campaign along the Euphrates River. This campaign was notable for its audacity, bypassing Assyria to sack Mari and even Babylon. That's right, that great old city. The raid resulted in the overthrow of the Amorite rulers of the old Babylonian Empire, marking a high point in Hittite military prowess. But rather than annexing Babylonia into his empire, Mursili handed control over to the Kassites, setting the stage for their 4-century-long rule. Mursili's return to Hatti was urgent, prompted by his concern over potential revolts at home, which reflected the precarious nature of his reign. The long military campaign had also drained Hatti's resources and destabilized the capital to a point of near anarchy. Upon his return, Mursili was not very well welcomed. In fact, they immediately killed him, assassinated, before he could even take a look to see who was doing the revolting. It was either during his journey back, or pretty much as soon as he walked into the city. In fact, As with betrayal in all these great stories is a running theme, his assassin was his own brother-in-law, Huntili I, who then took the opportunity to jump into his shoes and ascended the throne, which is more than a bit cheeky if you ask me. Once again, a prevailing theme. Well, Huntili himself survived multiple assassination attempts as he was not too popular, but his family was less fortunate. His wife, Harapsili, and her son were murdered. It was a period that marked the beginning of a violent sequence of murders within the royal family, culminating in further assassinations involving other royal family members, including Siddhanta I and his son Amunna. Of course, one can imagine that all of this internal turmoil had weakened the Hittite state significantly. It's hard to do anything when you're constantly looking over your shoulder. And the Hurrians noticed. Their opportunity may have just come along. And thus, they capitalized on the Hittite instability to expand their territory, seizing Aleppo and the coastal region of Adenia, which they renamed Kizzuatna, later known as Cilicia. Throughout the latter part of the 16th century BC, the Hittites were largely confined to their core territories due to the ongoing dynastic disputes and conflicts with the Hurrians. And thus they then entered a phase characterized by weak kings and scant historical records, making it rather difficult to reconstruct the events of this period accurately. A very long way from the days of Hattusili and those great victories. Well, the political landscape was inherently unstable due to the nature of Hittite kingship, which, unlike the kingship of Egypt, which was divine, treated kings as merely primus inter pares, or as we know in English, first among equals. Succession was not strictly hereditary, leading to frequent power struggles, quite similar actually to the later Wars of the Roses in England. Many parallels. Well, this pattern of expansion under strong rulers, followed by contraction under weak ones, reported throughout the 500-year history of the Hittite kingdom. The political situation did begin to stabilize somewhat under King Telepinu around 1500 BC. Telepinu managed to secure some military victories by allying with one Hurrian state, Kizzuatna, against the other Hurrian state, Mitanni. Well, he also took significant steps to stabilize the royal succession and mitigate the internal strife that had plagued his predecessors. Telepinu was the last ruler of the old Hittite kingdom, with his reign ending around 1500 BC. His tenure marked the transition to the Middle Kingdom, a period characterized by a significant decline in power and a paucity of historical records. The 15th century BC in particular remains largely mysterious due to scant surviving evidence. The decline during the Middle Kingdom was exacerbated by constant attacks from the Kaskians, a non-Indo-European group settled along the Black Sea shores. In response to these pressures, the Hittite capital was relocated twice, first to Sapinua, and subsequently to Samuha. Although an archive exists in Sapinua, its contents have not been fully translated or understood. Once again, just throwing more mystery to the era. This period eventually gave way to the Hittite Empire phase, beginning with the reign of Tudalia around 1430 BC. Come on, you didn't think they were going to stay down forever. Well, the early Hittite rulers, including those of preceding periods, are credited with pioneering the practice of forming treaties and alliances, positioning the Hittites as early innovators in international politics and diplomacy. During this time, the Hittite religious pantheon also expanded significantly, incorporating numerous deities and ritual practices from the Hurrian culture, reflecting a broader trend of cultural assimilation and adaptation. With the reign of Tudalia I, who may not have been the first to bear that name, the Hittite kingdom emerged from obscurity and entered what is now known as the Hittite Empire period. This was an era marked by significant transformations, notably the strengthening of the monarchy. During this time, the Hittites primarily settled in the older regions of southern Anatolia, rather than expanding into Aegean lands. It was a period that also saw the consolidation of power as kingship finally became hereditary, and the king was revered with a kind of superhuman aura, and often addressed as "my son" by the Hittite citizens, and that's S-U-N, not S-O-N, by the way. The monarchs of this era not only ruled as sovereigns, but also acted as high priests, annually touring the Hittite holy cities to lead festivals and oversee the maintenance of sanctuaries. These tours once again showed the religious role of the king, intertwining governance and religious duties, which helped fortify the king's status within the empire. So, back to Tudalia. During his tenure around 1400 BC, he reinvigorated old alliances, particularly with Kisuatna. He successfully conquered the Hurrian states of Aleppo and Mitanni, and made significant gains to the west, at the expense of Arzawa, a Luwian state. After the reign of Tudalia, the Hittite kingdom entered another period of weakness, during which its enemies advanced all the way to the capital Hattusa, and rather unfortunately destroyed it. Yet, under the leadership of Suppiluliuma around 1350 BC, the kingdom not only recovered, but expanded, and significantly. Suppiluliuma reconquered Aleppo and imposed vassalage on Mitanni, which had already been weakened by the Assyrians. He also achieved victories over Carchemish, an Amorite city-state. Suppiluliuma cleverly installed his sons as rulers over this new territory, solidifying his control. During his reign, Babylonia was also under the allied Kassites, positioning Suppiluliuma as a dominant power alongside Assyria and Egypt. This influence was so significant that Egypt, seeking an alliance, proposed a marriage between one of Suppiluliuma's sons and the widow of Tutankhamun. But tragically, the son was murdered en route to Egypt, and the alliance was never realized. Well, around the same time, the Middle Assyrian Empire began to rise in power, with the ascension of Ashur-uballit I in 1365. He quickly attacked and defeated Matiwazir of Mitanni, despite Superlulioma's attempts to support the Mitanni king to counterbalance Assyria's growing influence. The Assyrians expanded their territory, seizing lands from the Mitanni and the Hurrians, and eventually encroaching on Hittite territories in eastern Asia Minor. Adad-nirari I, succeeding Ashur-uballit, further annexed territories including Carchemish and northeast Syria from the Hittites. During the reign of Superluliuma, the Hittite Empire was also struck by a devastating epidemic, reportedly of tularemia, which afflicted the kingdom for decades, and even claimed the lives of Superluliuma himself and his successor, Arnuanda II. This disease significantly weakened the Hittites, affecting their military and political stability. Well, following Superluliuma, that eldest son, Arnuanda, had a brief reign until his death, after which another son, Mursili II, took the throne around 1330 BC. Inheriting a strong eastern front, Mursili II could focus on the western threats. So he addressed the challenges from Arzawa by deploying an early instance of biological warfare, sending infected rams to their lands. Mursili II also dealt with threats from Milawanda, also known as Miletus, which was influenced by Ahiawa, a term that recent scholarship has linked closely to Mycenaean Greece, or at least a significant part of it, suggesting an active Mycenaean involvement or even interference in that region of Anatolia. The prosperity of the Hittite Empire was heavily reliant on its control of critical trade routes and access to metal resources. A key strategic region was northern Syria, which connected the Cilician Gates with Mesopotamia. This area's defense became crucial as the Hittites faced Egyptian expansion under Pharaoh Ramesses II. One of the most significant confrontations between the Hittites and Egyptians was the Battle of Kadesh, which occurred around 1274 BC, during the 5th year of the reign of Ramesses II. Now, the battle's outcome remains unclear, but it appears to have been indecisive. While the Hittites initially had the upper hand, the arrival of Egyptian reinforcements prevented a total Hittite victory. The Egyptians managed to force the Hittites back into the fortress of Kadesh. However, despite this tactical advantage, the Egyptians could not fully capitalize on their position due to their own substantial losses, which made it impossible for them to lay a prolonged siege of the fortress. Thus the battle ended without a definitive victor, serving more as a testament to the resilience and military capabilities of both empires, rather than a conclusive engagement. If you want to learn more about it in detail, I have a video on Ramesses II, and also a video on the Battle of Kadesh. Feel free to go and have a look at them. Well after the Battle of Kadesh around 1274 BC, the geopolitical landscape saw both the Hittites and Egyptians decline in power, completely overshadowed by the rising might of Assyria. The Assyrian king Shalmaneser I capitalized on this regional instability, conquering the Hurrian and Mitanni kingdoms, which had previously been under some Hittite protection, and expanded Assyrian territory up to the head of the Euphrates. Of course, this expansion threatened the crucial Hittite trade routes, previously endangered by Egyptian influence. During this turbulent period, Muatali's son, Urhi-Teshub, ascended the Hittite throne as Mursili III and reigned for 7 years. His reign ended following a civil conflict with his uncle Hattusili III, who succeeded him. Recognizing the growing threat from Assyria, Hattusili III sought to stabilize the region through diplomacy. He formed an alliance with Ramesses II of Egypt, who was also concerned about Assyrian ambitions. Old rivalries put to rest to face the greater foe, it seems. This alliance culminated in the Treaty of Kadesh around 1258 BC, which is notable for being one of the oldest surviving treaties. It established defined borders in southern Canaan and included the marriage of a Hittite princess to Ramesses, cementing their diplomatic ties. Hattusili III's successor, Tudalia IV, managed to maintain some resistance against Assyrian advances into Hittite territories, though he ultimately lost significant lands and suffered a major defeat by Tukulti-Ninurta I of Assyria in the Battle of Niria. Tudalia IV also briefly extended Hittite influence to Cyprus, before it, too, fell to the Assyrian forces. Better luck next time. Now, onto the reign of Suppiluliuma II, the last Hittite king, which saw fleeting military successes, a little spark in the dark in those final days, including a naval victory, actually, which was fought off the coast of Cyprus. However, the Assyrians, under Ashur-resh-ishi I, continued to encroach on Hittite territories, eventually annexing large portions of their land and overpowering other regional players, like the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar I. Concurrently, the migration of the Sea Peoples exerted additional pressure on the Hittite Empire. This group moved through the Mediterranean, disrupting trade routes and conquering key regions like Cilicia and Cyprus, previously under Hittite control, and established the state of Philistia in Canaan. By around 1180 BC, multiple threats culminated in the destruction of Hattusa. The Hittite capital was burned down by a coalition of invading forces, including the Kaskians, Phrygians, and Bregers. It was an event that marked the end of the Hittite kingdom, contributing to this broader pattern of chaos seen across the eastern Mediterranean during the Late Bronze Age. Environmental factors, such as a prolonged drought, indicated by tree ring studies around this period, also played a role in the destabilization and eventual decline of the Hittite state. And so, by 1160 BC, significant shifts had transformed the political landscape of Asia Minor. During this period, Tiglath-Pileser I, the king of Assyria, was actively combating Mushki, identified with the Phrygians, who were advancing into southern Anatolia from the Anatolian highlands. Additionally, the Kaska people, long-standing adversaries of the Hittites from the northern regions between Hatti and the Black Sea, aligned with the Mushki. The Phrygians, having migrated from the Balkans, where they were known as the Bregers tribe, displaced the Macedonians and had overrun Cappadocia to the west. Following the collapse of the Hittite kingdom, a series of Syrio-Hittite states emerged in Anatolia and northern Syria, which effectively continued the legacy of Hittite civilization. Notably, Carchemish and Melid were prominent among these states, with Carchemish's royal family believed to be a cadet branch of the Central Hittite royal line. These Syro-Hittite states were progressively subdued by the expanding Neo-Assyrian Empire, eventually becoming vassal states under Shalmaneser III, who lived from 858 to 823 BC, and were fully integrated eventually into the empire during the reign of Sargon II, 722 to 705 BC. At the same time, a potent entity known as Tabal dominated much of southern Anatolia, referred to by the Greeks as Tibarenoi and by the Romans as Tibareni, and mentioned by Josephus and Thobeles. The people of Tabal possibly spoke Luwian, as suggested by inscriptions in Anatolian hieroglyphs found in the region. This state, like its neighbors, was eventually annexed also by the Neo-Assyrian Empire. This period also marked significant linguistic changes, with the advent of the alphabet overshadowing older writing systems like Luwian hieroglyphs and cuneiform. The alphabet was introduced into Anatolia through two conduits, from the Aegean region by the Birjas, who would also become known as the Phrygians, and the Phoenicians and adjacent groups in Syria. Ever wondered why we call it phonics and the phonetic alphabet? Well, there's your answer. No, we can't leave it there. Such a negative note. I think it's negative, at least, seeing the Hittites crushed into the dustpan of history. Let's talk about a few interesting aspects about their religious practices, because I think that's particularly fun to talk about. I always like the old religions and those old gods, with all their little eccentricities. They're exciting. I think they're pretty cool. Well, the religious beliefs of the Hittites and Luwians, while deeply rooted in ancient Mesopotamian traditions, also show strong ties to reconstructed Proto-Indo-European mythology. This is evident in the figure of Tarhunt, the Hittite god of thunder, whose myth involving the serpent Iluyanka mirrors similar tales from the other Indo-European mythologies. For instance, Tarhunt's struggle with Iluyanka is reminiscent of the Vedic god Indra's battle with the serpent Vritra, as well as Thor's encounters with Jormungandr in Norse mythology. Additionally, this motif parallels the daily battle between Re and Apophis in Egyptian mythology, highlighting a common theme of cosmic struggle across various ancient cultures. Copying the homework, but just changing it up a little bit, I think. Now, Hittite mythology also heavily incorporates elements from their neighbors, the Hurrians. The closeness of their mythologies has led them to being jointly categorized under Hittite Hurrian mythology in scholarly works, such as those published by the Oxford University Press. However, the primary sources on Hittite mythology are mostly artistic in nature, with textual records being scarce and mostly confined to the later periods of the Old Hittite Kingdom. These texts often take the form of cult inventories that provide insights into the integration of mythological figures and narratives into daily religious practices. The pantheon itself is a syncretism of Hattian, Hurrian, and Hittite elements, with additional influences from Mesopotamian and Canaanite through Hurrian intermediaries. The Hittites, you see, lacked a clearly defined creation myth in their recorded texts, leading scholars to speculate about the roles and relationships within their pantheon. It is believed that the Hattian mother goddess, potentially linked to the Neolithic great goddess of Catlahoyok, might have been considered a consort to the Anatolian storm god, thereby connecting Hittite religious narratives to those of other Indo-European traditions, such as those involving Thor, Indra, and Zeus. A synthesis of mythologies, a complex cultural interaction in ancient Anatolia. It shows the Hittites' role as both recipients and transmitters of religious ideas. And thus their religious practices were characterized by their responsive nature, rather than adherence to a regular ceremonial schedule. They conducted rituals primarily during challenging times, or significant events, closely intertwining myth with ritual by reenacting mythological stories during these ceremonies. These practices were largely focused on pit rituals, believed to foster a connection with the chthonic deities, gods of the underworld. These necromantic rituals aim to summon these gods from the world of the dead to the world of the living, show the Hittites' deep engagement with the divine forces governing death and the earth. Arena, located a day's march from the Hittite capital of Hattusa, was a major cult center, particularly for the worship of the sun goddess Arena, a key deity in the Hittite pantheon. Despite the central role of such major cult centers, local traditions, of course, varied significantly, as evidenced by records from cult inventories. The fluidity of these local practices was due to the absence of standardized national ritual practice, allowing for flexibility in smaller, local festivals and worship activities. Of course, if you've watched my videos about the ancient Greek religious practices, it's generally the same thing. It's not always a standardized form of ritual. Each little village and little city-state has its own opinions on how the gods should be worshipped, and that makes it interesting. Now, the Hittite king, who also served as a high priest, played his own role in maintaining the religious order, making it his duty to visit every cult site and temple within his domain. And upon his death, the king was deified, reflecting his dual role as both a temporal leader and spiritual intermediary. A reciprocal relationship between the gods and the king, which was mirrored in the broader societal expectation that the gods would provide for the people if they were properly worshipped. King Mursili II's plea during a time of agricultural hardships illustrates the practical implications of this belief system. He lamented the devastation of the land and the consequent inability to perform rituals, highlighting a crisis where the gods were seen as holding humans accountable for lapses in worship due to circumstances completely beyond their control. In fact, we have an account from an old tablet of the time that talks about this, and it goes like this. All of the land of Hatti is dying, so that no one prepares for the sacrificial loaf and libation for you gods. The plowman who used to work the fields of the gods has died, so that no one works or reaps the fields of gods any longer. The miller woman who used to prepare sacrificial loaves of the gods has died, so that they no longer make the sacrificial loaves. As for the corral and the sheepfold from which one used to cull the offerings of sheep and cattle, the cowherds and shepherds have died, and the corral and sheepfold are empty. So it happens that the sacrificial loaves, libations, and animal sacrifices are cut off. And you come to us, O gods, and hold us culpable in this matter. It's within this invocation, that we find that it not only underscores the dependency of divine favor on successful harvests, but it also shows the informal yet crucial communication between the Hittites and their gods. You didn't have to do it the same as everybody else, but by God, you better be doing something. The Hittites often interacted with their deities directly through personal appeals that could bypass elaborate rituals or priestly mediation, especially in casual or urgent contexts. Think about how people cross their fingers while they're scratching that lottery ticket. Things like this. This pragmatic and direct approach to divinity also involved using the divine will to justify human actions, much like the ancient Egyptians, integrating religious justification into the fabric of societal and political life. And what about the Hittite pantheon? Well, it was known for its 1,000 gods, and it reflects a complex and frankly fragmented divine landscape, with numerous deities recorded in inscriptions who are today now known only by their names and not their functions. An extensive array of gods, which is partly due to the Hittites' resistance to syncretism, the blending of gods and religious practices into a unified structure. Each Hittite town often revered its own distinct storm god, and local deities were not commonly merged into singular national deities. This practice points to a significant degree of local autonomy and cultural diversity, suggesting a social and political structure that was decentralized and varied across different regions. By the 13th century BC, however, there seem to have been concerted efforts to harmonize this sprawling religious landscape. The queen and priestess Puduhepa played a key role in these efforts, seeking to organize and rationalize the Hittite religious practices. In one of her inscriptions, she illustrates the process of syncretism by aligning the sun goddess of Arena with Hebat, a deity associated with another region, indicating a shift towards creating a more unified religious identity. Hittite mythology often features a broad ensemble of gods and goddesses, with narratives that typically revolve around complex issues affecting the entire cosmos or community. These myths usually involve a collective effort to resolve crises. Unlike simple moral tales, these stories are dynamic and they're action-packed, drawing in multiple characters, each with a vested interest in the outcome. In Hittite mythology, the storm god of Nerik, worshipped in the Bronze Age cold center north of the Hittite capitals Hattusa and Supinua, is considered sacred and a son of Urusemu, the sun goddess of Arena. This deity, connected to Mount Zalianu near Nerik, played a crucial role in controlling the weather and ensuring rainfall for the region's agriculture. And of course, that's pretty damn important. Well, during times when the Kaskar people seized control of Nerik, rituals to appease the storm god were conducted from Hattusa, involving offerings such as thick breads, libations, sheep, and oxen. Kumarbi, another significant figure in Hittite mythology, mirrors the role of Kronos in Greek mythology. Known as the father of Tarhunt, the god of thunder, Kumarbi's narrative includes fathering Uligumi, a stone monster reminiscent of the Typhon from Hesiod's works. This mythological context shows a complex family of deities, with Tarhunt linked closely to his son Telepinu, the god of agriculture and fertility, and his daughter Inara, a protective deity associated with the Puruli Spring Festival. A major temple at Hattusa likely served as a central worship site for this divine family. Now, the Telepinu myth explores the theme of dereliction when Telepinu's disappearance leads to a catastrophic cessation of all fertility, causing widespread despair across the land. The resolution involves a bee sent by the goddess Hanahana, finding and awakening Telepinu with a sting, though this initially enrages him further. Eventually, the goddess Kamrusepa calms him with a magic restoring balance and fertility. Similarly, the slaying of the dragon myth, recited during New Year rituals aimed at ensuring agricultural prosperity, depicts a battle between the storm god and a malevolent serpent. Inara, a goddess, devises plans involving a human, Hupashia, to overcome the serpent. The story emphasizes the cooperative yet complex relationship between gods and humans, where divine conflicts often require mortal assistance for resolution, and goddesses play crucial roles in strategizing and restoring order, a dynamic that reflects a broader theme in Hittite mythology, where the divine order relies on both inter-god cooperation and human involvement to maintain balance and address crises. The Hyksos were a group of mixed Semitic Asiatic peoples who rose to power in Egypt, establishing the 15th dynasty around 1650 to 1550 BC. Originating from the Near East, they settled in the eastern Nile Delta and brought with them significant technological advancements, such as the horse-drawn chariot and the composite bow. Their rule, often referred to as the Hyksos invasion, is a period known as the Second Intermediate Period in ancient Egyptian history. They governed northern Egypt from their capital, Avaris, and maintained Egyptian customs and administrative practices, which of course helped legitimize their rule and integrate their culture with that of the natives. Their influence extended beyond military innovations, as they also introduced new tools and agricultural techniques. But the end of the Hyksos reign eventually came when Ahmose I, the founder of the 18th dynasty, successfully waged a war against them, eventually driving them out of Egypt and initiating a new era known as the New Kingdom. Well, today we're going to get well and truly into it and learn all about the Hyksos. Welcome to the channel. Is it your first time here? If it is, it's good to meet you, my friend. And if you're coming back, it's good to see you back again. Now, as always, if you'd like to support the channel, surprise, you're already doing it. Just by enjoying the content at your own pace, that's enough support. But if you want to go above and beyond, the like and subscribe button are only one click away, and if you want to go above that, refer to the video description. Now, without further ado, let us begin. Historical interactions between the Semitic peoples and the Egyptians spanned throughout ancient Egypt's history and was never a new idea. An early artifact, the McGregor plaque dating to about 3000 BC, depicts the pharaoh Den in a scene labeled "The First Occasion of Striking the East," where he is shown smiting a Western Asiatic enemy. This tableau represents one of the earliest recorded conflicts between Egypt and its eastern neighbors. Further evidence of these early contacts is found in the tomb paintings from the 12th dynasty, specifically those of the official Khnumhotep II during the reign of Senusret II around 1890 BC. These paintings vividly depict Western Asiatic foreigners, possibly Canaanites or nomadic groups, presenting gifts to the pharaoh. These visitors are identified as Amu, with their leader marked as Abisha the Hyksos, representing the earliest recorded mention of the Hyksos, a group that would later play a more significant role than the Egyptians knew. Additionally, the Sebek Ku stele from the reign of Senusret III, 1878 to 1839 BC, provides further insights into Egyptian military campaigns in the Levant, marking Egypt's aggressive interactions with its Asiatic neighbors. The stele describes a victorious campaign headed northwards by Senusret III, aiming to overthrow the Asiatics. It mentions the conquest of a foreign land named Sekhmem, now identified as Shechem, and the subjugation of Retenu, associated with ancient Syria. Now, the ancient Hyksos period is primarily chronicled through the works of Manetho, an Egyptian priest and historian from the Hellenistic period. But unfortunately, his original writings have not survived, and our understanding of his accounts comes through citations by later historians, notably the Jewish historian Josephus. Manetho's narrative, as recounted by Josephus, vividly describes the sudden and brutal invasion of Egypt by the Hyksos, this mysterious group from the east and of, according to Josephus and Manetho, ignoble origin. Now, according to Manetho's writing, this invasion was unexpected and overwhelmingly successful, achieved without significant resistance or battle. Thus the Hyksos swiftly dominated the Egyptian rulers, leading to a violent occupation characterized by the destruction of cities and religious temples. Manetho's account details the Hyksos' harsh treatment of the Egyptian population, involving mass killings and the enslavement of women and children. The full text, as written in the account, goes like this. A people of ignoble origin from the east, whose coming was unforeseen, had the audacity to invade the country, which they mastered by main force without difficulty or even battle. Having overpowered the chiefs, they then savagely burned the cities, razed the temples of the gods to the ground, and treated the whole native population with utmost cruelty, massacring some and carrying off the wives and children of others into slavery. This traditional narrative of a violent Hyksos invasion, as presented by the ancient Egyptian priest Manetho, has largely been reassessed and therefore rejected by contemporary scholars. You see, Manetho's accounts, which describe this sudden and brutal conquest, are now thought to be influenced by his experiences of later foreign invasions, rather than accurate depictions of Hyksos ascendancy. Modern archaeological and isotype analyses suggest a more gradual and peaceful integration of the Hyksos into Egyptian society. Archaeological evidence, particularly on the site of Avaris, reveals a continuous presence of Asiatic people in the region for over 150 years prior to the establishment of Hyksos rule, with signs of Canaanite settlement dating back to 1800 BC. That's before Egypt's 12th dynasty. This suggests that the Hyksos' rise to power was a result of a migration and integration, rather than a bloodthirsty war and invasion. Strontium isotype analysis supports this, indicating a higher proportion of non-local females in the population, which contradicts the typical invasion model dominated by male warriors. Some scholars emphasize that the presence of Western Asiatic groups in Egypt was a long-standing phenomenon, driven by Egypt's allure as a land of opportunity, particularly in the fertile Nile Delta. This region, especially in the city of Avaris, became a magnet for immigrants due to its pivotal role in international trade and seafaring. Historical records from Egypt's earlier dynasties, such as the 6th and 12th, show that the Asiatics were integrated into various societal roles, whether they be shipbuilders, soldiers, or temple workers. They were everywhere. Now, the politics of Egypt before the Hyksos ascension was admittedly fragmented, particularly after the decline of the 13th dynasty around 1725 BC. This period saw multiple regional kingdoms, including a West Asian-dominated 14th dynasty based at Avaris. The transition from the 14th to the Hyksos-controlled 15th does not appear to have been marked by any significant conflict at all, contrary to the earlier narrative from Manetho. But the exact nature of the 15th dynasty's rise to power does remain a subject of debate among historians. While some suggest a possible invasion or displacement of the 14th dynasty by the 15th, others simply find the evidence for such an event inconclusive. There are certain archaeological findings, such as the stela of Neferhotep III, which possibly indicates disruptions caused by mercenary activities rather than a structured military campaign. Well, the duration of the Hyksos rule in Egypt is another topic of scholarly debate, due to the fragmentary nature of the historical records of the 15th dynasty. The Turin king list, a key but incomplete source, indicates that 6 Hyksos kings ruled for a collective total of 108 years. However, recent studies by modern scholars have proposed longer durations, suggesting that the Hyksos may have governed for as much as 149 to 180. These estimates point to a more extended Hyksos presence during that second intermediate period, coexisting with the native Egyptian dynasties, specifically the 16th and 17th dynasties that came after. Geographically, the Hyksos control was primarily concentrated in the eastern Nile Delta. We've already made mention of their capital, Avaris, strategically located at the junction of the Pelusiac branch of the Nile, which in our modern times is unfortunately well and truly dry. While Memphis is thought to have possibly served as an important administrative center during their reign, there remains a lack of concrete evidence of Hyksos activity. Could have happened, but at the moment we're yet to find anything solid. So any suggestion of activity in Memphis is somewhat ambiguous. But archaeological findings do suggest a notable presence of Levantine populations throughout the Delta region in general. Sites such as Tel Farasha, Tel al-Magud, and El-Qatana, and Inshaz show signs of Levantine influence or habitation. Of course, avarice benefiting from increased prosperity likely drew more Levantine settlers to the area. At Qom el-Hisin, located at the edge of the western delta, artifacts reveal Near Eastern goods, and burial practices show a mix of Egyptian and Levantine traditions, suggesting a population of, well, I suppose we can say Egyptianized Levantines. Another significant site, Tel Basta, or in the old tongue, Bubastis, contains monuments dedicated to Hyksos kings, Kian and Apepi, but it lacks any substantial evidence of a Levantine residential community. Meanwhile, Tel al-Habwa, positioned near a Nile branch close to Sinai, also displays signs of a non-Egyptian presence, predominantly Egyptian or Egyptianized Levantines, reflecting a blend rather than a displacement of cultures. The site would have been crucial in supporting Avaris with grain and trade goods, facilitating the Hyksos' economic and administrative activities. Now, within the Wadi Tumilat, Tel el-Mushkuta is a particularly notable settlement for its abundance of Levantine pottery and its occupational history that aligns more closely with the 15th dynasty, showing once again the Hyksos' cultural connections to the Levant. And nearby, Tel al-Rataba and Tel al-Sahaba also provide archaeological evidence suggestive of Hyksos-style burials. Tel el-Yahudia, positioned strategically between Memphis and the Wadi Tumilat, is remarkable for its large earthwork, which may have been constructed by the Hyksos, and its Levantine burial practices that date back to the 13th dynasty. Now, it's these sites that collectively highlight the Hyksos' strategic positioning to control access routes towards Sinai, the southern Levant, and potentially the Red Sea, enhancing their ability to manage trade, but also military movements. Now, there are other sites such as Tel al-Kabir, Tel Yahud, and Tel Fazia that have been noted by scholars to exhibit elements of what could be recognized as Hyksos culture. However, there is a lack of published archaeological data for these sites, which makes it difficult to conclusively ascertain their roles or the extent of Hyksos' influence there. Although the Hyksos had claimed sovereignty over both Lower and Upper Egypt, the actual control was likely more circumscribed, with their southernmost boundary around Hermopolis and Kusei. The presence of Hyksos-related objects in Upper Egypt, such as Thebes, has been suggested to reflect either Theban war booty or evidence of trade, diplomatic engagements, or possibly short-term raids rather than direct control. The broader impact of the Hyksos, initially believed to be indicative of a vast empire due to the distribution of goods bearing Hyksos rulers' names as far as Baghdad and Knossos, is now more commonly interpreted as a result of extensive diplomatic gift exchanges and a rather strong trade network, rather than direct imperial rule or military ambition abroad. This reassessment aligns with a more nuanced understanding of the Hyksos as integrative rulers who engaged in and facilitated complex webs of international relations and commerce, rather than just rolling in with the swords and bows. Now, we come to the conflict between Thebes and the Hyksos, and as recorded, the conflict is predominantly derived from pro-Theban sources, so keep that in mind, because pretty much all of those sources cast the struggle in terms of a war of national liberation against a horrible oppressor. This narrative was once widely accepted by scholars, just as Manetho once was, but in the modern day, with a little bit of introspection, it's shifted somewhat, and the characterization of the conflict as a nationalistic uprising is also now viewed with a great deal of skepticism. Hostilities likely began in the reign of Seqenenre-Ptah, a Theban king. Intriguingly, the cause of his death determined from his mummy, which shows multiple axe wounds to the head, suggesting that he died in battle against the Hyksos. And multiple axe wounds, I said, not just one. So they wanted to make sure he was certainly dead. And that's a very efficient way of doing it. Well, the exact reasons for the outbreak of hostilities are admittedly not clearly documented, but there is one tale, a satirical one at that, titled The Quarrel of Apophis and Seqenenre, which suggests that the conflict was sparked by a demand from the Hyksos ruler Apepi, now known as Apophis, that Seqenenre silence a group of noisy hippopotamuses near Thebes, which were reportedly preventing Apepi from sleeping. Well, nobody likes being woken up. This narrative, however, is considered part of the King's novel genre, blending the entertainment factors with political allegory rather than providing a factual account. It's still a funny story, though. Well, approximately 3 years after Seqenenre's death, his successor, Kamose, aggressively resumed military actions against the Hyksos. His campaigns are well documented through inscriptions on 3 stelae at Karnak. The first of these, known as the Carnarvon tablet, poignantly expresses Kamose's frustration with Egypt's divided state. And we have the primary text here, which I will read now. To what effect do I perceive it, my might, while a ruler is in avarice and another in Cush, I sitting joined with an Asiatic and a Nubian, each man having his own portion of this Egypt, sharing the land with me. There is no passing him as far as Memphis, the water of Egypt. He has possession of Hermopolis, and no man can rest, being deprived by the levies of the Setiu. I shall engage in battle with him, and I shall slit his body, for my intention is to save Egypt, striking the Asiatics. Of course, this text not only shows the desperation of Kamose to reclaim and unify Egypt under native rule, but it also shows the complex political landscape at the time, with foreign rulers controlling significant territories within Egypt himself. You see, he mentioned a Nubian as well, so it wasn't just the Asiatics that were taking their territory. It was just a bad time. I suppose that's why they call it an intermediate period. In one vivid dramatization, quite typical of Egyptian royal narratives, Kamose's advisors are depicted urging caution, but the king boldly proceeds with his military campaigns. He describes his assaults on Nefrusi and other cities aligned with the Hyksos. In a notable account on a second stele, Kamose asserts that he captured Avaris, though he subsequently returned to Thebes after intercepting a messenger between Apepi, the Hyksos ruler, and the king of Kush. Kamose's reign ended shortly thereafter, around 1540 BC. The conflict continued under Ahmose, Kamose's successor, who launched early and effective campaigns, likely including the conquest of Memphis, Taru, and Heliopolis, as referenced in the Rhind mathematical papyrus. A detailed account of Ahmose's military actions comes from the tomb of Ahmose, son of Ibana, providing a first-hand testimony of the sack of Avaris, and it goes like this. Then there was fighting in Egypt to the south of this town, Avaris, and I carried off a man as a living captive. I went down into the water, for he was captured on the city side, and crossed the water carrying him. Then Avaris was despoiled, and I brought spoil from there. It's suggested that Ahmose's definitive conquest of Avaris occurred in the 18th year of his reign. However, archaeological investigations at Tel el-Daba, the site of the ancient Avaris, indicate that the city was not destroyed, but rather gradually abandoned. Little by little, the Hyksos simply left. The peaceful departure of the Hyksos is captured in the writings of Manetho, as quoted by Josephus, highlighting an arranged treaty that ended the siege. And I'll read that from Josephus, now retelling from Manetho. Tomosis invested the walls of Avaris with an army of 480,000 men, and endeavored to reduce the Hyksos to submission by siege. Despairing of achieving his object, he concluded a treaty under which the Hyksos were all to evacuate Egypt and go whither they would unmolested. Upon these terms, no fewer men than 240,000, entire households with their possessions, left Egypt and traversed the desert to Syria. End of the account from Josephus quoting Manetho. While Manetho's historical account suggests a large-scale expulsion of the Hyksos to the Levant, contemporary archaeological evidence does not seem to support this narrative. Instead, findings suggest that many Asiatics were likely resettled throughout Egypt, particularly as artisans and craftsmen. Can't have any of that brain drain after all. Now this is supported by an analysis by Manfred Pietak, which points to continued production of Hyksos-style pottery and scarabs in the eastern delta region, particularly around Avaris, even after this supposed expulsion. And furthermore, the persistence of Canaanite cults at Avaris indicates that the Asiatic population and their cultural practices continued in Egypt, rather than being entirely displaced. In addition to reconfiguring the demographic landscape of Avaris, Ahmose's military campaigns extended into Canaan. Ahmose, the son of Ibana, a key military figure during this time, provides his own record of these exploits. He notes that following the takeover of Avaris, Ahmose led a successful campaign against one Sharuhen, who is identified by some scholars as Tel el-Aljul, a significant stronghold in Canaan that was under Hyksos' influence. This victory further shows the territory and military reach of Ahmose's new regime. He secured regions beyond Egypt's traditional borders, and mopped up the remnants of Hyksos' influence in the region. Now, what exactly set the Hyksos apart from the rest? Were they just like the Egyptians? Or were they different? Well, in some ways they were alike, of course, but, of course, there were some divergences in culture. Let's have a little talk about what it was like under the Hyksos. Well, the period is marked by significant diplomatic and military interactions that influenced the politics of Egypt and its neighboring regions. The discovery of a cuneiform letter in Avaris highlights the Hyksos' involvement in international diplomacy, with evidence of relations extending to Crete and the Near East. Notably, artifacts bearing the name of Hyksos king Qian, such as those found in Knossos and Hattusa, that was the Hittite capital, suggest active diplomatic engagements with both Minoan Crete and the Hittite Empire. Additionally, a sphinx with Qian's name found in Baghdad, the modern capital of Afghanistan, indicates possible ties with the Babylonian Kassite dynasty. Prior to the outbreak of hostilities that characterized the end of the Hyksos rule, there are indications of cooperative relations between the Hyksos and the Theban 17th dynasty, and they possibly involved a marital alliance, which was of course not uncommon. This period of peace, well, relative peace at least, contrasts sharply with the later violent conflicts documented during the reigns of Seqenenre-Tar and his successors. One significant diplomatic correspondence is the intercepted letter between the Hyksos king Apepi and the Nubian king, which suggested a formal alliance against Thebes. This is supported by archaeological finds, such as seals from Avaris that have been found at Kerma, which attest to ongoing interactions and even possible military collaboration between the Hyksos and Nubia. The strategic position of the Hyksos in the north and the Nubians in the south, of course, posed a considerable threat to Thebes, which was right in the middle. Now, during the sieges led by the Theban pharaohs Kamose and Ahmose I, both rulers faced threats from Nubian forces, who were potentially allied with the Hyksos. Ahmose's campaigns are particularly notable for his military successes, which included defeating the Nubian forces and killing their leader, a victory that is proudly recorded in his tomb at Thebes. The depiction of the Hyksos as overlords to other Egyptian dynasties, particularly in later Egyptian texts like the Quarrel of Apophis and Seqenenre, suggests a more complex relationship of tribute and vassalage. However, this depiction has been challenged by some modern scholars who argue against the assumption of vassalage as baseless. Instead, relationships were likely maintained through diplomacy and strategic alliances, rather than direct subjugation. The Hyksos rulers, despite their significant influence in Egypt during the Second Intermediate Period, left behind very little in the way of original court art. But they are noted for repurposing the Egyptian monuments that they already had, notably inscribing their own names on them. This appropriation is well illustrated by the actions of Hyksos King Qian, who left his mark on numerous artifacts originally created for earlier pharaohs. Similarly, other Hyksos kings followed suit, reinscribing monuments such as the so-called Hyksos sphinxes and the Tanite sphinxes. These sphinxes, originally depicting the 12th dynasty pharaoh Amenemhat III, and noted for their distinctive features such as prominent cheekbones and a lion-like mane rather than the traditional Nemes headcloth, were later claimed by the Hyksos rulers, who engraved their own names onto the statues, which, in my opinion, is a little bit rude. While a substantial architectural discovery in Avaris reveals a large palace constructed in Levantine style, predominantly under King Qian, indicating a departure from traditional Egyptian architectural norms in favor of styles native to Hyksos origins. Additionally, King Apepi is known to have engaged with Egyptian cultural practices, notably commissioning the copying of the Rhind mathematical papyrus, suggesting a level of integration and respect for the Egyptian scholarly traditions. Hyksos burial customs also diverge significantly from those of the Egyptians. The Hyksos buried their dead within their settlements, which is of course contrary to the Egyptian custom of burials outside of living areas. Certainly a clash of cultures, it seems. Some tombs included Egyptian-style chapels, yet others featured the interment of young females, potentially sacrifices, placed directly in front of tomb chambers. Additionally, infants were occasionally buried in imported Canaanite amphorae, and the burial of horses and other equids was practiced, perhaps reflecting a fusion of Egyptian and Near Eastern cultural practices regarding status and the divine. The Hyksos are often credited with the introduction of the horse and chariot to Egypt, which was of course a significant military development. Indeed, when we think of an Egyptian pharaoh going to war, we never think of him riding a horse or charging in on foot. Indeed, he's always on the back of that chariot, right at the back of our subconscious when we make our little images of the ancient world in our minds. Well, it turns out that perhaps the Hyksos may or may not have used these. The archaeological and historical evidence directly linking the Hyksos to the use of chariots in warfare is a little ambiguous. While horse burials suggest an early familiarity with horses, there's no evidence that the Hyksos used chariots in battle. That being said, the Hittites up north were certainly doing so. Watch my video on the Battle of Kadesh. You'll find out. In fact, the first documented use of chariots in Egyptian warfare comes from the Egyptian sources describing battles against the Hyksos at the end of their rule. So perhaps if the Hyksos did introduce chariots to Egypt, they may have regretted telling the Egyptians about it a little later. Now, the question of whether the Hyksos introduced other military technologies, such as the sickle sword and the composite bow, is also debatable. While these weapons are indeed associated with the Hyksos period, it remains a little unclear whether they originated from the Hyksos themselves, or were simply adaptations from contact with other cultures during their rule. Similarly, advancements in bronze-working techniques attributed to the Hyksos could reflect broader technological advances, rather than direct innovations by them especially. Beyond military technologies, because of course there is more to life than war, the Hyksos are credited with bringing significant improvements in non-military domains as well. They introduced new weaving techniques and even musical instruments, which enriched the cultural landscape of Egypt. Their influence on viniculture also suggests a broader impact on agricultural practices. The introduction of full-body armor, well, that is another area where the Hyksos may have diverged from Egyptian traditions, which typically did not include armor or helmets until the New Kingdom period. This possible introduction of more advanced protective gear could indicate a significant shift in military tactics and personal protection during combat. Now, during that time, Avaris emerged not just as the political capital, but as the new commercial hub in the Nile Delta. The city played a key role in establishing and maintaining wide-ranging trade relations that extended across the eastern Mediterranean and far into the old world of the Near East. The Hyksos had intensive trade relationships, particularly with Canaan and Cyprus, reflecting likely origins and strong cultural ties with Canaanite regions. And trade with Canaan was characterized by significant imports of Canaanite goods, indicating robust economic and possibly familial connections. Relations with Cyprus towards the end of the Hyksos period were also critical, which perhaps involved the exchange of luxury goods and raw materials that were pivotal for the survival of both regions. But culturally, the Hyksos appeared to integrate their native Levantine practices with those of the native Egyptians. Temples in Avaris were built in both Egyptian and Levantine styles, serving as a clear sign of cultural amalgamation. Even the worship of the Canaanite storm god Baal, alongside the Egyptian god Set, who was particularly venerated in Avaris, exemplifies the syncretism that defined Hyksos religious life. Baal's association with Set may also reflect an attempt by the Hyksos to legitimize their rule by aligning their deity with a recognized Egyptian god. The material culture during the Hyksos period included significant imports listed in the Kamose stele, such as chariots, horses, precious metals, and luxury items like incense and honey, which showed their sophistication in their trade networks and dealings. Moreover, the era saw an export of Egyptian artifacts to Canaan and Syria, often as loot, which suggests a complex interaction where the Hyksos utilized Egyptian resources to consolidate power in foreign lands. Well, despite these flourishing trade and cultural integrations, evidence suggests a trade boycott between Upper and Lower Egypt during their rule. It may have contributed to some limited economic interactions between the two regions of Egypt, which of course potentially weakened the Hyksos economically by curtailing their access to Mediterranean trade. Despite later narratives that portrayed the Hyksos as antagonistic towards Egyptian religious practices, archaeological finds, including votive objects dedicated to traditional Egyptian gods by Hyksos rulers, indicate more of a level of respect and reverence, and even integration into the Egyptian religious custom. In fact, Josephus's interpretation and the later association of the Hyksos with the Jews have shaped a considerable part of historical discourse on the subject. In his work, Contra Apion, Josephus cites the ancient Egyptian priest Manetho to connect the Hyksos with the Jews, suggesting that upon their expulsion from Egypt, the Hyksos founded the city of Jerusalem. But this account raises significant questions regarding its authenticity, and of course, the motives of the author, as the original works of Manetho do not survive independently, but are known only through quotations by later authors, including Josephus himself. Thus, we must know that perhaps his use of Manetho is strategic. He aims to counter Greek and Egyptian historiographical slurs against the Jewish people by appropriating the story of the Hyksos, that formidable force in ancient Egypt, and integrating them into a Jewish history. But it does not explicitly name the Hyksos as Jews or Hebrews. The compilation might be Josephus's interpretation or just an addition, aimed at defending the antiquity and nobility of the Jewish people in a context where they were often marginalized. The narrative becomes even more complex when the mention of Osarseph, a priest whom Josephus equates with Moses. According to Josephus, after being expelled, Osarseph and a group of lepers ally with the Hyksos in Avaris and rule Egypt oppressively for 13 years before being driven out. Post-expulsion, Osarseph supposedly adopts the name Moses. This account mixes elements of the Hyksos story with aspects of biblical exodus, possibly reflecting later historiographical accounts to synthesize various traditions and historical memories into a more coherent narrative that serves specific theological and cultural purposes. Hello and welcome. The following is a reading from Tacitus, the Roman historian and politician, born in 56 AD. It's titled A Treatise on the Situation, Manners, and Inhabitants of Germany. If you like this kind of content, like and subscribe, and we can begin. From the works of Tacitus. Germany is separated from Gaul, Raetia, and Pannonia by the rivers Rhine and Danube, from Sarmatia and Dacia by mountains and mutual dread. The rest is surrounded by an ocean, embracing broad promontories and vast insular tracts, in which our military expeditions have lately discovered various nations and kingdoms. The Rhine, issuing from the inaccessible and precipitous summit of the Rhaetic Alps, bends gently to the west and falls into the northern ocean. The Danube, poured from the easy and gently raised ridge of Mount Abnoba, visits several nations in its course, till at length it bursts out by 6 channels into the Pontic Sea. A 7th is lost in marshes. The people of Germany appear to me indigenous and free from intermixture with foreigners, either as settlers or casual visitants. For the emigrants of the former ages performed their expeditions not by land but by water, and that immense and, if I may so call it, hostile ocean is rarely navigated by ships from our world. Then, besides the great danger of a boisterous and unknown sea, who would relinquish Asia, Africa, or Italy for Germany, a land rude in its surface and rigorous in its climate, cheerless to every beholder and cultivator, except a native? In their ancient songs, which are the only records or annals, they celebrate the god Tuisto, sprung from the earth, and his son Manus as the fathers and founders of their race. To Manus they ascribe 3 sons, from whose names the people bordering on the ocean are called Ignaevones, those inhabiting the central parts, Herminomes, the rest, and Istaevones. Some, however, assuming the license of antiquity, affirm that there were more descendants of the god, and whom more appellations were derived, and those of the Marsi, Gambrivi, Suevi, and Vandali, and all of these are genuine and original names. That of Germany, on the other hand, they assert to be a modern addition, for that the people who first crossed the Rhine and expelled the Gauls are now called the Tungri, were then named Germans, which appellations of a particular tribe, not of a whole people, gradually prevailed, so that the title of Germans, first assumed by the victors in order to excite terror, was afterwards adopted by the nation in general. They have likewise the tradition of Hercules of their country, whose praises they sing before those of all other heroes as they advance to battle. A peculiar kind of verse is also current among them, by the recital of which, termed barding, they stimulate their courage, while the sound itself serves as an augury of the event of impending combat. For, according to the nature of the cry proceeding from the line, terror is inspired or felt, nor does it seem so much an articulate song as the wild chorus of valor. A harsh, piercing note and a broken roar are the favorite tones, which they render more full and sonorous by applying their mouths to their shields. Some conjecture that Ulysses, in the course of his long and fabulous wanderings, was driven into this ocean and landed in Germany, and that Absiburgium, a place situated on the Rhine, and at this day inhabited, was founded by him, and named Ascipurgion. They pretend that an altar was formerly discovered there, consecrated to Ulysses, with the name of his father Laertes subjoined, and that certain monuments and tombs inscribed with Greek characters, 30, are still extant upon the confines of Germany and Rhaetia. These allegations I shall neither attempt to confirm nor to refute. Let everyone believe concerning them as he is disposed. I concur in opinion with those who deem the Germans never to have intermarried with other nations, but to be a pure, unmixed race, and stamped with a distinct character. Hence a family of likeness pervades the whole, though their numbers are so great, eyes stern and blue, ruddy hair and large bodies, powerful in sudden exertions, but impatient of toil and labor, least of all capable of sustaining thirst and heat. Cold and hunger they are accustomed by their climate and soil to endure. The land, though varied to a considerable extent in its aspects, is yet universally shagged with forests or deformed by marshes, moister on the side of Gaul, more bleak on the side of Noreum and Pannonia. It is productive of grain, but unkindly to fruit trees. It abounds in flocks and herds, but in general of a small breed. Even the beeve kind are destitute in their usual steadiness and dignity of the head. They are, however, numerous, and form the most esteemed and indeed the only species of wealth. Silver and gold the gods, I know not whether in their favor or anger, have denied this country. Not that I would assert that no veins of these metals are generated in Germany, for who has actually made the search? The possession of them is not coveted by these people as it is by us. Vessels of silver are indeed to be seen among them, which have been presented to their ambassadors and chiefs, but they are held in no higher esteem than earthenware. The borderers, however, set a value on gold and silver for the purpose of commerce, and have learned to distinguish several kinds of our coin, some of which they prefer to others. The remoter inhabitants continue the more simple and ancient usage of bartering commodities. The money preferred by the Germans is the old and well-known species, such as the serati and bigati. They are also better pleased with silver than gold, not on account for any likeness of that metal, but because the smaller money is more convenient in their common and petty merchandise. Even iron is not plentiful among them, as may be inferred by the nature of their weapons. Swords or broad lances are seldom used, but they generally carry a spear, called in their language phramea, which has an iron blade, short and narrow, but so sharp and manageable that, as occasion requires, they employ it either in close or distant fighting. This spear and a shield are all the armor of the cavalry. The foot have, besides, missile weapons, several to each man, which they hurl to an immense distance. They are either naked or lightly covered with a small mantle, and have no pride in equipage. Their shields are only ornamented with the choicest colors. Few are provided with a coat of mail, and scarcely here and there is one with a casque or helmet. Their horses are neither remarkable for beauty nor swiftness, nor are they fraught with the various evolutions practiced with us. The cavalry is either bear down straight forwards or wheel at once to the right, in so compact a body that none is left behind the rest. Their principal strength, on the whole, consists in their infantry. Hence, in an engagement these are intermixed with the cavalry. So well accordant with the nature of equestrian combats is the agility of these foot soldiers, whom they select from the whole body of their youth, and place at the front of the line. Their number, too, is determined 100 from each canton, and they are distinguished at home by a name expressive of this circumstance, so that what at first was only an appellation of number becomes thenceforth a title of honor. Their line of battle is disposed in wedges. To give ground, provided they rally again, is considered rather a prudent stratagem than cowardice. They carry off their slain, even while the battle remains undecided. The greatest disgrace that can befall them is to have abandoned their shields. A person branded with this ignominy is not permitted to join in their religious rites or enter their assemblies, so that many, after escaping from battle, have put an end to their infamy by the halter. In the election of kings they have regard to birth, in that of generals to valor. Their kings have not an absolute or unlimited power, and their generals command less through the force of authority than of example. If they are daring, adventurous, and conspicuous in action, they procure obedience from the admiration they inspire. None, however, but the priests are permitted to judge offenders, to inflict bonds or stripes, so that chastisement appears not as an act of military discipline, but as the instigation of the god whom they suppose present with warriors. They also carry with them to battle certain images and standards taken from the sacred groves. It is a principal incentive to their courage that their squadrons and battalions are not formed by men fortuitously collected, but by the assemblages of families and clans. Their pledges are also near at hand. They have within hearing the yells of their women and the cries of their children. These, too, are the most revered witnesses of each man's conduct, that these most liberal applauders. To their mothers and their wives they bring their wounds for relief, nor do these dread to count or search out the gashes. The women also administer food and encouragement to those who are fighting. Tradition relates that armies beginning to give way what have been rallied by the females, though the earnestness of their supplications, the interposition of their bodies, and the pictures they have drawn of impending slavery, a calamity which these people bear with more impatience for their women than themselves, so that those states who have been obliged to give among their hostages the daughters of noble families are the most effectually bound to fidelity. They even suppose somewhat of sanctity and prescience to be inherent in the female sex, and therefore neither despise their counsels nor disregard their responses. We have beheld, in the reign of Vespasian, Veleta, long reverenced by many as a deity. Orima, moreover, and several others were formerly held in equal veneration, but not with a servile flattery, nor as though they had made them goddesses. Of the gods, Mercury is the principal object of their adoration, whom on certain days they think it lawful to propitiate even with human victims. To Hercules and Mars they offer the animals usually allotted for sacrifice. Some of the Suevi also perform sacred rites to Isis. What was the cause and origin of this foreign worship, I have not been able to discover, further than that her being represented with the symbol of a galley seems to indicate imported religion. They conceive it unworthy the grandeur of celestial beings to confine their deities within walls, or to represent them under human similitude. Woods and groves are their temples, and they affix names of divinity to that secret power, which they behold with their eye of adoration alone. No people are more addicted to divination by omens and lots. The latter is performed in the simple manner following. They cut a twig from a fruit tree, divide it into small pieces, which, distinguished by certain marks, are thrown promiscuously upon a white garment. Then the priest of the canton, if the occasion be public, if private, the master of the family, after an invocation of the gods, with his eyes lifted to heaven, thrice takes out each piece, and as they come up, interprets their signification according to the marks fixed upon them. If the result prove unfavorable, there is no more consultation on the same affair that day. If propitious, a confirmation by the omens is still required. In common with other nations, the Germans are acquainted with the practice of auguring from the notes of flights of birds, but it is peculiar to them to derive admonitions and presages from horses also. Certain of these animals, milk white and untouched by earthly labor, are pastured at the public expense in the sacred woods and groves. These, yoked to a consecrated chariot, are accompanied by the priest and king, or chief person of the community, who attentively observe their manner of neighing and snorting, and no kind of augury is more credited, not only among the populace, but among the nobles and priests, for the latter consider themselves as the ministers of the gods, and the horses as privy to divine will. Another kind of divination, by which they explore the event of momentous wars, is to oblige a prisoner, taken by any means whatsoever from the nation with whom they are at variance, to fight with a picked man of their own, each with his own country's arms, and accordingly as the victory falls, they presage success to one or another party. On affairs of smaller moment, the chiefs consult; on those of greater importance, the whole community. Yet with his circumstance, it is what is referred to as the decision of the people is first maturely discussed by the chiefs. They assemble, unless upon some sudden emergency on stated days, either at the new or full moon, which they account as the most auspicious season for the beginning of any enterprise. Nor do they, in their computation of time, reckon, like us, by the number of days, but of nights. In this way they arrange their business. In this way they fix their appointments, so that with them the night seems to lead the day. An inconvenience produced by their liberty is that they do not all assemble at a stated time, as if it were in obedience to a command, but 2 or 3 days are lost in the delays of convening. When they all think fit, they sit down armed. Silence is proclaimed by the priests, who have on this occasion a coercive power. And then the king, or chief, and such others are conspicuous for age, birth, military renown, or eloquence are heard, and gain attention rather from their ability to persuade than their authority to command. If a proposal displeases, the assembly reject it by an inarticulate murmur. If it proves to be agreeable, they clash their javelins. For the most honourable expression of assent among them is the sound of arms. Before this council, it is likewise allowed to exhibit accusations and to prosecute capital offences. Punishments are varied according to the nature of the crime. Traitors and deserters are hung upon trees. Cowards, dastards, and those guilty of unnatural practices are suffocated in mud under a hurdle. This difference of punishment has in view the principle that villainy should be exposed while it is punished, but turpitude concealed. The penalties annexed to slighter offences are also proportioned to the delinquency. The convicts are fined in horses and cattle. Part of the mulct goes to the king or state, part of the injured Persian or his relations. In the same assemblies, chiefs are also elected to administer justice through the cantons and districts. 100 companions, chosen from the authority of the people, attend upon each to them, to assist them as well as with their advice as their authority. The Germans transact no business, public or private, without being armed, but it is not customary for any person to assume arms until the state has approved his ability to use them. Then, in the midst of the assembly, either one of the chiefs or the father or a relation equips the youth with a shield and javelin. These are to them the manly gown. This is the first honour conferred upon youth. Before this, they are considered as part of the household. Afterwards, of the state. The dignity of chieftain is bestowed even on mere lads, whose descent is eminently illustrious, or whose fathers have performed signal services to the public. They are associated, however, with those of mature strength who have already been declared capable of service, nor do they blush to be seen in the rank of companions. For the state of companionship itself has its several degrees, determined by the judgment of him whom they follow. and there is a great emulation among the companions which shall possess the highest place in the valour of their chief, and among the chiefs which shall excel in the number and valour of his companions. It is their dignity, their strength, to be always surrounded with a large body of select youth, an ornament in peace, a bulwark in war, and not in his own country alone, but among the neighbouring states. The fame and glory of each chief consists in being distinguished for the number and bravery of his companions. Such chiefs are courted by embassies, distinguished by presents, and often by their reputation alone decide a war. In the field of battle, it is disgraceful for the chief to be surpassed in valour. It is disgraceful for the companions not to equal their chief, but it is reproach and infamy during a whole succeeding life to retreat from the field surviving him. To aid, to protect him, to place him in their own gallant actions to the account of his glory, is their first and most sacred engagement. The chiefs fight for victory. The companions fight for their chief. If their native country be long sunk in peace and inaction, many of the young nobles repair to some other state than engaged in war. For besides that repose is unwelcome to their race, and toils and perils afford them a better opportunity of distinguishing themselves, they are unable without war and violence to maintain a large train of followers. The companion requires from the liberality of his chief the warlike steed, the bloody and conquering spear, and in place of pay he expects to be supplied with a table, homely indeed, but plentiful. The funds for this munificence must be found in war and rapine, nor are they so easily persuaded to cultivate the earth and await the produce of the seasons as to challenge the foe and expose themselves to wounds. Nay, they even think it base and spiritless to earn by sweat what they might purchase with blood. During the intervals of war, they pass their time less in hunting than in a sluggish repose, divided between sleep and the table. All the bravest of the warriors, committing the care of the house, the family affairs, and the lands to the women, the old men, the weaker part of domestics, stupefy themselves into action. So wonderful is the contrast presented by nature, that the same persons love indolence and hate tranquillity. It is customary then for several states to present by voluntary and individual contributions cattle or grain to their chiefs, which are accepted as honorary gifts, while they serve as necessary supplies. They are peculiarly pleased with the presents from neighbouring nations, offered not only by individuals but by the community at large, such as fine horses, heavy armour, rich housings, and gold chains. We have now taught them also to accept of money. It is well known that none of the German nations inhabit cities, or even admit of contiguous settlements. They dwell scattered and separate, as a spring, a meadow, or a grove may chance to invite them. Their villages are laid out, not like ours in rows of adjoining buildings, but every one surrounds his house with a vacant space, either way by security against fire or through ignorance of the art of building. For indeed they are unacquainted with the use of mortar and tiles, and for every purpose employ rude, unshapen timber fashioned with no regards to pleasing the eye. They bestow more than the ordinary pains in coating certain parts of their buildings with a kind of earth, so pure and shining that it gives the appearance of a painting. They also dig subterraneous caves and cover them over with a great quantity of dung. These they use as winter retreats and granaries, for they preserve a moderate temperature, and upon an invasion, when the open country is plundered, these recesses remain unviolated, either because the enemy is ignorant of them, or because he will not trouble himself with the search. The clothing common to all is a sagum, fastened by a clasp, or, in want of that, a thorn. With no other covering, they pass whole days on the hearth before the fire. The more wealthy and distinguished by a vest, not flowing loose like those of the Sarmatians and Parthians, but girt close, and exhibiting the shape of every limb. They also wear the skins of beasts, which the people near the borders are less curious in selecting or preparing than more remote inhabitants who cannot by commerce procure other clothing. These make choice of particular skins, which they variegate with spots and strips of the furs of marine animals, the produce of the exterior ocean and seas to us unknown. The dress of the women does not differ from that of the men, except that they more frequently wear linen, which they stain with purple, and do not lengthen their upper garment into sleeves, but leave exposed the whole arm and part of the breast. The matrimonial bond is, nevertheless, strict and severe among them, nor is there anything in their manners more commendable than this. Almost singly among the barbarians, they content themselves with one wife, a very few of them excepted, who, not through incontinence, but because their alliance is solicited on account of their rank, practice polygamy. The wife does not bring a dowry to her husband, but receives one from him. The parents and relations assemble, and pass their approbation on the presents not adapted to please a female taste, to decorate the bride, but oxen, a caparisoned steed, a shield, spear, and sword. By virtue of these the wife is espoused, and she in her turn makes present some arms to her husband. This they consider as the firmest bond of union. These, the sacred mysteries, the conjugal deities. That the woman may not think herself excused from exertions of fortitude, or exempt from the casualties of war, she is admonished by the very ceremonial of her marriage that she comes to her husband as a partner in toils and dangers, to suffer and to dare equally with him in peace and war. This is indicated by the yoked oxen, the harnessed steed, the offered arms. Thus she is to live, thus to die. She receives what she is to return inviolate, and honor to her children, what her daughters-in-law are to receive, and again transmit to her grandchildren. They live, therefore, fenced around with chastity, corrupted by no seductive spectacles, no convivial incitements. Men and women are alike acquainted with clandestine correspondence. Adultery is extremely rare among so numerous a people. Its punishment is instant, and the pleasure of the husband. He cuts off the hair of the offender, strips her in the presence of her relations, expels her from the house, and pursues her with stripes through the whole village. Nor is any indulgence shown to the prostitute. Neither beauty, youth, nor riches can procure her a husband, for none there looks on vice with a smile, or calls mutual seduction the way of the world. Still more exemplary is the practice of those states in which none but virgins marry, and the expectations and wishes of the wife are at once brought to a period. Thus, they take one husband as one body and one life, that no thought, no desire may extend beyond him, and that he may be loved not only as their husband, but as their marriage, to limit their increase of children, or put to death any of their later progeny, is accounted infamous, and good habits have there more influence than good laws elsewhere. In every house, the children grow up thinly and meanly clad, to that the bulk of the body and limb which we behold with wonder. Every mother suckles her own children, and does not deliver them into the hands of servants or nurses. No indulgence distinguishes the young master from the slave. They lie together amidst the same cattle, upon the same ground, till age separates and valor marks out the free-born. The youths partake late of the pleasures of love, and hence pass the age of puberty unexhausted. Nor are the virgins hurried into marriage. The same maturity, the same full growth is required. The sexes unite equally matched and robust, and the children inherit the vigor of their parents. Children are regarded with equal affection by their maternal uncles as by their fathers. Some even consider this as a more sacred bond of consanguinity, and prefer the requisition of hostages, as if it held by the mind of the firmer tie, and the family by a more extensive obligation. A person's own children, however, are his heirs and successors, and no wills are made. If there be no children, the next in order of inheritance are the brothers, paternal and maternal uncles. The more numerous are a man's relations and kinsmen, the more comfortable is his old age, nor is it here any advantage to be childless. It is an indispensable duty to adopt the enmities of a father or relation, as well as their friendships. These, however, are not irreconcilable or perpetual. Even homicide is atoned by a certain fine in cattle and sheep, and the whole family accepts the satisfaction, to the advantage of the public weal, since quarrels are most dangerous in a free state. No people are more addicted to social entertainments, or more liberal in the exercise of hospitality. To refuse any person whatever admittance under their roof is accounted flagitious. Everyone according to how his ability feasts his guest. When his provisions are exhausted, he who was late to the host is now the guide and the companion to another hospitable board. They enter the next house uninvited, and are received with equal cordiality. No one makes a distinction with respect to the rights of hospitality between a stranger and an acquaintance. The departing guest is presented with whatever he may ask for, and with the same freedom a wish is desired in return. They are pleased with presents, but think no obligation incurred either when they give or receive. Their manner of living with their guests is easy and affable. As soon as they arise from sleep, which they generally protract till late in the day, they bathe usually in warm water, as cold weather chiefly prevails this. After bathing, they take their meal, each on a distinct seat and a separate table. They then proceed, armed, to business, and not less frequently to convivial parties in which it is no disgrace to pass days and nights without intermission in drinking. The frequent quarrels that arise among them, when intoxicated, seldom terminate in abusive language, but more frequently in blood. In their feasts, they generally deliberate on the reconcilement of enemies, on family alliances, on the appointment of chiefs, and finally on peace and war, conceiving that no time the soul is more open to sincere or warmed to heroism. These people naturally void the artifice or disguise, disclose most of the secret emotions in their hearts in their freedom of festivity, the minds of all being thus displayed without reserve. The subjects of their deliberation are against canvas the next day, and each time it is advantageous. They consult when unable to dissemble. They determine when not liable to mistake. Their drink is a liquor prepared from barley or wheat, bought by the fermentation by a certain resemblance of wine. Those who border on the Rhine also purchase it. Their food is simple: wild fruits, fresh venison, or coagulated milk. They satisfy hunger without seeking the elegances or delicacies of the table. Their thirst for liquor is not quenched with equal moderation. If their propensity to drunkenness be gratified to the extent of their wishes, intemperance proves as effectual in subduing them as the force of arms. They have only one kind of public spectacle, which is exhibited in every company. Young men who make it their diversion dance naked amidst drawn swords and presented spears. Practice has conferred skill at this exercise, and skill has given grace, but they do not exhibit for hire or gain. The only reward for this pastime, though a hazardous one, is the pleasure of the spectators. What is extraordinary, they play at dice when sober, as a serious business, and that with such a desperate venture of gain or loss that when everything else is gone, they set their liberties and persons on the last throw. The loser goes into voluntary servitude, and though the youngest and strongest patiently suffers himself to be bound and sold, such is their obstinacy in bad practice, they themselves call it honor. The slaves thus acquired are exchanged away in commerce, and the winner may get rid of the scandal of his victory. The rest of their slaves have not, like ours, particular employments in the family allotted to them. Each is the master of a habitation and a household of his own. The lord requires from him a certain quantity of grain, cattle, or cloth, as from a tenant, and so far only the subjection of the slave extends. His domestic offices are performed by his own wife and children. It is usual to scourge a slave, or punish him with chains or hard labor. They are sometimes killed by their masters, not through severity of chastisement, but in the heat of passion, like an enemy, with this difference that is done with impunity. Freedmen are little superior to slaves, seldom filling any important office in the family, never in the state, except in those tribes which are under a regal government. There they rise above the free-born, and even the nobles in the rest. The subordinate condition of the freed men is proof of freedom. Lending money upon interest and increasing it by usury is unknown amongst them, and this ignorance more effectively prevents the practice than a prohibition would ever do. The lands are occupied by townships, in allotments proportional to the number of cultivators, and are afterwards parcelled out among the individuals of the district, in shares according to the rank and condition of each person. The wide extent of plain facilitates this partition. The arable lands are annually changed, and a part left fallow, nor do they attempt to make the most of the fertility and plenty of the soil by their own industry in planting orchards, enclosing meadows and watering gardens. Corn is the only product required from the earth. Hence their year is not divided into so many seasons as ours is. For, while they know and distinguish by name winter, spring, and summer, they are unacquainted equally with the appellation and bounty of autumn. Their funerals are without parade. The only circumstance to which they attend is to burn the bodies of eminent persons with some particular kinds of wood. Neither vestments nor perfumes are heaped upon the pile. The arms of the deceased, and sometimes his horse, are given to the flames. The tomb is a mound of turf. They contemn the elaborate and costly honors of monumental structures as mere burdens to the dead. They soon dismiss tears and lamentations, slowly, sorrow and regret. They think it the woman's part to bewail their friends, and the men's part to remember them. This is the sum of which I have been able to learn concerning the origin and manners of the Germans in general, but I now proceed to mention those particulars in which they differ from each other, and likewise to relate what nations have migrated from Germany into Gaul. The great writer, the deified Julius, asserts that the Gauls were formerly the superior people, whence it is probable that some Gallic colonies passed over into Germany, for how small an obstacle would a river be to prevent any nation as it increased in strength from occupying or changing the settlements as yet lying in common and unappropriated by the power of monarchies. Accordingly, the tract betwixt the Hercynian forest and the rivers Rhine and Main was pressed by the Helvetii, and that beyond by the Boii, both Gallic tribes. The name of Boeemum still remains, a memorial of the ancient settlement, though its inhabitants are now changed. But whether the Aravisci migrated into Pannonia from the Osi, a German nation, or the Osi into Germany from the Aravisci, the language, institutions, and manners of both being still the same, is a matter of uncertainty. For in their pristine state of equal indigence and equal liberty, the same advantages and disadvantages were common to both sides of the river. The Treveri and Nervi are ambitious of being thought of German origin, as if the reputation of this descent would distinguish them from Gauls, whom they resemble in person and effeminacy. The Vangiones, Triboci, and Nemetes, who inhabit the bank of the Rhine, are without doubt German tribes. Nor do the Ubi, although they have been thought worthy of being made a Roman colony, and are pleased at bearing the name of Agrippinenses from their founder, blush to acknowledge their origin from Germany, from whence they formerly migrated, and for their approved fidelity were settled on the bank of the Rhine, nor that they might be guarded themselves, that they might serve as a guard against the invaders. Of all these people, the most famed for their valor are the Batavi, whose territories comprise a small part of the banks of the Rhine, but consist chiefly of an island within it. These were formerly a tribe of the Catti, who, on account of an intestine division, removed to their present settlements in order to become a part of the Roman Empire. They still retain this honor, together with a memorial of their ancient alliance, for they are neither insulted by taxes nor oppressed by farmers of the revenue. Exempt from fiscal burdens and extraordinary contributions, and kept away from military use alone, they are reserved, like a magazine of arms, for the purchasers of war. The nation of the matriarchy is under the degree of subjugation of the same kind, for the greatness of the Roman people has carried a reverence for the empire beyond the Rhine and the ancient limits. The matriarchy, therefore, though occupying a small settlement and borders on the opposite side of the river, from sentiment and attachment act with us, resembling the Batavi in every respect, except that they are animated with a more vigorous spirit by the soil and air of their own country. I do not reckon among the people of Germany that those who occupy the Decumate lands, although inhabiting between the Rhine and Danube, some of the most fickle of the Gauls, rendered daring through indigence, seized upon this district of uncertain property. Afterwards, our boundary line being advanced, and a chain of fortified posts established, it became a skirt of the empire, and part of a Roman province. Beyond these dwell the Cati, whose settlements beginning from the Hercynian forest are in a tract of country less open and marshy than those which overspread the other states of Germany, for it consists of a continued range of hills, which gradually become more scattered, and the Hercynian forest both accompanies and leaves behind its Cati. This nation is distinguished by hardier frames, compactness of limb, fierceness of countenance, and a superior vigor of mind. For Germans they have a considerable share of understanding and sagacity, for they chose able persons to command, and obey them when chosen, keep their ranks, seize opportunities, restrain impetuous motions, distribute property, the business of the day, properly rather the business of the day, entrench themselves against the night, account fortune dubious and valor only certain, and what is extremely rare, and only a consequence of discipline, depend more on the general than the army. Their force consists entirely of infantry, who, beside their arms, are obliged to carry tools and provisions. Other nations appear to go to a battle, the Cati to war. Excursions and casual encounters are rare among them. It is indeed peculiar to cavalry soon to obtain, and soon to yield the victory. Speed borders upon timidity. Slow movements are more akin to steady valor. A custom followed by other German nations, only by a few individuals, however, of more daring spirit than the rest, is adopted by general consent among the Cati. From the time they arrive at the years of maturity, they let their hair and beard grow, and do not divest themselves of this votive badge, the promise of valor, till they have slain an enemy. Over blood and spoil they unveil the countenance, and proclaim that they have at length paid the debt of existence, and have proved themselves worthy of their country and parents. The cowardly and effeminate continue in their squalid disguise. The bravest among them wear also an iron ring, as a kind of chain, a mark of ignominy among that nation, till they have released themselves by the slaughter of a foe. Many of the Cati assume this distinction, and grow hoary under the mark, conspicuous both to foes and friends. By these, in every engagement, the attack is begun. They compose the front line, presenting a new spectacle of terror. Even in peace, they do not relax the sternness of their aspect. They have no house, no land, or domestic cares. They are maintained by whomsoever they visit, lavish of another's property, regardless of their own, till the debility of age renders them unequal to such a rigid course of military virtue. Next to the Catti, on the banks of the Rhine, where we now settled in its channel, it has become a sufficient boundary, dwell the Usipi and Tencteri. The latter people, in addition to the usual military reputation, are famed for their discipline in their cavalry. Nor is the infantry of the Catti in higher estimation than the horse of the Tencteri. Their ancestors established it, and are imitated by posterity. Horsemanship is the sport of their children, to the point of emulating their youth, and the exercise in which they persevere to old age. Horses are bequeathed along with the domestics, the household gods, and the rights of inheritance. They do not, however, like other things, go to the eldest son, but to the bravest and the most warlike. Contiguous to the Tencteri were formerly the Bructeri, but report now says that the Chamavi and Angrivari migrating into their country have expelled and entirely extirpated them. With the concurrence of the neighboring nations, induced either by hatred of their arrogance, love of plunder, or the favor of the gods towards the Romans, for they even gratified us with the spectacle of battle in which above 60,000 Germans were slain, not by Roman arms, but what was still grander, by mutual hostilities, as if it were for the pleasure of our entertainment. Many of the nations retain and perpetuate, if not an affection for us, at least an animosity against each other. Since while the fate of an empire is thus urgent, fortune can bestow no higher benefit upon us than the discord of our enemies. Contiguous to the Angrivari and Chimari, backwards lie the Dulgibini and Chaussari, and other nations less known. In front, the Frisi succeed, who are distinguished by the appellations of the greater and lesser from their proportional power. The settlements of both stretch along the border of the Rhine and the ocean, and include, besides, vast lakes, which have been navigated by Roman fleets already. We have even explored the ocean itself on that side, and fame reports that columns of Hercules are still remaining on that coast. Whether it be that Hercules was ever there in reality, or that whatever great and magnificent is anywhere met with is, by common consent, ascribed to its renowned name. The attempt of Drusus Germanicus to make discoveries in this part was significantly daring, but the ocean opposed any further inquiry into itself and Hercules. After a while, no one renewed the attempt, and it was thought more pious and reverential to believe that the actions of the gods were true, rather than to bother investigating them. Hitherto we have traced the western side of Germany. It turns from thence with a vast sweep to the north, and first occurs the country of the Chauci, which, though it begins immediately from Frisia and occupies part of the seashore, yet stretches so far to border on all nations before mentioned, till it winds round so as to meet the territories of the Catti. This immense tract is not only possessed, but filled by the Chauci, a people the noblest of the Germans, who chose to maintain their greatness by justice rather than violence, without ambition, without ungoverned desires, quiet and retired, they provoke no wars. They are guilty of no rapine or plunder, and it is a principal proof of their power and bravery that the superiority they possess has not been acquired by any unjust means. Yet all have arms in readiness, and, if necessary, an army is soon raised, for they abound in men and horses, and maintain their military reputation even in inaction. Bordering on the Chauci and Cati are the Cherusci, who, for want of an enemy, long cherished a too lasting and enfeebling peace, a state more flattering than secure, since the repose enjoyed amidst ambitions and powerful neighbors is treacherous, and when an appeal is made to the sword, moderation and probity are names appropriated by the victors. Thus the Cherusci, who formerly bore the titles of just and upright, are now charged with cowardice and folly, and the good fortune of the Cati who subdued them has grown into wisdom. The ruin of the Cherusci involved that of Phoci, a neighboring tribe, equal partakers of their adversary, although they had enjoyed an inferior share of the prosperity. In the same quarter of Germany adjacent to the ocean dwelled a Cimbri, a small state at present, but great in renown. Of their past grandeur extensive vestiges still remain, in encampments and lines on either shore, from the compass of which the strength and numbers of the nation may still be found, and credit derived from the account of so prestigious an army. It was in the 640th year of Rome that the arms of the Cimbri were first heard of, under the consuls Caecilius, Metellus, and Papirius Carbo, from which era to the second consulate of the Emperor Trajan in 195 is a period of nearly 210 years. So long has Germany withstood the might of Rome. During this long interval many mutual wounds have been inflicted, not the Samnite, the Carthaginian, Spanish, Gaul, or Parthian had given more frequent alarms, for the liberty of the Germans is more vigorous than the monarchy of Arsacidae. What is the East, which has itself lost Pacorus, and suffered an overthrow from Ventidius, to boast against us, but the slaughter of Crassus? But the Germans, by the defeat or capture of Carbo, Cassius, Scaurus Aurelius, Servilius Caepo, Gnaeus Manlius, deprived the Roman people of 5 consular armies, and afterwards took from Augustus himself Varus with 3 legions. Nor did Gaius Marius in Italy, the deified Julius in Gaul, or Drusus, Nero, Germanicus in their own country, defeat then without loss. The subsequent mighty threats of Caligula terminated in ridicule. Then succeeded tranquillity, till, seizing the occasion of our discords and civil wars, they forced the winter quarters of the legions, and even aimed at the possession of Gaul, and again, expelled thence, they have in latter times been triumphed over, and then vanquished. We have now to speak of the Suevi, who do not compromise a single state like the Catti or the Tencteri, but occupy the greatest part of Germany, and are still distributed into different names and nations, although all hearing the common appellation of Suevi. It is a characteristic of these people to turn their hair sideways and tie it beneath the poll in a knot. By this mark, the Suevi are distinguished from the rest of the Germans, and the free men of the Suevi from slaves. Among other nations, this mode, either on account of some relationship with the Suevi or from the usual propensity to imitation, is sometimes adopted, but rarely, and only during the period of youth. The Suevi, even till they are hoary, continue to have their hair growing stiffly backwards, and often it is fastened on the very crown of the head. The chiefs dress with it with still greater care, and in this respect they study ornament, though an unabasing kind. For their design is not to make love or inspire it. They decorate themselves in this manner as they proceed to war, in order to seem taller and more terrible, and dress for the eyes of their enemies. The Semnones assert themselves to be the most ancient and noble of the Suevi, and their pretensions are confirmed by religion. At a stated time, all the people of the same lineage assembled by their delegates in a wood, consecrated by the auguries of their forefathers and ancient terror, and thereby public slaughter of a human victim, celebrate the horrid origin of their barbarous rites. Another kind of reverence is paid to the grove. No person enters it without being bound by a chain, as an acknowledgment of his inferior nature and the power of the deity residing there. If he accidentally fall, it is not lawful for him to be lifted or to rise up. They roll themselves out along the ground. The whole of their superstition has this import, that from this spot the nation derives its origin, that here is the residence of the deity, the governor of all, and that everything else is subject and subordinate to him. These opinions receive additional authority from the power of the Semnones, who inhabit 100 cantons, and from the great body they compose consider themselves as the head of the Suevi. The Langobardi, on the other hand, are ennobled by the smallest of their numbers, since though surrounded by powerful nations, they derive security not from obsequiousness, but from their martial enterprise. The neighboring Rudigni and the Avions, Angli, Varini, Edosus, Suardones, Nuithones are defended by rivers or forests. Nothing remarkable occurs in any of these, except that they unite in the worship of Hertha, and suppose her to interfere in the affairs of men, and to visit the different nations. In an island of the ocean stands a sacred, unviolated grove, in which a consecrated chariot, covered with a veil, which the priest alone is permitted to touch. He becomes conscious of the entrance of the goddess into his sacred recess, and with profound veneration awaits the vehicle, which is drawn by yoked cows. At this season, all is joy, and every place which the goddess designs to visit a scene of festivity. No wars are undertaken, arms are untouched, and every hostile weapon is shut up. Peace abroad and at home are then only known, and only loved, till at length the same priest reconducts the goddess, satiated with mortal intercourse, to her temple. The chariot, with its curtain, and, if we may believe it, the goddess herself, then undergo ablution in a secret lake. This office is performed by slaves, whom the same lake instantly swallows up. Hence proceeds a mysterious horror, and a holy ignorance of what that can be, which is beheld only by those who are about to perish. This part of the Suevian nation extends the most remote recesses of Germany. If we now follow the course of the Danube, as we did that of the Rhine, we must first meet with the Hermunduri, a people faithful to the Romans, and on that account the only Germans who are admitted to commerce, not on the bank alone, but within our territories and in the flourishing colony established in the province of Rhaetia. They pass and repass at pleasure, without being attended by a guard, and while we exhibit other nations our arms and camps alone, to these we lay open our houses and country seats, which they behold without coveting. In the country of the Hermenduri rises the Elbe, a river formerly celebrated and known among us, now only heard of by name. Contiguous to the Hermenduri are the Nariski, and next to them the Marcomanni and Quadi. Of these, the Marcomanni are the most powerful and renowned, and have even acquired the country which they inhabit by their valor in expelling the Boi. Nor are the Narski and Quadi inferior in bravery, and this is, as it were, the van of Germany as far as it was bordered by the Danube. Within our memory, the Marcomanni and Quadi were governed by kings of their own nation, of the noble line of Marodobus and Tudrus. They now submit even to foreigners, but all the power of their kings depends upon the authority of the Romans. We seldom assist them with our arms, but frequently with our money, nor are they less potent on that account. Behind these are the Marsigni, Gotini, Osi, and Buri, who close the rear of the Marcomanni and Quadi. Of these, the Marsigni and Buri in language and dress resemble the Suevi. The Gothini and Osi prove themselves not to be Germans, the first by their use of Gallic, the second of the Pannonian tongue, and both by their submitting to pay tribute, which is levied on them, as aliens, partly by the Sarmatians, partly by the Quadi. The Gothini, to their additional disgrace, work iron mines. All these people inhabit but a small proportion of a champaign country. Their settlements are chiefly among forts, and on the sides of the summits and mountains, for a continued ridge of mountains separates Suevia from various remoter tribes. Of these, the Lygian is the most extensive, and diffuses its name through several communities. It will be sufficient to name the most powerful of them: the Ari, Helvecones, Manimi, Elisi, and Naharvali. In the country of the latter is a grove, consecrated to religious rites of great antiquity. A priest presides over them, dressed in women's apparel, but the gods worshipped there are said, according to the Roman interpretation, to be Castor and Pollux. Their attributes are the same. Their name, Alcis. No images, indeed, or vestiges of foreign superstition appear in their worship, but they are revered under the character of young men and brothers. The Ari, fierce beyond the superiority of strength they possess over the other just enumerated people, improve their natural ferocity of aspect by artificial aid. The shields are black. Their bodies are painted. They choose the darkest nights for an attack, and strike terror by the funeral gloom of their sable bands, no enemy being able to sustain their singular and, as it were, infernal appearance, since every combat the eyes of the first part subdued. Beyond the Ligi are the Gothones, who live under a monarchy, somewhat more strict than the other of the German nations, yet not to a degree comparable with liberty. Adjoining to these are the Rugi and Lemovi, situated on the sea coast, All these tribes are distinguished by round shields, short swords, and submission to regal authority. Next occur the communities of the Suiones, seated in the very ocean, who besides their strength in men and arms, also possess a naval force. The form of their vessels differs from ours in having a prow at each end, so that they are always ready to advance. They make no use of sails, nor have regular benches of oars at the sides. They row, as practiced in some rivers, without order, sometimes on one side, sometimes on the other, as occasion requires. These people honor wealth, for which they reason are subject to monarchical government, without any limitations or precautions against conditions of allegiance. Nor are arms allowed to be kept promiscuously, as among the other German nations, but are committed by the charge of a keeper, and he to a slave. The pretext is that the ocean defends them from any sudden incursions, and men unemployed with arms in their hands readily became licentious. In fact, it is for the king's interest not to entrust a noble, a freedman, or even an emancipated slave with the custody of arms. Beyond the Suiones is another sea, sluggish and almost stagnant, by which the whole globe is imagined to be girt and enclosed. From this circumstance that the last light of the setting sun continues so vivid till its rising as to obscure the stars. Popular belief adds that the sound of this emerging from the ocean is also heard, and forms of deities, rays beaming from his head, are beheld. Only thus far, report says, truly does nature extend. On the right shore of the Suevic Sea dwell the tribes of the Aesti, whose dress and customs are the same with those of the Suevi, but their language more resembles the British. They worship the mother of the gods, and as the symbol of their superstition they carry about them the figures of wild boars. This serves them in place of armor, and every other defense. It renders the votary of the goddess safe even among the midst of foes. Their weapons are chiefly clubs, iron being little used among them. They cultivate corn and other fruits of the earth with more industry than German indolence commonly exerts. They even explore the sea, and are the only people who gather amber, which by them is called glace, and is collected among the shallows upon the shore. With the usual indifference of barbarians, they have not inquired or ascertained from what natural object, or by what means it is produced. It long lay disregarded amidst the other things thrown up by the sea, till our luxury gave it a name. Useless to them, they gather it in the rough, bring it unwrought, and wonder at the price that they would receive for it. It would appear, however, to be an exudation from certain trees, since reptiles, even winged animals, are often seen shining through it, which, entangled in it while in liquid state, became enclosed as it hardened. I should therefore imagine that, as the luxuriant woods and groves in the secret recesses of the East exude frankincense and balsam, there are so the same in the islands, continents of the West, which, acted upon by the near rays of the sun, drop their liquid juices into the subjacent sea, whence, by the force of the tempests, they are thrown out upon the opposite coasts. If the nature of amber be examined by the application of fire, it kindles like a torch, with a thick and odorous flame, and presently revolves into a glutinous manner resembling pitch or resin. The several communities of the Citones succeed those of the Suiones, to whom they are similar in other respects, but differ in submitting to a female reign. So far they have degenerated not only from liberty, but even from slavery. Here, Suevia terminates. I am in doubt whether to reckon the Peruchini, Veneti, and Feni among the Germans or Sarmatians, although the Peruchini, who are by some called the Bastarnae, agree with the Germans in language, apparel, and habitations. All of them live in filth and laziness. Their intermarriages of their chiefs with the Sarmatians have debased them by a mixture of manners of that people. The Veneti have drawn much from this source, for they overrun in their predatory excursions all the woody and mountainous tracts between the Picuni and Feni. Yet, even these are rather to be referred to the Germans, since they build houses, carry shields, and travel with speed on foot, all of which particulars they took differ from the Sarmatians, who pass their time in wagons and on horseback. The Feni live in a state of amazing savageness and squalid poverty. They are destitute of arms and settled abodes. Their food is herbs, their clothing, skins, their bed, the ground. Their only dependence is on their arrows, which for want of iron are headed with bone. And the chase is the support of the women as well as the men. The former accompany the latter in the pursuit and claim a share of the prey. Nor do they provide any shelter for their infants from wild beasts and storms, than a covering of branches twisted together. This is the resort of youth. This is the receptacle of old age. Yet even this way of life is their estimation happier than groaning all over the plough, toiling in the erection of houses, subjecting their own fortunes and those of others to the agitations of alternate hope and fear. Secure against men, secure against the gods, they have attained the most difficult point, not to need even a wish. All our further accounts are intermixed with fable, as that the Helusi and Oxione have human faces with bodies and limbs of wild beasts. These unauthenticated reports I shall leave untouched. Hello and welcome. Today I'm going to be doing a reading from the work of Diodorus Siculus. It is an account of the Greek battles with the Persians from 480 to 451, and it begins at the point where Xerxes has made his entrance into Europe. If you like this kind of content, give me a like and subscribe. You know what to do. Now, without further ado, let's get stuck into it. From the work of Diodorus Siculus. The preceding book, which is the 10th of our narrative, closed with the events of the year just before the crossing of Xerxes into Europe and the formal deliberations which the General Assembly of the Greeks held in Corinth on the alliance between Gelon and the Greeks, and in this book we shall supply the further course of the history, beginning with the campaign of Xerxes against the Greeks, and we shall stop with the year which precedes the campaign of the Athenians against Cyprus under the leadership of Cimon. Calliades was archon in Athens, and the Romans made Spurius Cassius and Proculus Verginius Tricostus as consuls, and the aliens celebrated the 75th Olympiad, that in which Astylus of Syracuse won the stadion. It was in this year that King Xerxes made his campaign against Greece, for the following reasons. Mardonius the Persian was a cousin of Xerxes, and related to him by marriage, and he was so greatly admired by the Persians because of his sagacity and courage. This man, being elated by pride, and at the height of his physical vigor, was eager to be the leader of great armaments. Consequently, he persuaded Xerxes to enslave the Greeks, who had ever been enemies to the Persians. And Xerxes, being won over by him, and desiring to drive all the Greeks from their homes, sent an embassy to the Carthaginians to urge them to join him in the undertaking, and closed an agreement with them, to the effect that he would wage war upon the Greeks who lived in Greece, while the Carthaginians should at the same time gather great armaments and subdue those Greeks who lived in Sicily and Italy. In accordance, then, with their agreements, the Carthaginians, collecting a great amount of money, gathered mercenaries from both Italy and Liguria, and also from Galatia and Iberia. In addition to these troops, they enrolled men of their own race from the whole of Libya and Carthage. And in the end, after spending 3 years in constant preparation, they assembled more than 300,000 foot soldiers and 200 war vessels. Xerxes, vying with the zeal displayed by the Carthaginians, surpassed them in all of his preparations, to the degree that he excelled the Carthaginians in a multitude of peoples at his command. And he began to have ships built throughout all the territory along the sea that was subject to him, both Egypt and Phoenicia and Cyprus, Cilicia, Pamphylia and Pisidia, and also Lycia, Caria, Mysia, and the Troad, and the cities along the Hellespont, and Bithynia, and Pontus. Spending a period of 3 years, as did the Carthaginians, on his preparations, he made ready more than 1,200 warships. He was aided in this by his father Darius, who before his death had made preparations of great armaments. For Darius, after Datis, his general, had been defeated by the Athenians at Marathon, had continued to be angry with the Athenians for having won that battle. But Darius, who when already about to cross over against the Greeks, was stopped in his plans by death, whereupon Xerxes, induced both by the design of his father and by the counsel of Mardonius, as we have stated, made up his mind to wage war upon the Greeks. Now when all preparations for the campaign had been completed, Xerxes commanded his admirals to assemble the ships at Kyme and Phocaea, and he himself collected the foot and cavalry forces from all the satrapies and advanced from Susa. And when he arrived at Sardis, he dispatched heralds to Greece, commanding them to go to all the states and demand of the Greeks water and earth. Then, dividing his army, he sent in advance a sufficient number of men both to bridge the Hellespont and to dig a canal through Athos at the neck of Cheronensus. In this way, not only making the passage safe and short for his forces, but also hoping by the magnitude of his exploits to strike the Greeks with terror before his arrival. Now the men who had been sent to make ready these works completed them with dispatch, because so many laborers cooperated in the task. And the Greeks, when they learned of this great size of the Persian armaments, dispatched 10,000 hoplites into Thessaly to seize the passes of Tempe, Sinetus, commanded the Lacedaemonians, and Themistocles the Athenians. These commanders dispatched ambassadors to the states and asked them to send soldiers to join in the common defense of the passes, for they eagerly desired that all the Greek states should each have a share in the defense and make common cause in the war against the Persians. But since the number of the Thessalians and other Greeks who dwelt near the passes had given the water and earth to the envoys of Xerxes when they arrived, the two generals despaired at the defense of Tempe and returned to their own soil. And now it will be useful to distinguish those Greeks who chose the side of the barbarians, in order that, incurring our censure here, their example may, by the obloquy visited upon them, deter from future any who become traitors to the common freedom. The Aenianians, Dolopians, Melians, and Magnetans, along with the Parrhæbans, took the side of the barbarians even while the defending force was still at Tempe, and after its departure, the Achaeans of Phthia, Locrians, Thessalians, and the majority of the Boeotians went over to the barbarians. But the Greeks who were meeting in Congress at the Isthmus voted to make the Greeks who voluntarily chose the cause of the Persians pay a tithe to the gods when they should be successful in the war, and sent ambassadors to those Greeks who were neutral to urge them to join in the struggle for the common freedom. Of the latter, some joined the alliance without reservation, while others postponed any decision for a considerable time, clinging to their own safety and anxiously waiting for the outcome of the war. The Argives, however, sending ambassadors to the Common Congress, promised to join the alliance if the Congress would give them a share in the command. To them the representatives declared plainly that, if they thought it a more terrible thing to have a Greek as a general than a barbarian as master, they would do well to remain neutral. But if they were ambitious to secure the leadership of the Greeks, they should, it was stated, first have accomplished deeds of deserving this leadership, and then strive for such an honor. After these events, when the ambassadors sent by Xerxes came to Greece and demanded both earth and water, all the states manifested in their replies the zeal they felt for the common freedom. When Xerxes learned that the Hellespont had been bridged and the canal had been dug through Athos, he left Sardis and made his way towards the Hellespont, and when he arrived at Abydos, he led his army over the bridge into Europe. And as he advanced through Thrace, he added to his forces many soldiers from both the Thracians and neighboring Greeks. When he arrived at the city called Doriscus, he ordered his fleet to come there, and so both arms of his forces were gathered into one place. And he held there also the enumeration of the entire army, and the number of his land forces was over 800,000 men, while the sum total of his ships of war excelled 1,200, of which 320 were Greek, the Greeks providing the complement of men and the king supplying the vessels. All the remaining ships were listed as barbarian, and of these the Egyptians supplied 200, the Phoenicians 300, the Cilicians 80, Pamphylians 40, Lycians the same number, also the Carians 80, and the Cyprians 140. Of the Greeks, the Dorians who dwelt off Caria, together with the Rhodians of Coans, sent 40 ships, the Ionians together with the Chians and Samians 100, the Aeolians together with the Lesbians and Tenedans 40, the peoples of the region of the Hellespont together with those who dwelt along the shores of the Pontus 80, and the inhabitants of the islands 50. For the king had won over to his side the islands lying within the Cyanean rocks, and Triopium and Sunium. Triremes were made of the multitude we have listed, and the transports for the cavalry numbered 850, and the triacontres 3,000. Xerxes, then, was busied with the enumeration of the armaments at Doriscus. The Greeks who were in assembly, when word came to them that the Persian forces were near, took action to dispatch the ships of war with all speed to Artemisium in Euboea, recognizing that this place was well suited for meeting the enemy, and a considerable body of hoplites to Thermopylae, to forestall them in occupying the passes at the northwest part of the defile, and to prevent the barbarians from advancing against Greece, for they were eager to throw their protection inside of Thermopylae about those who had chosen the great cause of the Greeks, and to do everything in their power to save the allies. The leader of this entire expedition was Eurybiades, the Lacedaemonian, and the troops sent to Thermopylae the commander was Leonidas, king of the Spartans, a man who set great store by his courage and generalship. Leonidas, when he received the appointment, announced that only 1,000 men shall follow him to the campaign. And when the ephors said that he was leading altogether too few soldiers against a great force, and ordered him to take a larger number, he replied to them in secret, "For preventing the barbarians from getting through the passes, they are few, but for the task to which they are now bound, they are many." Since this reply proved riddle-like and obscure, he was asked again whether he believed he was leading the soldiers to some paltry task, whereupon he replied, "Ostensibly I am leading them to the defense of the passes, but in fact to die for the freedom of all. And so, if 1,000 set forth, Sparta will be the more renowned when they have died. But if the whole body of Lacedaemonians take to the field, Lacedaemon will be utterly destroyed, for not a man of them in order to save his life will dare turn in flight." There were then of the Lacedaemonians 1,000, and with them 300 Spartiates, while the rest of the Greeks, who were dispatched with them to Thermopylae, were 3,000. Leonidas then, with 4,000 soldiers, advanced to Thermopylae. The Locrians, however, who dwelt in the neighborhood of the passes, had already given earth and water to the Persians, and had promised that they would seize the passes in advance. But when they learned that Leonidas had arrived at Thermopylae, they changed their minds and went over to the Greeks. And there gathered at Thermopylae also 1,000 Locrians, an equal number of Melians, and almost 1,000 Phocians, as well as some 400 Thebans of the other party, for the inhabitants of Thebes were divided against each other with respect to the alliance with the Persians. Now the Greeks who were drawn up with Leonidas for battle, being as many in numbers as we have set forth, tarried in Thermopylae, awaiting the arrival of the Persians. Xerxes, after having enumerated his armaments, pushed on with the entire army, and the whole fleet accompanied the land forces in their advance as far as the city of Acanthus, and from there the ships passed through the place where the canal had been cut into the other sea expeditiously and without loss. But when Xerxes arrived at the Gulf of Melis, he learned that the enemy had already seized the passes. Consequently, having joined to his forces the armament there, he summoned his allies from Europe, a little less than 200,000 men, so that he now possessed in all not less than 1,000,000 soldiers, exclusive of the naval contingent. And the sum of the total of the masses who served on the ships of war and transported the food and general equipment was not less than those we have mentioned, so that account usually given to the multitude of men gathered together by Xerxes need cause no amazement. For men say that the unfailing rivers ran dry because of the unending streams and the multitude, and that the seas were hidden by the sails of the ships. However this may be, the greatest forces of which any historical record has been left were those which accompanied Xerxes. After the Persians had encamped on the Spercheios River, Xerxes dispatched envoys to Thermopylae to discover, among other things, how the Greeks felt about the war with him. And he commanded them to make this proclamation. King Xerxes orders all to give up their arms, to depart unarmed to their native lands, and to be allies of the Persian, and to all Greeks who do this, he will give more and better lands than they now possess. But when Leonidas heard the commands of the envoys, he replied to them, "If we should be allies of the king, we should be more useful if we kept our arms, and if we should have to wage war against him, we should fight the better for our freedom if we kept them. And as for the lands which he promised to give, the Greeks have learned from their fathers to gain lands not by cowardice, but by valor." The king, on hearing this envoy the replies of the Greeks, sent for Demaratus, a Spartan, who had been exiled from his native land and taken refuge with him, and with a scoff at the replies he asked the Laconian, "Will the Greeks flee more swiftly than my horses can run, or will they dare to face such armaments in battle?" And Demaratus, we are told, replied, "You yourself are not unacquainted with the courage of the Greeks, since you use Greek forces to quell such barbarians as revolt, so do not think that those who fight better than the Persians to maintain your sovereignty will risk their lives less bravely against the Persians to maintain their own freedom." But Xerxes, with a scoff, ordered Demaratus to stay by his side, in order he might witness the Lacedaemonians in flight. Xerxes with his army came against the Greeks at Thermopylae, and he put the Medes in front of all other peoples, either because he preferred them by reason of their courage, or because he wished to destroy them in a body, for the Medes still retained a proud spirit, the supremacy which their ancestors had exercised having only recently been overthrown. And he also designated together with the Medes the brothers and sons of those who had fallen at Marathon, believing that they would wreak vengeance upon the Greeks with the greatest fury. The Medes, then, having been drawn up for battle in the manner we have described, attacked the defenders of Thermopylae. But Leonidas had made careful preparation, and massed the Greeks in the narrowest parts of the pass. The fight which followed was a fierce one, and since the barbarians had the king as a witness of their valor,
and the Greeks kept in mind their liberty and were exhorted to the fray by Leonidas, it followed that the struggle was amazing. For since the men stood shoulder to shoulder in the fighting, and the blows were struck in close combat, and the lines were densely packed, for a considerable time the battle was equally balanced. But since the Greeks were superior in valor, and in the great size of their shields, the Medes eventually gave way, for many of them were slain, and not a few of them wounded. The place of the Medes in the battle was taken by Cesians and Sacae, selected for their valor, who had been stationed to support them, and joining the struggle fresh as they were against men who were worn out as they withstood the hazard of combat for a short while, be as they were slain and pressed upon by the soldiers of Leonidas, they gave way. For the barbarians used small, round, or irregularly shaped shields, by which they enjoyed an advantage in open fields, since they were thus enabled to move more easily, but in narrow places they could not easily inflict wounds upon an enemy who were formed in close ranks, and had their entire bodies protected by large shields, whereas they, being at a disadvantage by reason of the lightness of their own protective armor, received repeated wounds. At last, Xerxes, seeing that the entire area about the passes was strewn with dead bodies, and that the barbarians were not holding out against the valor of the Greeks, sent forward the picked Persians, known as the Immortals, who were reputed to be preeminent among the entire host for their deeds of courage. But when these also fled, after only a brief resistance, then at last at night fell, they ceased from battle, the barbarians having lost many dead, and the Greeks only a small number. On the following day, Xerxes, now that the battle had turned out contrary to his expectation, choosing from all the peoples of his army such men as were reputed to be of outstanding bravery and daring, after an earnest exhortation announced before the battle that if they should storm the approach, he would give them notable gifts, but if they fled, the punishment would be death. These men hurled themselves upon the Greeks as one mighty mass and with great violence, but the soldiers of Leonidas closed their ranks this time, and making their formation like a wall, took up the struggle with ardor. And so far did they go in their eagerness that the lines which want to join in battle by turns would not withdraw, but by their unintermitted endurance of the hardship they got the better and slew many of the picked barbarians. The long day they spent in conflict, vying with one another, for the other soldiers challenged the fresh vigor of the youth, and the younger matched themselves against the experience and fame of their elders, and when finally even the picked barbarians turned in flight, the barbarians who were stationed in reserve blocked the way and would not permit the picked soldiers to flee. Consequently, they were compelled to turn back and renew the battle. While the king was in a state of dismay, believing that no man could have the courage to go into battle again, there came to him a certain Trachinian, a native of that region, who was familiar with the mountainous area. This man was brought into the presence of Xerxes, and undertook to conduct the Persians by way of a narrow and precipitous path, so that the men who accompanied would get behind the forces of Leonidas, which, being surrounded in this manner, would easily be annihilated. The king was delighted, and heaping presents upon the Trachinian, he dispatched 20,000 soldiers with him under the cover of night. But a certain man among the Persians, named Tirhasthiades, a Crimean by birth, who was honorable and upright in his ways, deserting from the camp of the Persians in the night, came to Leonidas, who knew nothing of the act of the Trachinian, and informed him. The Greeks, on hearing this, gathered together about the middle of the night and conferred about the perils with which were bearing down upon them. And although some declared that they should relinquish the pass at once and make their way in safety to their allies, stating that any who remained in the place could not easily come off with their lives, Leonidas, the king, being eagerly desirous to win both for himself and for the Spartans a garland of great glory, gave orders that the rest of the Greeks should depart and win safety for themselves, in order that they might fight together with the Greeks in the battles which were still to come. But as for the Lacedaemonians, he said, they must remain, and not abandon the defense of the pass, for it was fitting that those who were the leaders of Hellas should gladly die striving for the meed of honor. Immediately then, all the rest departed, but Leonidas together with his fellow citizens performed heroic and outstanding deeds, and although the Lacedaemonians were but few, he detained only the Thespians, and he had not all told not more than 500 men. He was ready to meet death on behalf of Hellas. After this, the Persians, who were led by the Trachinian, after making their way around the difficult terrain, suddenly caught Leonidas between their forces, and the Greeks, giving up any thought of their own safety and choosing renown instead, with one voice asked their commander to lead them against the enemy before the Persians should learn that their men had made their way around them. And Leonidas, welcoming the eagerness of his soldiers, ordered them to prepare their breakfast quickly, since they were about to dine in Hades. And he himself, in accordance with the order he had given, took food, believing that by doing so he could keep his strength for a long time and endure the strain of contest. When they had hastily refreshed themselves, and all were ready, he ordered the soldiers to attack the camp, slaying any who came in their way, and to strike for the very pavilion of the king. The soldiers then, in accordance with the orders given to them, forming a compact body, fell by night upon the encampment of the Persians, Leonidas leading the attack, and the barbarians, because of the unexpectedness of the attack and their ignorance for the reason for it, ran together from their tents with great tumult in disorder, and thinking that the soldiers who had set out with the Trachinian had perished, and that the entire force of the Greeks was upon them, they were struck with terror. Consequently, many of them were slain by the troops of Leonidas, and even more perished at the hands of their comrades, who, in their great ignorance, took them for enemies. For the night prevented any understanding of the true state of affairs, and the confusion, extending as it did throughout the entire encampment, occasioned that we may well believe great slaughter, since they kept killing one another, the conditions not allowing a close scrutiny, but because there was no order from a general, nor any demanding of a password, nor, in general, any recovery of reason. Indeed, if the king had remained at the royal pavilion, he could have easily been slain by the Greeks, and the whole war would have reached a speedy conclusion. But, as it was, Xerxes had rushed out to the tumult. and the Greeks had broke into the pavilion and slew almost every man, all whom they caught there. So long as it was night, they wandered through the entire camp seeking Xerxes. A reasonable action. But when the day dawned, the entire state of affairs was made manifest. The Persians, observing that the Greeks were few in number, viewed them with contempt. The Persians did not, however, join battle with them face to face, fearing their valor, but they formed on their flanks and rear, and shooting arrows and hurling javelins at them from every direction, they slew them, man to man. Now as for the soldiers of Leonidas who guarded the passes of Thermopylae, such was the end of the life they met. The merits of these men, who would not regard them with wonder. They with one accord did not desert the post to which Greece had assigned to them, but gladly offered upon their own lives for the common salvation of all Greeks, and preferred to die bravely rather than to live shamefully. The consternation of the Persians also, no one could doubt that they felt it. For what man among the barbarians could have conceived of what had taken place? Who could have expected that a band of only 500 had ever the daring to charge against the human myriads? Consequently, what man of later times might not emulate the valor of those warriors who, finding themselves in the grip of an overwhelming situation, though their bodies were subdued, were not conquered in spirit? These men, therefore, alone of all whom history records, have in defeat been accorded a greater fame than all others who have won the fairest victories. For judgment must be passed upon brave men, not by outcomes of their actions, but by their purpose. In the one case, fortune is a mistress. In the other, it is the purpose which wins approval. What man would judge any to be braver than those Spartans who, though not equal in number to even the 1,000th part of the enemy, dared to match their valor against the unbelievable multitudes? Nor had they any hope of overcoming so many myriads, but they believed that in bravery they would surpass all men of former times, and decided that, although the battle they had to fight was against the barbarians, yet the real contest and the reward of valor they were seeking was in competition with all who had ever won admiration for their campaign. Indeed, they alone of those whom we have knowledge from time immemorial chose rather to preserve the laws of their state than their own lives, not feeling aggrieved that the greatest perils threatened them, but concluding that the greatest boon for which those who practice valor should pray is opportunity to play in part in contests of these kinds. And one would be justified in believing that it was these men who were more responsible for the common freedom of the Greeks than those who were victorious at a latter time in the battles against Xerxes. For when the deeds of these men were called to mind, the Persians were dismayed, whereas the Greeks were incited to perform similar acts of courageous exploit. And, speaking in general terms, these men alone of the Greeks, down to their time, passed into immortality because of their exceptional valor. Consequently, not only the writers of history, but also many of our poets have celebrated their brave exploits, and one of them is Simonides, the lyric poet who composed the following in their praise worthy of their valor. Of those who praised at Thermopylae, all glorious is the fortune, fair the doom. their graves an altar, ceaseless memories theirs instead of lamentation, and their fate is chant of praise. Such winding sheet as this nor mould nor all-consuming time shall waste. This sepulchre of valiant men has taken the fair renown of Hellas for its intimate. And witness is Leonidas of Sparta, who have left behind a crown of valour mighty and undying fame. Now that we have spoken at sufficient length of the valour of these men, we shall resume the course of the narrative. Xerxes, now that he had gained the passes in the manner we have described, and had won, as the proverb runs, a Cadmean victory, had destroyed only a few of the enemy, while he had lost great numbers of his own troops. And after he had become the master of the passes by means of his land forces, he resolved to make trial of contest by sea. At once, therefore, summoning the commander of the fleet, Megabates, he ordered him to sail against the naval force of the Greeks, and to make trial with all his fleet of a sea battle against them. And Megabates, in accordance with the king's orders, set out from Pydne in Macedonia, with all the fleet, and put in a promontory of Magnesia which bears the name of Sepias. At this place a great wind arose, and he lost more than 300 warships and great numbers of cavalry transports and other vessels. And when the wind ceased, he weighed anchor and put in at Aphete in Magnesia. From here he dispatched 200 triremes, ordering the commanders to take a roundabout course, and by keeping Euboea on the right, they encircled the enemy. The Greeks were stationed at Artemisium in Euboea, and had all in all 280 triremes. Of these ships 140 were Athenian, and the remainder were furnished by the rest of the Greeks. Their admiral was Eurybiades the Spartan, and Themistocles the Athenian supervised the affairs of the fleet. For the latter, by reason of his sagacity and skill as a general, enjoyed great favour not only with the Greeks throughout the fleet, but also with Eurybiades himself. And all men looked to him and hearkened to him eagerly. But when a meeting of the commanders of the ships was held to discuss the engagement, the rest of them all favoured waiting to receive the advance of the enemy, but Themistocles alone expressed the opposite opinion, showing them that it was to their advantage to sail against the enemy with the whole fleet in one array. For in this way, he declared, they would have the upper hand, attacking as they would the ships in a single body an enemy whose formation was broken by disorder. As it must be, for they would be issuing out of many harbours at some distance apart. In the end, the Greeks followed the opinion of meantime, and sailed against the enemy with the entire fleet. And since the barbarians put out from many harbours, at the outset Themistocles, engaging with the scattered Persians, sank many ships, and did not a few he forced to turn in flight, and pursued as far as the land, but later, when the whole fleet had gathered and a fierce battle ensued, each side gained the superiority in one part of the line, but neither won a complete victory. And at nightfall, the engagement was broken off. After the battle a great storm arose, and destroyed many of the ships which were anchored outside the harbour, so that it appeared that if Providence were taking the part of the Greeks, in order that the multitude of the barbarian ships having been lessened, the Greek force might become a match for them and strong enough to offer battle. As a result, the Greeks grew ever more bold, whereas the barbarians became ever more timorous before the conflicts which faced them. Nevertheless, recovering themselves after a shipwreck, they put out with all their ships against the enemy. And the Greeks, with 50 Attic triremes added to their number, took position opposed to the barbarians. The sea battle which followed was much like the fighting at Thermopylae, for the Persians were resolved to overwhelm the Greeks and force their way through the Euripus, while the Greeks, blocking the Narrows, were fighting to preserve their allies in Euboea. A fierce battle ensued. Many ships were lost on both sides, and nightfall compelled them to return to their respective harbors. The prize of valor, we are told, in both battles, was accorded to the Athenians for the Greeks and the Sidonians for the barbarians. After this, the Greeks, on hearing of the course of events that had taken at Thermopylae, and discovering the Persians were advancing by land against Athens, became dispirited. Consequently, they sailed off to Salamis and awaited the events there. The Athenians, surveying the dangers threatening each and every inhabitant of Athens, put on boats their children and wives, and every useful article they could, and brought them to Salamis. And the Persian admiral, no learning that the enemy had withdrawn, set sail for Euboea with his entire fleet, and taking the city of the Histianians by storm, he plundered and ravaged the territory. While these events were taking place, Xerxes set out from Thermopylae and advanced through the territory of the Phocians, sacking the cities and destroying all property in the countryside. Now the Phocians had chosen the cause of the Greeks, but seeing that they were unable to offer resistance, the whole populace deserted all our cities and fled for safety to the rugged regions about Mount Parnassus. The king then passed through the territory of the Dorians, doing it no harm, since they were allies of the Persians. Here he left behind a portion of his army and ordered it to proceed to Delphi, to burn the precinct of Apollo, and to carry off the votive offerings, while he advanced into Boeotia with the rest of the barbarians and encamped there. The force that had been dispatched to sack the oracle had proceeded as far as the shrine of Athena Pronea, but at that spot a great thunderstorm, accompanied by an incessant lightning, suddenly burst from the heavens. And more than that, the storm wrenched loose huge rocks and hurled them into the host of the barbarians. The result was that large numbers of the Persians were killed, and the whole force, dismayed at the intervention of the gods, fled from the region. So the oracle of Delphi, with the aid of some divine providence, escaped pillage, and the Delphians, desiring to leave the succeeding generations a deathless memorial of the appearance of the gods among them, set up beside the temple of Athena Pronea a trophy, which they inscribed with the following elegiac lines: to serve as a memorial to war, to warder off of men, and as witnesses to victory the Delphians set me up, rendering thanks to Zeus and Phoebus, who thrust back the city-sacking ranks of Medes, and threw their guard about the bronze-crowned shrine. Meanwhile, Xerxes, as he passed through Boeotia, laid waste to the territory of the Thespianians, and burned Plataea, which was without inhabitants, for the residents of those two cities had fled in a body to the Peloponnesus. After this, he entered Attica and ravaged the countryside. And then he razed Athens to the ground and set up in flames the temples of the gods. And while the king was concerned with these affairs, his fleet set sail from Euboea to Attica, having sacked on the way both Euboea and the coast of Attica. During this time, these Cercereans, who had fitted out 60 triremes, were waiting off the Peloponnesus, being unable, as they themselves allege, to round the promontory at Malea, but, as certain historians tell us, anxiously waiting the turn of the war, in order that, if the Persians prevailed, that they might give them water and earth, while if the Greeks were victorious, they would get the credit of having come to their aid. But the Athenians who were waiting in Salamis, when they saw Attica being laid waste with fire, and heard that the sacred precinct of Athena had been razed, were exceedingly disheartened. And likewise great fear gripped the other Greeks, who, driven from every quarter, were now cooped up in the Peloponnesus alone. Consequently, they thought it desirable that all who had been charged with command should meet in council and deliberate regarding the kind of place which would best suit their purpose in fighting a naval battle. Many of various kinds of ideas were expressed. The Peloponnesians, thinking only of their own safety, declared that the contest should be held at the Isthmus, for it had been strongly fortified with a wall, and so if they should suffer any reverse in the battle, the defeated would be able to withdraw for refuge into the most suitable place of safety available, the Peloponnesus. Whereas, if they cooped themselves up in the little island of Salamis, perils would beset them from which it would be difficult for them to be rescued. But Themistocles counselled that the contest of the ships be held at Salamis, for he believed that those who had a few ships to fight would have many advantages in the narrows of Salamis against a vastly superior number of vessels. And, speaking generally, he showed that the region about the Isthmus would be altogether unsuitable for the sea battle. But the contest would take place on open sea, and the Persians, because of the room for manoeuvring, would easily subdue the small force of ships by their vastly superior numbers. And by presenting in like fashion many other facts pertinent to the occasion, he persuaded all present to cast their votes with him for the plan that he recommended. When at last a decision was reached by all to fight at the sea battle of Salamis, the Greeks set about making the preparations necessary to meet the Persians and the peril of battle. Accordingly, Eurybiades, accompanied by Themistocles, undertook to encourage the crews to incite them to face the impending struggle. However, the crews would not heed them, but since they were one and all dismayed at the magnitude of the Persian forces, not a man of them paid any attention to his commander, every one of them being intent upon sailing from Salamis to the Peloponnesus. And the army of the Greeks on land was no whit less terrified by the armament of the enemy, and not only the loss at Thermopylae of their most illustrious warriors caused them dismay, but also the disasters which were taking place in Attica before their very eyes were filling the Greeks with despair. Meanwhile, the members of the Congress of the Greeks, observing the unrest of the masses and dismay prevailing everywhere, voted to build a wall across the Isthmus. The works were completed speedily because of the enthusiasm and the multitude of those engaged in the task. But while the Peloponnesians were struggling with the wall, which extended a distance of 40 shades, from Lechaeum to Kenkerie. The forces which were inactive in Salamis, together with the entire fleet, were so struck with terror that they no longer obeyed the orders of their commanders. Themistocles, perceiving that the admiral Eurybiades was unable to overcome the mood of his forces, and yet recognizing that the narrow quarters of Salamis could be a great aid in accomplishing the victory, contrived the following ruse. He induced a certain man to desert to Xerxes and to assure him that the ships at Salamis were going to slip away from the region and assemble at the isthmus. Accordingly to the king, believing that the man, because he reported, was itself plausible, made haste to prevent the naval forces of the Greeks from making contact with their armies on land. Therefore, he at once dispatched the Egyptian fleet with orders to block the strait which separates Salamis from the territory of Megaris. The main body of his ships he dispatched to Salamis, ordering it to establish contact with the enemy, and by fighting there decide the issue. The triremes were drawn up by peoples one after the other, in order that, speaking the same language and knowing one another, the several contingents might assist each other with alacrity. When the fleet had been drawn up in this manner, the right wing was held by the Phoenicians, and left by the Greeks who were associated with the Persians. The commanders of the Ionian contingents of the Persian fleet sent a man of Samos to the Greeks to inform them of what the king had decided to do, and of the disposition of his forces in battle, and to say that in the course of the battle they were going to desert from the barbarians. And when the Samian had swum across without being observed, and had informed Eurybiades about his plan, Themistocles, realizing that his stratagem had worked out as he planned, was beside himself with joy, and exhorted the crews to the fight. And as for the Greeks, they were emboldened by the promise of the Ionians, and although the circumstances were compelling them to fight against their own preference, they came down eagerly in a body from Salamis to the shore in preparation for the sea battle. When at last Eurybiades and Themistocles had completed the disposition of their forces, the left wing was held by the Athenians and the Lacedaemonians, who in this way would be opposed to the ships of the Phoenicians, for the Phoenicians possessed a distinct superiority by both reason of their great number and of their experience in seamanship, which they inherited from their ancestors. The Aeginetans and Megarians formed the right wing, since they were generally considered to be the best seamen after the Athenians, and it is believed that they would show their best spirit, seeing that they alone of the Greeks would have no place of refuge in case any reverse should occur in the course of battle. The center was held by the rest of the Greek forces. This was the battle order in which the Greeks sailed out, and they occupied the strait between Salamis and Heracleum. And the king gave his order to his admiral to advance against the enemy, while he himself moved down the coast to spot her directly opposite Salamis, from which he could watch the course of the battle. The Persians, as they advanced, could at the onset maintain their line, since they had plenty of space, but when they came to the narrow passage, they were compelled to withdraw some ships from the line, creating in this way much disorder. The admiral who was leading the way before the line was the first to begin the fighting, slain after having been acquitted himself valiantly. When his ship went down, disorder seized the barbarian fleet, for there were many now to give orders, but each man did not issue the same commands. Consequently, they halted their advance, and holding back their ships, they began to withdraw to where there was plenty of room. The Athenians, observing the disorder among the barbarians, now advanced upon the enemy, and some of their ships they struck with their rams, while from others they sheared off rows and oars, and when the men at the oars could no longer do their work, many Persian triremes, getting sidewise to the enemy, were time and again severely damaged by the beaks of the ships. Consequently, they ceased merely backing water, but turned about and fled. While the Phoenician and Cyprian ships were being mastered by the Athenians, the vessels of the Cilicians and Pamphylians, also of the Lycians, which followed them in line at first, were holding out stoutly. But when they saw the strongest ships taking to flight, they likewise abandoned the fight. On the other wing, the battle was stubbornly fought for some time. The struggle was evenly balanced, but when the Athenians had pursued the Phoenicians and Cyprians to the shore and then turned back, the barbarians, being forced out of line by the returning Athenians, turned about and lost many of their ships. In this manner, then, the Greeks gained the upper hand and won a most renowned naval victory over the barbarians, and in the struggle 40 ships were lost by the Greeks, but more than 200 were lost by the Persians, not including those which were captured together with their crews. The king, for whom the defeat was unexpected, put to death those Phoenicians who were chiefly responsible for beginning the flight, and threatened to visit upon the rest the punishment they deserved. And the Phoenicians, frightened by his threats, first put into port on the coast of Attica, and then when night fell, set sail for Asia. But Themistocles, who was credited for having brought about the victory, devised another stratagem, no less clever than the one we have described. For since the Greeks were afraid to battle on land against so many myriads of Persians, he greatly reduced the number of the Persian troops in the following manner. He sent Xerxes, the attendant of his own sons, to inform him that the Greeks were about to sail to the bridge of boats and destroy it. Accordingly, the king, believing the report because it was all plausible, became fearful lest he should be cut off from the route whether he could get back to Asia. Now that the Greeks controlled the sea, they decided to cross over in all possible haste from Europe into Asia, leaving Mardonius behind in Greece with picked cavalry and infantry, the total number of whom was not less than 400,000. Thus, Themistocles, by the use of two stratagems, brought about signal advantages for the Greeks. These were the events that took place in Greece at that time. End of the account from Diodorus Siculus. Well, that was good fun, wasn't it? Did you like that? I'm sure we already know the story. I think I've made 2 videos on the Battle of Thermopylae. I know I've done one on Themistocles, and I've done one about the Battle of Salamis. I can't remember if I've done one on the Battle of Marathon. I might have. Titus, a Roman emperor who ruled from AD 79 to AD 81. He was the eldest son of Emperor Vespasian, his predecessor, rendering him an essential figure in the Flavian dynasty. Prior to his ascension as emperor, Titus distinguished himself as a capable military leader, notably during the Jewish War, when he seized Jerusalem in AD 70. His victory in Jerusalem and the ensuing destruction of the temple were crucial in solidifying his reputation for military excellence. His brief tenure as emperor was characterized by numerous calamities, including the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in AD 79, which obliterated the city of Pompeii and Herculaneum, and a fire that devastated Rome itself for 3 days in AD 80, succeeded by a plague for good measure. But notwithstanding these adversities, Titus was cherished by the Roman citizenry for his endeavors to assist the disaster affected, and for his overall magnanimities and accessibility, qualities that set him apart from the conventional authoritarian Roman leader that everyone was used to. He commenced extensive reconstruction efforts and organized elaborate public spectacles to elevate the morale of his populace. But he died abruptly in AD 81 and was succeeded by his younger sibling Domitian. His was a reign that was short, but frequently deemed compassionate and efficient, cementing his legacy as an excellent leader during one of Rome's most arduous epochs. Hello and welcome. Talking about Titus today. I'm sure you're excited. As always, I enjoy the spirited conversations in the comments, and I'd like to hear what you think. So do tell me. Well, without further ado, let's get on with it. The life of Titus. Now, most likely, he was born in 39 AD, around the end of December. We do know he was born in Rome as the firstborn son of Titus Flavius Vespasianus, who was later known as Emperor Vespasian, and his mother was Domitilla the Elder. Now, he had 2 younger siblings. The first was a sister named Domitilla the Younger, who was born in 45 AD, and he also had a brother, Titus Flavius Domitianus, who would, of course, as we've just mentioned, become Emperor Domitian. He was born in 51 AD. Now, what kind of world was our Titus born into? Well, it was not a very nice one. You see, the 1st century BC had been a time of significant civil unrest, to say the least, and it had led to the eventual decline of Rome's old aristocracy. Times were changing. Well, by the early 1st century AD, a new nobility had begun to rise. The Flavian family, to which Titus belonged, well, they came from humble origins. But, despite all of that, they had achieved wealth and prominence, and in just a few generations, largely during the reign of the Julio-Claudian emperors. Now, Titus's great-grandfather, Titus Flavius Petro, had served as a centurion under Pompey during Caesar's civil war. But he fled the battlefield during the Battle of Pharsalus in 48 BC, which is not a good way to gain a reputation. But it seems that despite this disgrace, Petro improved his status by marrying Tertulla, a wealthy woman whose resources helped secure the family's future. That's one way of doing it. Now on to Petro's son, Titus Flavius Sabinus I, who was the grandfather of the Titus we're talking about. Well, he used his wealth to advance his career as a tax collector in Asia and a banker in Helvetia, 2 very popular professions, gaining equestrian rank. Well, by marrying Vespasia Pola, he linked his family to the noble patrician gens Vespasia, paving the way for his own sons, including, of course, Vespasian, to finally ascend to the senatorial class. And so just like that, in a few generations, they'd clawed their way up. Now, Vespasian's political career saw him rise through the ranks of quaestor, aedile, and praetor, eventually becoming consul in 51 AD, which was also the year that Domitian was born. He gained recognition as a military leader during the Roman conquest of Britain in 43 AD. Now on to the early life of Titus. We're actually pretty lucky to have a nice little account from Suetonius. According to him, Titus was raised at the imperial court alongside the son of Emperor Claudius, whose name was Britannicus. Unfortunately, Britannicus didn't last too long, as he was actually assassinated by Nero in 55 AD. But a little bit more detail from Suetonius now. I'll read from the account of his biography. Suetonius states, "Even in boyhood, his bodily and mental gifts were conspicuous, and they became more and more as he advanced in years. He had a handsome person, in which there was no less dignity than grace, and was uncommonly strong, although he was not tall of stature, and he had a rather protruding belly. His memory was extraordinary, and he had an aptitude for almost all the arts, both of war and of peace. Skillful in arms and horsemanship, he made speeches and wrote verses in Latin and Greek with ease and readiness, and even offhand. He was, besides, not unacquainted with music, but sang and played the harp agreeably and skillfully. I have heard from many sources that he used always to write shorthand with great speed, and would amuse himself by playful contests with his secretaries. Also, that he could imitate any handwriting that he had ever seen, and often declared that he might have been the prince of forgers." End of the account from Suetonius. Well, that certainly paints a picture of a rather interesting young man, isn't it? Well, we'll skip forward a little bit. Now, between 57 and 59, he served as a military tribune in Germania, which is probably the most chaotic place you could have served at that time. He additionally served in Britannia, and likely came around 60 with the reinforcements required following Boudicca's insurrection. You see, Boudicca was the queen of the Iceni tribe up in Britannia, who almost had the Romans. There's always that image of her on that frightening chariot charging in. Maybe a video on the Boudiccan revolt soon, maybe. Well, at approximately 63 years of age, he returned to Rome, and he was married to Arachina Tertula, who was the daughter of Marcus Aracinus Clemens, a former prefect of the Praetorian Guard. But unfortunately, she passed away between 65 years of age. Titus then married Marcia Furnila, who hailed from a more esteemed lineage. Marcia's family was intimately connected to the resistance against Nero. Her uncle, Barea Soranus, and his daughter, Servilia, were among the casualties of the unsuccessful Pisonian plot of 65. Certain contemporary historians believe that Titus actually annulled his marriage due to his wife's familial ties to that conspiracy, after he found out later on. Well, either way, Titus did not remarry, and seemingly had daughters. At least one of them was with Marcia Funilla. The sole individual recognized to have reached adulthood was one Julia Flavia, possibly the child of Titus and Arachina, whose mother also bore the name Julia. During this time, Titus was also engaged in legal matters, and for all his hard work, he managed to achieve the position of JSTOR. In 66, the Jewish population of Judea province insurrected a rebellion against the Roman Empire. Cestius Gallus, the legate of Syria, was vanquished at the Battle of Beth Horon and compelled to withdraw from Jerusalem. King Agrippa II, one who was in favor of Rome, and his sister Berenice escaped to Galilee, where they subsequently surrendered to the Romans. Nero designated Vespasian to suppress the uprising, who was immediately sent to the area with the 5th and 10th legions. Subsequently, Titus arrived at Ptolemais with the 15th. The Romans, comprising 60,000 professional soldiers, readied themselves to advance across Galilee and go to Jerusalem. Now, in terms of our sources for this, we have Josephus, a Roman Jewish historian who was around at the time. He extensively documented the history of war in his work, The War of the Jews. Josephus acted as a captain at the city of Jotvat during the Roman invasion of Galilee in 67. Following a protracted siege of 47 days, the city finally capitulated, resulting in an estimated 40,000 casualties. But Titus, however, he was not merely focused on concluding the conflict. Well, after surviving one of the multiple group life-takings, Josephus capitulated to Vespasian and was taken prisoner. He then stated that he had supplied the Romans with intelligence regarding the ongoing insurrection, and by 68 the Roman army had controlled the entire coast of northern Judea, achieving major victories at Tarichae and Gamala, where Titus demonstrated his skill as a capable strategist. But the final and most crucial fortified city maintained by the Jewish resistance was Jerusalem. The campaign abruptly ceased at the announcement of Nero's demise. Concurrently, the Roman Senate proclaimed Galba, the governor of Hispania, as emperor, and Vespasian, he opted to await additional instructions and dispatched Titus to welcome the new princeps. Prior to arriving in Italy, Titus discovered that Galba had been assassinated and succeeded by Otho, the governor of Lusitania, while Vitellius and his forces in Germania were mobilizing to advance upon the city with the aim of deposing Otho. To avoid the peril of being captured by either faction, he terminated his journey to Rome and reunited with his father in Judea. Concurrently, Otho was vanquished in the first battle of Bedriacum, and subsequently, the writing on the wall took the self-checkout line. Now, upon receiving the news, all of those soldiers who were stationed in Judea and the province of Egypt assumed control and proclaimed Vespasian as emperor the 1st of July, 69 AD. Vespasian acquiesced, and following discussions by Titus, allied with Gaius Licinius Mucianus, the ruler of Syria. A formidable contingent from the Judean and Syrian legions advanced towards Rome under Mucianus's leadership, while Vespasian proceeded to Alexandria, delegating authority to Titus to quell the Jewish insurrection. By the conclusion of 69 AD, Vitellius's forces had been defeated, and Vespasian was formally proclaimed emperor by the Senate on the 21st of December, therefore concluding the year of the four emperors. Now at the same time, the Jews became entangled in a civil conflict by fracturing the resistance in Jerusalem into multiple factions. You see, the Sicarii under Menachem ben Judah did not endure for too long. The Zealots, led by Eleazar ben Simon, ultimately succumbed to the Galilean leader John of Gush Halav, and the other northern rebel commander, Simon bar Giora, succeeded in asserting control over the Idumeans. Of course, Titus steps in and lays siege to Jerusalem. The Roman army was reinforced by the formidable 12th Legion, who was previously vanquished under Cestius Gallus, while Vespasian dispatched Tiberius Julius Alexander, the governor of Egypt, from Alexandria to serve as Titus's second-in-command. And so, in comes Titus to encircle the city, with legions 5, 12, and 15, one on the western flank and one legion 10 on the Mount of Olives to the east. He exerted pressure on the food and water resources of the residents by permitting pilgrims to enter the city for Passover celebrations, and thereafter not letting them leave, which is one hell of a strategy, you've got to admit. Overburdened, there was simply not enough food and water to go around. Well, the Roman army was persistently troubled, however, by Jewish incursions, one of which almost led to the capture of Titus himself. Well, following Josephus's unsuccessful negotiations for surrender, the Romans renewed their assault and swiftly penetrated the first and second walls of the city. Titus commanded the crucifixion of the Jewish deserters around the city wall to instill fear in the resistance. And at one point, the Jews were depleted by starvation, and upon the breakthrough of the frail third wall, intense and bloody hand-to-hand combat erupted. Ultimately, the Romans seized the Antonia fortress and commenced a direct attack on the gates of the Second Temple. Upon breaching the gate, the Romans ignited the upper and lower city, culminating in the obliteration of the temple. Upon the extinguishing of the fires, Titus commanded the obliteration of the remaining city, purportedly aiming for the name of Jerusalem to be forgotten forever. The temple was destroyed, and Titus's soldiers declared him imperator in recognition of their triumph. And thus Jerusalem was pillaged, resulting in the death or dispersal of a significant portion of the inhabitants. Josephus asserts that over 1 million individuals perished during the siege, but this might be a little bit of an exaggeration. In fact, modern scholarship dismisses this estimate as, frankly, implausible, given that over 1 million individuals were in the land of Israel at that time in total, with half of them being Jewish, and significant Jewish communities persisted in the region post-war, including in the severely affected area of Judea. Nonetheless, around 97,000 individuals were apprehended and enslaved, including Simon bar Giora and John of Giscala. A multitude sought refuge in regions surrounding the Mediterranean Sea. Titus allegedly declined to take a victory wreath, asserting that he had not achieved the triumph independently, but had served as the instrument of divine retribution against his people. Well, back to Josephus. According to him, the Jewish diaspora at the fall of the temple was located in Parthia, which is kind of like modern-day Persia. We have Babylonia, Arabia, and some individuals went beyond the Euphrates to a place called Adiabene, which in these days you can find referred to as Kurdistan. Now Titus, unable to voyage to Italy in winter, hosted grand events at Caesarea Maritima and Berytus before proceeding to Zeugma on the Euphrates, where Vologases I of Parthia bestowed upon him a crown. During his journey to Antioch, he affirmed the customary rights of the Jewish population in that city. En route to Alexandria, Alexander paused in Memphis to consecrate the sacred Apis bull. Suetonius indicates that this incited alarm, as the ceremony necessitated, by tradition, Titus donning a diadem, a symbol that the Romans had linked to monarchy. And that certainly puts off a few alarm bells, and the allegiance of Titus's legions had already sparked concerns regarding a potential insurrection against his father. Of course, Titus hastily returned to Rome to dispel any doubts over his behavior. Upon his arrival in Rome in 71, Titus received a triumph. Accompanied by Vespasian and Domitian, he entered the city, receiving an exuberant welcome from the Roman citizens, and preceded by an opulent parade featuring war riches and, of course, captives. Josephus depicts a procession featuring substantial quantities of gold and silver transported along the road, succeeded by intricate reenactments of the conflict, Jewish captives, and ultimately the treasures seized from the Temple of Jerusalem, including the menorah and the Pentateuch. Simon Bar Giora was taken to the Forum and executed, and the procession concluded with religious sacrifices at the Temple of Jupiter. The Arch of Titus, located at one entrance of the Forum, commemorates his victory. Now, back to Vespasian for a while. Upon his declaration as emperor, Titus and his brother Domitian were conferred the title of Caesar by the Senate, which of course is a pretty big deal. Titus, besides sharing tribunician authority with his father, had 7 consulships throughout Vespasian's rule, and served as his secretary, representing him in the Senate. Significantly, he was designated Praetorian Prefect, therefore securing the loyalty of the Praetorian Guard and reinforcing Vespasian's status as a legitimate sovereign. Thus, Titus gained significant infamy in Rome at this time for his brutal conduct, often commanding the immediate death of alleged traitors. In 79, when a conspiracy by Aulus Caecina Aelianus and Epirus Marcellus to depose Vespasian was revealed, Titus invited Aelianus to dinner and, commanded his assassination before he exited the room. No dessert, I assume. Of course, during the Jewish wars, Titus commenced a romantic relationship with Berenice, the sister of Agrippa II. You see, the Herodians allied with Romans throughout the insurrection, and Berenice herself actually endorsed Vespasian in the bid for the imperial throne. In 75, she rejoined Titus and lived with him in his palace. The Romans were apprehensive regarding the Eastern Queen and disapproved of their association. Of course, when the duo were publicly condemned by the cynics in the theatre, Titus simply succumbed to the pressure, and he expelled her. This didn't do much to fix his reputation, however. That continued to deteriorate. And speaking of deterioration, so did Vespasian. He succumbed to an illness in late June of 79 AD, and promptly replaced by his son, Titus. He was the inaugural Roman emperor to ascend the throne following his biological father. You see, Titus, as pharaoh of Egypt, assumed the titulary autocrator Titus Caesarus Hunnefer Benermeret, which means Emperor Titus Caesar, the perfect and popular youth. Due to his numerous purported vices, many Romans worried that he would simply become another Nero, and nobody wanted that. But contrary to such assumptions, once Titus became emperor, he gained widespread affection from the populace, who extolled him for embodying the highest virtues rather than vices. I suppose he's grown up now. Straighten up and fly right. And it was time to take off on his journey as the new emperor. Now, as soon as he got in, one of his initial actions was to mandate the cessation of trials predicated on treason allegations, which, well, that had been going on for quite some time, a long-standing affliction of the Principate. Now, the law of treason, or as it was known, the law of majestas, was first designated to prosecute those who had corruptly impaired the people and majesty of Rome through any revolutionary acts or acts perceived to be revolutionary. You see, under Augustus, the same principle was reinstated to encompass slander and libel as well. This resulted in multiple trials and executions throughout the reigns of Tiberius, Caligula, and Nero, along with the establishment of informer networks that instilled fear into Rome's political system for decades. Think about it. When cash rewards are offered for dobbing people in, well, you take the chance and earn the money. I'm sure plenty of people got thrown under the bus for that one. Just like witch hunts. You know what it's like. Of course, Titus abolished this practice for himself and others, proclaiming, apparently his words, "It is impossible for me to be insulted or abused in any way, for I do naught that deserves censure, and I care not for what is reported falsely. As for the emperors who are dead and gone, they will avenge themselves, in case anyone does them a wrong, if in very truth they are demigods and possess any power." Fair enough, you can't argue with that, can't you? Well, as a result, no senators were executed during his tenure. That's right, not a one. He adhered to this commitment to hold the position of Pontifex Maximus and to maintain his hands untainted. Informants were subjected to public punishment and exiled from the city. I suppose it's better than being executed. That being said, exile, depending on where you go, it's kind of a death sentence. Well, additionally, Titus prohibited injustices by rendering it illegal for any individual to be prosecuted under disparate laws for the identical offense. Now, onto the short reign, albeit devoid of significant military or political strife, of Titus. It was still characterized by these severe calamities that we've mentioned in the introduction. Now, several months following his ascension, Mount Vesuvius erupted. It's just about the worst thing that could happen. Now, the eruption nearly obliterated the city and vacation areas surrounding the Bay of Naples. These cities of Pompeii and Herculaneum were entombed beneath meters of stone and ash, resulting in the deaths of thousands. Titus designated 2 former consuls to oversee and manage the relief initiative, personally contributing substantial sums from the imperial treasury to assist the volcano's victims. Furthermore, post-eruption he visited Pompeii, and again in the subsequent year, personally making his presence known. But the troubles were not over. Far from it, I'm afraid. In the spring of 80 AD, during his second visit, Rome caught on fire, and the fire consumed extensive areas of the city for 3 days and 3 nights. While the severity of the destruction was not as catastrophic as the Great Fire of 64, and notably spared numerous districts, Cassius Dio enumerates a significant array of vital public edifices that were actually obliterated, including Agrippa's Pantheon, the Temple of Jupiter, sections of the Theatre of Pompey, and many others. Titus once again personally reimbursed for the affected areas. Suetonius reports that a plague then erupted concurrently with the fire. The characteristics of the sickness, however, and the mortality rate remain unidentified. But if it is the case that a plague has been noted, well, we can assume that it was notable. If you want to look at it in those terms, well, certainly not something that you want after the fire anyway. Just adds a little bit of salt in the wound. Well, at the same time, up in Britannia, hostilities recommenced, where Gnaeus Julius Agricola advanced deeper into Caledonia and successfully established multiple forts. Titus was awarded the title of Imperator for the 16th time, between the 9th of September and the 31st of December 79 AD due to his actions. His reign also witnessed the insurrection orchestrated by Terentius Maximus. A little interesting because he was one of these several impostors that claimed to be the reincarnation of Nero during the 70s. You see, despite Nero's reputation as a universally despised tyrant, evidence suggests that he maintained considerable popularity in the eastern provinces for a significant portion of his reign. Now, claims of Nero's survival following his overthrow were exacerbated by ambiguous circumstances surrounding his demise and several prophecies that predicted his resurgence. Now, Cassius Dio states that Terentius Maximus bore quite a striking resemblance to Nero, and not just in the way that he looked, but in the way that he spoke, and similarly performed vocalizations accompanied by the lyre. Terentius garnered a following in Asia Minor, but was subsequently compelled to escape beyond the Euphrates, seeking sanctuary among the Parthians. Furthermore, there's also a few sources that indicate that Titus actually uncovered a conspiracy by his brother Domitian against him. But even though this was obviously a grave offense, he had declined to execute or even exile him. Apparently they just made up. Well, the construction of the Flavian Amphitheatre, also referred to as the Colosseum, commenced in 70 under Vespasian and was ultimately finished in 80 AD under Titus. The structure served not only as a grand source of entertainment for the Roman public, but also as a monumental tribute to the military successes of the Flavians in the Jewish wars. The original games spanned 100 days and were characterized by their extravagance, of course featuring gladiatorial contests, battles involving wild creatures. We're talking up to elephants, lions, everything in between. And they even flooded the arena for simulated naval engagements. That's pretty good for the time. Well, of course, wooden bowls inscribed with various prizes, such as clothing, gold, or even slaves were dropped into the crowd during the games, which might subsequently be exchanged for whatever item was written on there. Now, next to the amphitheatre, within the grounds of Nero's Golden House, Titus commissioned the construction of a new public bathhouse, the Baths of Titus. The building's construction was expedited to align with the completion of the Flavian amphitheatre. Of course, that wasn't all. The imperial cult was also reinstated by Titus, but nonetheless it encountered its own challenges. You see, Vespasian was not deified until 6 months after his death, so to commemorate the Flavian dynasty, foundations were established for the temple of Vespasian and Titus, which was eventually completed under Domitian. Better late than never, as they say. And so, at the conclusion of what is known as the Secular Games, Titus formally consecrated the amphitheatre and the baths in what constituted his last documented act as emperor. He departed for the Sabine lands, but succumbed to illness at the initial posting station, where supposedly, as the story goes, he died of a fever in the very same farmhouse that his father had. Now, Titus governed the Roman Empire for slightly more than 2 years, from his father's demise in 79 AD until his own death in the middle of September 81 AD. Of course, as we know, Domitian succeeded him, and his initial act as emperor was to deify his brother, which is, well, that's pretty nice of him, isn't it? But the story's not quite over yet. You see, historians have conjectured about the precise circumstances of his demise and the era to which Titus referenced in his last words. You see, reportedly his last words were, "I have made but one mistake." Well, what on earth does that mean? Well, Philostratus suggested that he was poisoned by Domitian using a sea hare, and that Apollonius of Tyana had prophesied his demise. Suetonius and Cassius Dio assert that he succumbed to natural causes, however both implicate Domitian for abandoning the ill Titus. Was that the error? Trusting his brother? Surely it couldn't have been that bad with the initial act of deifying him right after his death. But was this a cover-up? Well, Cassius Dio perceived the error as failing to execute Titus's brother. Remember, there was that overt conspiracy against him. Perhaps Titus's soft heart was what got him in the end. That being said, it's hard when it's family, isn't it? Of course, the Jews certainly give him a pretty bad review for obvious reasons, which brings us to the Babylonian Talmud, who gives us a more gritty account of Titus's death, although it's a little bit far-fetched. But let's talk about it anyway, because there's nothing better than the gritty details. So the Babylonian Talmud ascribes Titus's demise to an insect that entered his nostril and gnawed at his brain for 7 long years, echoing another tradition concerning the biblical king Nimrod. Rabbinic law states that Titus was a descendant of Esau, who audaciously confronted God. While Jewish legend holds that Titus was afflicted by God himself for the destruction of the Second Temple and ultimately perished due to that little gnat entering his nostril, leading to significant swelling and resulted in death. A narrative recounts that Onkelos, a nephew of the Roman Emperor Titus, who demolished the Second Temple, seeks to convert to Judaism and invokes spirits to assist in his decision-making process. Each delineates his retribution in the afterlife. Onkelos, son of Kolonikos, resurrected Titus through sorcery and inquired who holds the most esteem in the afterlife, to which he responded, Israel. What then did he inquire regarding their inclusion? And he stated, their practices are onerous, and you will be unable to fulfill them. Engage them in combat against that realm, and you will ascend to the prominence as foretold. Her foes shall become the leaders, and those who oppress Israel shall attain supremacy. He then inquired, what is your retribution in the afterlife? To which he responded, what I determined for myself. Daily my ashes are gathered, my sentence is rendered upon me. I am incinerated, and my ashes are dispersed over the 7 seas. Well, that's the end of the account from the Babylonian Talmud. Well, they certainly gave him a poor review, didn't they? Of course, Titus's reputation among the ancient historians outside of the Babylonian Talmud, well, it's perhaps the most distinguished of any emperor. You see, the existing records from the era, predominantly authored by his contemporaries, so those who were there to see it at the time, depict a notably favorable perspective. You see, his character has notably thrived in contrast of that of his brother Domitian. Well, the Wars of the Jews provides a first-hand description of the Jewish insurrection and the persona of Titus. The impartiality of Josephus's writings has been scrutinized, mainly due to his financial obligations to the Flavians. In 71 AD, he landed in Rome as part of Titus's retinue, and even acquired Roman citizenship, adopting the Roman nomen Flavius and praenomen Titus from his sponsors, granted an annual stipend, and resided in the palace. So, of course, you wouldn't want to be, well, talking badly about your boss, biting the hand that feeds. So, Josephus, well, he composed all of his extant works at Rome, under the patronage of the Flavian family. You see, the War of the Jews exhibits bias toward the leaders of the insurrection by depicting the resistance as feeble and completely disorganized, even attributing the war's inception to the Jews themselves. Of course, Jews in modern times certainly challenge his credibility as a historian. Well, I think we can hear from Cassius Dio and Suetonius before we go. Cassius Dio composed his Roman history more than a century after Titus's demise, but it's still worth something. You see, he possessed a rather comparable perspective to Suetonius, which we'll get to in a moment, potentially utilizing the latter as a reference, although he exhibits greater restraint by acknowledging that, and I quote, his satisfactory record may also have been due to the fact that he survived his accession but a very short time, for he was thus given no opportunity for wrongdoing. for he lived after this only 2 years, 2 months, and 20 days, in addition to the 39 years, 5 months, and 25 days he had already lived at that time. In this respect, indeed, he is regarded as having equaled the long reign of Augustus, since it is maintained that Augustus would have never been loved had he lived a shorter time, nor Titus had he lived longer. For Augustus, though at the outset he showed himself rather harsh because of the wars and factional strife, was later able, in the course of time, to achieve a brilliant reputation for his kindly deeds. Titus, on the other hand, ruled with mildness, and died at the height of his glory, whereas, if he had lived a long time, it might have been shown that he owes his present fame more to good fortune than to merit. End of the account from Cassius Dio. And, as promised, we can't miss out on Suetonius. Maybe I'm a bit biased because I absolutely love Suetonius. Nothing weird about that. I'm just saying that it's kind of the go-to for these kinds of emperors and these characters. It's really great. A very detailed history that's not surface level. So, the account about the death of Titus. In the meantime, he was cut off by death, to the loss of mankind rather than to his own. After the finishing of the public games, at the close of which he wept bitterly in the presence of the people, he went down to the Sabine territory, somewhat cast down, because a victim had escaped as he was sacrificing, and because it had thundered from a clear sky. Then, at the very first stopping place, he was seized with a fever, and as he was being carried on from there in a litter, it is said that he pushed back the curtains, looked up to heaven, and lamented bitterly that his life was being taken from him, contrary to his deserts. For he said that there was no act of his life which he had cause to repent, save one only. What this was, he did not himself disclose at the time, nor could anyone easily guess. Some think that he recalled the intimacy which he had with his brother's wife, but Domitius swore most solemnly that this did not exist, although she would not have denied it if it had been in the least true, but on the contrary, would have boasted of it, as she was most ready to do of all of her scandalous actions. He died in the same farmhouse as his father, on the Ides of September, 2 years, 2 months, and 20 days after succeeding Vespasian in the 42nd year of his age. When his death was made known, the whole populace mourned, as they would for a loss in their own families. The Senate hastened to the house before it was summoned by proclamation, and with the doors still shut, and then with them open, rendered such thanks to him, and heaped such praise on him after death, as they had never done, even when he was alive and present. And with that, the end of the life of Titus, and the end of the video on Titus. I hope you enjoyed it. Now, as usual, I'm going to thank my top-tier supporters. Great people. That's Dark, Carey, Kimberly, Ember, Ben, Britt, Charles, Erin, James, Jeffrey, Melissa, Scott, Stark Factory, Wendy, Jaden, Sherry, Jessica, Christine, Sally, Katiana, Christine, Fizabo, Legitmus, and Maverick. Thank you very much. And thank you for joining me once again as we go back into the past. Yes, there's lots of Roman stuff, but you know how much us guys think about the Roman Empire? We can't stop. The meme is real. There's just so much to talk about. It never ends. And that's not just the Roman Empire either. By the time I'm finished talking about history, it would have moved on and so much more would have happened. Well, on that note, good night, everyone. Lots of love to you all, and please look after yourselves. Good night. I'll see you tomorrow.